Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The water remembers. The drive into Harlow Notch takes exactly 47 minutes from the nearest interstate, and for the last 12 of those minutes, there is no radio signal at all. I noticed that detail only because I had been listening to a news station, something about weather patterns moving down from Quebec, and then the signal thinned to static, and then the static thinned to nothing, and the silence that replaced it felt less like absence and more like arrival. Not the silence of a dead radio. The silence of a place that had decided it was not interested in what the outside world had to say. My name is Clare Weston. I am 38 years old, and at the time I made this drive, I was a grief counselor working out of Burlington, Vermont, which is, I understand, a profession that should have prepared me for what came next. It did not. Nothing in my training prepared me for Harlow Notch, for Turn Lake, or for what the water there knew about me. I am writing this account 11 months after the fact, and I am writing it because I have been told, by the one person who understood what happened, that writing it is part of how it is completed, so I am completing it. The occasion for the trip was simple on its surface. My colleague Daniel Marsh had rented a lakeside cabin in the Northeast Kingdom every October for the previous 6 years, using it as a writing retreat. He was working on a book about complicated grief. His term, not mine, though we used it professionally, and he found the isolation useful. In September of last year, Daniel died. A cardiac event. He was 52 and had never shown a single symptom, and he was gone between one Tuesday and the next. And I did not find out until 2 days after his funeral because I had been on a camping trip with no cell service and no one thought to try harder to reach me. He had been the closest friend I had in a profession that makes close friendship difficult. We had known each other for 9 years. We had talked every week. I had not cried at the news, which told me more about my own state than I wanted to examine directly. His rental had been paid through the end of October, and his wife, a quiet woman named Patrice whom I had met only a handful of times, called me in early October and asked if I wanted to use the remaining 2 weeks. She said Daniel had mentioned, once, that he had always meant to bring me up there. She said she thought he would have wanted someone who knew him to go. I said yes before I had finished thinking about it, which was not like me. The drive from Burlington takes you northeast on Route 2, then north on a county road that the state appears to have been gradually forgetting for several decades. The trees change as you go. The maples that had still been holding their color outside the city gave way, gradually, to black spruce and tamarack, the kind of northern forest that does not perform autumn so much as absorb it. By the time I turned on to the last unpaved stretch, the sky had gone the color of old dishwater, and the temperature had dropped 8 degrees in under an hour. October in the Northeast Kingdom does not arrive gradually. It arrives the way a hand comes down on your shoulder, suddenly and with weight. The cabin was set back from the road by a narrow gravel track, screened from the road by a stand of spruce so dense that I did not see the lake until I had parked the car, stepped out, and walked around the side of the building. Then I stopped. Turn Lake sits in a bowl of land that feels lower than the surrounding terrain, as though the ground has pressed down around it, or as though the lake is heavier than it should be. It is not a large lake. The far shore was perhaps a quarter mile away, visible in the failing afternoon light as a dark line of spruce mirroring the tree line behind me. The water was the color of pewter, and it was very still, and the stillness was not peaceful so much as it was patient. I stood there for longer than made sense looking at it. The cabin itself was a single-story structure of pine board and fieldstone, built sometime in the 1940s by the look of the foundation work. Daniel had left the key in the lockbox as arranged, and the interior smelled of wood smoke and old paper and something faintly herbal that I could not identify. Not quite lavender, not quite cedar. Something older and less defined than either. The main room held a cast-iron wood stove, a writing desk by the window that faced the lake, a couch upholstered in dark green fabric that had been well loved past its useful life. The kitchen was small and functional. The bedroom held a single bed under a quilt that someone had made by hand. the pattern a repeated series of interlocking rings in blue and white. I put my bag down. I made a cup of tea from the supplies I had brought. I stood at the desk window and watched the lake in the last of the light. There were no other cabins visible on the shore, no boats, no movement of any kind on the water. The spruce on the far side pressed close to the edge, the reflections lying across the surface in dark vertical lines, and the whole composition, the stillness, the failing light, the pewter water between dark shores, had a quality I found myself unable to look away from. I am a trained observer of emotional states both in myself and in others. I can usually name what I am feeling with reasonable precision. What I felt standing at that window was not grief, which I had been bracing for. It was not the comfortable melancholy solitude I had hoped for. It was something closer to the feeling I sometimes get in the seconds before a telephone rings, a premonitory alertness, a sense that something is about to address me. I told myself it was the drive. I told myself it was the silence after 6 weeks of an unusually demanding caseload. I told myself the lake was simply beautiful in the way that undisturbed places in Vermont are beautiful in October, and that I was tired, and that the strangeness of the feeling was only the strangeness of being somewhere new. I almost convinced myself. The wood stove took 2 attempts to light. When it caught, the warmth spread through the single room slowly and with effort, the way warmth moves through a space that has been cold for a long time, not easily, not automatically, but with something that felt almost like resistance. The herbal smell intensified briefly as the air moved, and then settled back to its low, unidentifiable presence. I ate, I read, I went to bed early with the intention of sleeping well. Through the bedroom window, I could see a narrow strip of the lake between the spruce. The water had gone black with the dark, and perfectly flat, and the strip of it visible from the bed was like a fragment of a mirror that had no one to reflect. I watched it for longer than I should have. I did not sleep well. At some point in the very early morning, I believed it was around 3 a.m., though I did not look at my phone, I woke to the sound of the lake. Not a sound I could name, not wind, not water moving against the shore. Something between a breath and a tone, low and continuous and at the very edge of audibility. The kind of sound that makes you uncertain whether you are hearing it or only feeling it. I lay still and listened to it, and it did not stop, and I did not get up. By the time the light began to come back, gray and slow through the window's strip of glass, the sound had faded, or I had simply stopped being able to separate it from the morning. I lay in the fading dark with my eyes open and thought about Daniel, and about Patrice's voice on the phone when she called me, and about the fact that I had not cried. Outside, the lake was still there. It had been there all night. The morning came in quietly, as mornings do in the Northeast Kingdom. Not announced, just present. The way a question arrives before you have finished forming the answer. I had the feeling, drinking my first cup of coffee at the desk window, that the lake had spent the night deciding something about me. The first thing I did that morning, after the coffee, was walk the perimeter of the cabin. Not because I had planned to. I had planned to sit at the desk, open the notebook I had brought, and attempt something I had not attempted since Daniel died. Writing for myself, not for a client, not for a clinical file, not for the careful measured language of a progress note. Writing the way he had always encouraged me to write, which was to say without a destination in mind, moving toward whatever the first honest sentence turned out to be. Instead, I put on my coat and my boots, and I walked outside, and I circled the building the way you might circle a thing you are not yet ready to enter directly. The morning was cold in the particular way of the Northeast Kingdom in mid-October. Not the cold that invites you to move faster, but the cold that asks you to be still. The air had a mineral quality, faintly metallic, carrying the smell of dead leaves and something beneath the leaves. The dark and patient smell of wet soil that has not seen sunlight since sometime in September. My breath moved ahead of me in small white shapes and disappeared. The lake, from the side of the cabin, was different than it had been from the desk window. From the window it had a quality of composition, framed, contained, something to observe from a considered distance. From the shore path it was simply large and present and close, the water beginning almost immediately where the thin strip of rocky ground ended. No real boundary between the land and what the land had given way to. I stood at the edge and looked out, and the far shore was invisible in a low fog that had settled overnight, so that the lake appeared to extend without limit in every direction. The water and the fog becoming one continuous gray until there was no horizon and no distance and no sense of where the world stopped. I stood there for a while that I did not try to measure. Then I went back inside and found on the second shelf of the cabin's small bookcase a green ledger-style notebook with a red, elastic closure, and I understood from the particular texture of the cover and the way the elastic had been stretched and restretched over years of use that the notebook had belonged to Daniel. I sat down with it, and then I sat with it unopened for several minutes. The notebook was not something Patrice had mentioned. It was not something I had been sent to retrieve. It was simply there on the shelf, among the cabin's collection of paperback novels and hiking guides, and a single volume on Vermont geology, and its presence there felt less like a discovery than a disclosure. The cabin handing me something it had been holding on to, at the moment it had decided I was ready to receive it. I opened it. The entries were dated, spanning what appeared to be 4 consecutive October visits, the earliest from 6 years prior. The handwriting was Daniel's, the particular mix of print and cursive he had used when he was writing quickly. The letters slightly larger and more pressured than his professional notes. I did not read it in order. I turned pages slowly, reading fragments the way you move through a place you are newly inhabiting, trying to understand it before you commit to any one room. Most of what he had written was what I would have expected. Observations about the light on the water, notes toward the book he was working on, half-formed ideas about the relationship between grief and time, sentences that were genuinely his, in the specific syntax of a mind I had known for 9 years. I recognized the way he circled a problem rather than approaching it directly. I recognized the particular word he used, threshold, as a structural concept. The idea that grief has a moment of crossing, after which the terrain is fundamentally different even if the landscape looks the same. But, on the 3rd page from the back, written in a hand that was slightly less controlled than the rest, as though the writing had been done quickly or in low light, I found something that stopped me. He had written, "The lake called me by the name my mother used." Below it, after a gap of several lines, I did not tell anyone this. I am not going to tell anyone this, but it happened on the 3rd night, around 2 or 3 in the morning, and the sound was not ambiguous. Below that, after another gap, I went to the edge and stood there for a long time, and I think I understand now why people disappear in places like this. Not because they are pulled, because they are invited. I read those lines 3 times. Then I closed the notebook and set it on the desk, and stood at the window and looked at the lake, which was still there, as it had been all morning, patient and fog-covered and completely quiet. I thought about the sound I had heard the previous night, the low and continuous tone that had sat at the edge of audibility, the one I had chosen to attribute to the settling of a cold building, or the movement of water against a rocky shore too far away to resolve clearly. I thought about the word Daniel had used, not sound, not noise, not phenomenon. Called. I am a professional who works with people in the aftermath of the worst things that have happened to them. I have sat with widows and with parents and with people who have survived things that should not be survivable, and in all of that time, I have developed a reliable internal instrument for distinguishing between grief's tricks and something that requires a different category of attention. Grief makes things mean more than they do. It finds patterns in noise and faces and wood grain, and the names of the dead in the sound of traffic at 2 in the morning. This is not pathology. It is the mind's attempt to maintain relationship with what the world has removed from it. I knew all of this. I had taught most of it. I looked at the notebook on the desk and I thought, this is grief's trick, and Daniel's words are the words of a man who grieved deeply, and who came to this place and was lonely, and was moved by something in the water, the way anyone might be moved. And the sound last night was nothing, and the feeling at the window last night was tiredness, and I am going to sit down and write in my own notebook, and let this morning be what it is. I sat down. I opened my notebook to the 1st page. I wrote the date. Then I wrote, I do not know why I came here. I thought I did, but I do not. I put the pen down. I looked at the lake. The fog had not lifted. If anything, it had thickened, filling the space between the cabin and the far shore with a white and absolute quiet, so that the lake was no longer pewter or gray or any color at all. It was simply absence made visible, the world pausing at its edge and declining to continue. In the afternoon, I drove into the town of Harlow Notch to buy groceries, because I had brought enough for 2 days and was beginning to think I might stay the full 2 weeks Patrice had offered. The town was small, in the way that Northeast Kingdom towns are small. Not charming small, not scenic small, but simply reduced, the way a thing becomes when the original reason for its size has been gone for long enough. A general store, a post office the size of a single-car garage, a white clapboard church on a corner with a sign out front that had not been updated in what appeared to be several seasons, a diner called Pepper's that had 4 tables and a counter, and the particular smell of a place where the same coffee has been kept warm since early morning. I went into the general store first. The man behind the counter was perhaps 65, with the careful, unhurried manner of someone who lives in a place where a great deal of time passes between events worth mentioning. I introduced myself as renting the cabin on Turn Lake, and he nodded once, slowly, the way you nod when something confirms a thing you already expected. I asked whether there was anything I should know about the area. Walking trails, local conditions, Anything worth seeing. He was quiet for a moment before he answered, and the quality of that moment was different from simple thought. It was the quality of a man deciding what, of several possible things, he was prepared to say. He said the trails along the eastern shore were well maintained through the end of the month. He said the Turn Lake Road flooded in heavy rain. He said peppers made good pie if I wanted something warm in the morning. He did not mention the lake itself. He did not look at me directly when I had said Turn Lake, and the absence of the look was as clear to me as the look would have been. I thanked him and bought what I needed and drove back on the road that the state had been forgetting, and the black spruce closed behind me in the rearview mirror. And when I arrived back at the cabin, the fog on the lake was still there, thicker now as the afternoon light began to fail, and the water below it was invisible and very still. I set Daniel's notebook on the writing desk beside my own. I cooked. I ate. I kept the wood stove fed. That evening, as the dark came down, I noticed that the herbal smell in the cabin had become slightly more distinct. Not stronger exactly, but more present. The way a sound you have been filtering out becomes audible again when you stop deliberately not hearing it. I moved through the rooms trying to locate its source, opening cabinet doors, checking the space beneath the sink, crouching to examine the wood stove seal. I found nothing. I went to bed with the bedroom window cracked a 1/4 inch because the cabin had warmed through the day and the air outside was clean and cold. I lay in the dark and listened. At first there was nothing except the settling of the building and the faint work of the wood stove in the other room. Then after some time I could not measure. The sound began again, low, continuous, at the precise edge where hearing and feeling cannot be cleanly separated. The same as the night before, the same quality, the same register, the same patient and unhurried tone. And this time, lying still in the dark with my eyes open, I understood that it was not coming from the water. It was not ambient sound carried across the surface of the lake by some quirk of temperature or terrain. It was coming from somewhere much closer than that. I lay still and did not get up and told myself that I had read Daniel's words too recently and that they were in me now, the way words get in you when you are tired and alone, coloring everything that followed. I kept telling myself this until I fell asleep. I did not find it as convincing the second time. There are things you talk yourself out of in the dark that wait for you in the morning. Patient as water. Patient as a name spoken in a voice you recognize, but cannot place. And by the time I poured my second cup of coffee the next day, I knew that what I had been explaining away was not going to go on being explained. I want to be precise about what happened on the third morning because precision is the only thing I have left to offer it. I woke before the light, not gradually, the way sleep ordinarily releases you, but completely, one moment under and the next entirely present, lying on my back in the dark with my eyes open and my hands flat against the quilt in the absolute certainty that I'd just heard my name, not the name on my driver's license, not Claire, which is what colleagues call me, what clients call me, what the world calls me. The other one, the name my mother had used only when she was afraid for me. A double diminutive for my middle name that she had invented when I was 4 years old and had never explained, and that no one living had ever heard, because my mother had been dead for 11 years and I had never told it to another person. The sound was already gone by the time I was fully awake. What remained was not an echo, but an impression. The way the air in a room retains the shape of a sound for a fraction of a second after the sound itself has ended. I lay still and waited, and it did not come again. And the only thing in the room was the dark and the cold that had come in through the cracked window, and the faint smell, closer now, of whatever the cabin carried in its walls. I got up. I closed the window. I stood in the middle of the bedroom floor in the dark, and I did not reach for the light switch because some part of me understood that turning the light on would be an admission that I was frightened, and I was not yet ready to make that admission. I stood in the dark for a long time. Then I went to the desk and I opened Daniel's notebook and I read, again, the 3 lines on the 3rd page from the back. The lake called me by the name my mother used. And below it, I went to the edge and stood there for a long time. I thought about what it meant that he had written those words, and then continued to return to this place for 3 more years after the year he had written them. Not fleeing. Returning. I thought about what that said about Daniel, about the particular quality of his relationship to things that could not be explained. He'd always been more comfortable than I was with unresolved tension. Professionally, personally, in every domain. He had a phrase for it that he used in clinical supervision. Not every open door needs to be walked through immediately. Sometimes you stand in the threshold and let the room come to you. The threshold. His word. I had read it in his notebook, and now I was thinking it in his voice, which was the first time since his death that I had heard his voice at all. and the experience of it was so unexpected and so complete that I had to sit down. I sat at the desk for a very long time. The dark outside began, so gradually it was almost theoretical to change. When there was enough light to see by, I put on my coat and walked to the lake. The fog was gone. The morning was clear and very cold. The sky, the particular hard blue of October morning in Vermont, after the temperature has dropped below freezing overnight. A blue with no warmth in it. A blue that is beautiful the way a clean edge is beautiful. The lake lay beneath it without movement. The surface so still that the reflected sky was indistinguishable from the actual sky, and standing at the edge I had the vertiginous sense of being suspended between two identical heavens with no ground beneath me at all. I looked at the water for a long time. Then I walked east along the shore path, following it where it curved around the lower end of the lake toward a section of shoreline I had not yet seen. The path was narrow and well used, the soil packed hard between exposed roots, the spruce pressing close on the uphill side. After perhaps 10 minutes of walking, the path widened slightly where a flat shelf of granite pushed out over the water, and I stepped onto it and stood there. From this point I could see the full length of the lake. It was perhaps a mile end to end, narrow, held tightly by the surrounding hills. At the far northern end, where the land rose more sharply, I could see the remnant of what had once been a dock, 3 posts remaining, the planking long gone, rising from the water at an angle that suggested the lake bottom had shifted at some point, and taken the foundation with it. Beside the dock, barely visible through the spruce, was a structure I had not seen from the cabin side. Low, stone-walled, with a roof line that had partially collapsed on one end. Not a cabin, something older and smaller, and built for a purpose I could not immediately identify. I stood on the granite shelf and looked at it for a while, and then I turned back toward the cabin, because the cold had worked its way through my coat in the way it does when you have been standing still too long, and because I was aware, with the particular clinical clarity that sometimes arrives when I am most unsettled, that I was not in a stable state, and that stability required warmth and food and, possibly, the act of writing something down. I wrote for 2 hours at the desk. Not about the cabin or the lake or Daniel's notebook. About my mother. This was not what I had planned to write. I had planned vaguely to write about grief as a professional phenomenon, the kind of reflective practice journaling that Daniel had encouraged in our supervision sessions. Instead, I wrote about my mother's hands, which had been small and very capable, and about the particular smell of the kitchen in the house where I had grown up, and about the last conversation we had ever had, which had been about something entirely ordinary. A recipe, a drive she was planning to take, a book she had been meaning to read, and about the fact that I had been distracted during that conversation and had ended it earlier than I needed to, because I had somewhere to be, and that I had not known it would be the last one. I wrote about the names she had called me. I had not written about any of this before. I had counseled dozens of people through exactly this category of experience, and I had never in 11 years written a word of it for myself. The writing came out in long, unbroken sentences, the kind that arrive when the thing being written has been waiting longer than the writer realized, and when I finally stopped my hand was stiff and the light had changed, and 2 hours had gone without my awareness of their passing. I put the pen down and looked at what I had written, and I recognized it, with a part of my mind that does not stop being a clinician even when it should, as a kind of material that arrives at the threshold, Daniel's word again, of a grief that has been managed so carefully for so long that the management itself has become the problem. I had been so careful. I had been so measured and so professional and so processually functional in the 11 years since my mother's death that I had, without fully understanding what I was doing, built the grief into the architecture of my daily life as a load-bearing wall, something that could not be removed without risk to the structure of everything built around it. I had counseled people through this exact mechanism. I had named it for them in language that was clear and compassionate and entirely correct. I had never named it for myself. I sat at the desk with a notebook open in front of me, and the lake visible through the window, and the cabin holding its low herbal smell around me, and I understood, with a certainty that arrived not as a thought, but as a physical sensation in the center of my chest, that I had not come here for Daniel. I had come here because something had been waiting for me to come. That is a sentence I would never use with a client. It is not clinical language. It does not belong in any framework I have been trained in or would endorse professionally. But it is the truest sentence I have written in 11 months of trying to write this account, and so it stays. In the late afternoon I drove back into Harlow Notch, not for groceries this time. I went to Pepper's Diner and sat at the counter and ordered coffee and the pie the man at the general store had mentioned, which was apple and genuinely good, and I waited for the diner to quiet enough that I could speak to the woman behind the counter without the conversation being general property. Her name was Gretchen. She was perhaps 50, with the kind of face that has been weathered into a permanent expression of calm assessment. She had lived in Harlow Notch her entire life, she told me, when I asked, in the straightforward way that small-town counter-conversations allow for. I told her I was renting the cabin on Turn Lake. The quality of the pause that followed was the same quality as the pause at the general store. Not surprise, not discomfort, but the careful evaluation of a person deciding how much of what they know to offer to a stranger. She said, "How long have you been there?" I said, 3 nights. She looked at me steadily for a moment. Then she said, "Have you been sleeping all right?" The question was asked in a tone that was neither casual nor concerned. It was asked in the tone of a person who already knows the answer and is offering the subject the chance to confirm it, which is a technique I use myself and recognize immediately in others. I told her the truth, which was that I had not been sleeping particularly well. She nodded once slowly. She refilled my coffee without being asked. She said, "The lake has a way with certain people." I asked her what she meant by certain people. She looked at me for a moment longer. Then she said, "People who are carrying something they have not put down yet." The diner was very quiet around us. Outside, the light was going the deep orange of late October, late afternoon, the kind of light that looks warm from inside a building and is not warm at all when you step into it. I sat with her words, and I did not try to answer them immediately. And she did not press me, and we stayed like that for a moment, in the particular silence of 2 people who have arrived, without planning to, at the edge of something that matters. The drive back to the cabin was darker than I expected, the trees on either side of the road pressing closer in the headlights than they had in daylight, and when I came around the last curve and the cabin appeared in the beams, I had a moment, brief and sharp and entirely unwelcome, of feeling that the lights inside were already on, that someone was already there, that I was not arriving but returning to something that had been in progress without me. Gretchen was at the cabin when I arrived the following morning, not inside it. I want to be precise about that. She was standing at the edge of the shore path, perhaps 30 feet from the cabin door, in a coat the color of old bark, with her hands in her pockets and her face turned toward the water. She did not look like someone who had just arrived. She looked like someone who had been there long enough to have settled into the place, the way a stone settles into the ground it has been resting on for years. I had not told her where the cabin was. I had not given her my name beyond Clare. I pulled in and sat in the car for a moment looking at her through the windshield, and she did not turn around. And then I got out and walked toward her and she said without turning, "The fog is staying late this year." I said, "How did you know where I was staying?" She said, "There is only one rental on Turn Lake. There has only ever been one." This was true, I knew. I had seen no other structures on the accessible shore beyond the collapsed building at the north end. I came to stand beside her, and we looked at the water together for a moment, and the fog she had mentioned was still there. A low belt of it lying across the middle of the lake, the near shore clear, and the far shore entirely erased. She said, "I came because you asked me what I meant last night, and I gave you half an answer. That is not a habit I like in myself." I told her I appreciated that. She said it is not a comfortable thing to talk about, and most people who rent that cabin do not need to hear it. They stay a few days. They sleep well. They leave. The lake does not trouble them. I asked her what made a difference between those people and the others. She was quiet for a moment, and the way I had already come to understand was her manner of thinking. Not hesitation, but a genuine and careful assembly of the right words in the right order. She said, "The lake responds to unfinished things. That is the only way I know to say it. People who come here with something unresolved, a grief they have been managing instead of feeling, a relationship that ended without a real ending, a truth they have been carrying without ever speaking it aloud. The lake finds that. It does not create the feeling. The feeling was already in you. The lake simply makes it audible." I asked her how long people in Harlow Notch had known this. She said as long as there have been people in Harlow Notch. She turned from the water then and looked at me directly for the first time since I had come to stand beside her, and her expression was the same calm assessment I had seen across the diner counter. Not unkind, not clinical, but precise in the way that a person is precise when they have said a difficult thing many times and have learned exactly how much weight each word requires. She said my grandmother called it the water's memory. She said the lake holds the voices of everyone who ever stood at its edge with something unspoken. Not their ghosts, not their spirits, their unspoken things. The weight of what was never said. I thought about what I had heard in the dark on 3 consecutive nights. The sound at the edge of audibility, my mother's name for me, arriving complete and unambiguous in the moment between sleeping and waking. Not a ghost. An unspoken thing. I asked Gretchen whether people were ever harmed by it. She considered this carefully. Then she said not harmed, but there had been people who stayed too long without completing what the lake was asking of them. And those people found it difficult to leave. Not physically difficult. Difficult in the way that you find it difficult to leave a conversation that has not reached its conclusion. The incompleteness keeps pulling. I thought about Daniel's notebook, about the repeated returns, year after year. About the line I went to the edge and stood there for a long time. And I think I understand now why people disappear in places like this. Not because they are pulled, because they are invited. I told Gretchen about Daniel, not everything, but the shape of it. That he had been my closest colleague and my closest friend. That he had come to this cabin for 6 years. That he had died in September, and that his wife had offered me the remaining rental, and that I had agreed before I understood why. She listened without interrupting, which is a rarer quality than it should be. When I had finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "He came to see me. Your friend, the 3rd year he was here. He came into the diner and he sat exactly where you sat last night, and he asked me the same question you asked, about what I meant by certain people. I said, 'What did you tell him?' She said the same thing I am telling you. And he sat with it, the way you are sitting with it. And then he asked me what you do about it. What completes it? I asked, 'What did you tell him?' She looked at the lake for a moment before she answered. She said, 'You go to the water at the hour it calls you. You go alone, you stand at the edge, and you say aloud the thing that has never been said. Not to the water, not to the memory, to yourself, in your own hearing. The lake does not need the words. You need the words. The lake is only the place that makes it impossible to keep avoiding them.' The fog had begun to thin as we stood there, the far shore emerging slowly from the white, the line of spruce taking shape tree by tree, the water between us, and it was very still and very dark, and in the growing clarity of the late morning, it looked less like a mirror and more like a depth. Something that went much further down than the surface suggested. I asked her what the structure was at the north end. The stone-walled building with the collapsed roof. She said it had been a boathouse, once, and before that something older. She was not certain what exactly, though her grandmother had called it the keeper's house, which she thought had referred to a much earlier period, when someone had lived at the lake year-round, tending to it in a way she could not fully explain. The family name associated with it was gone from the town by the time her grandmother was born. Only the building remained, and only barely. I asked whether it was safe to approach. She said, 'The foundation is sound. The interior is not.' Then she said, 'Your friend went there, the 3rd year. He wrote about it, I think.' I said, 'He did.' She nodded slowly. She did not ask what he had written, which I noticed, and which I understood to be its own kind of precision. The recognition that some things belong to the person who wrote them, and to the person who reads them, and to no one else. She said, 'The hour the lake calls you will be the same hour each night. That does not change. When you are ready, you will go at that hour, and you will stand at the water's edge, and you will say what needs to be said. That is all it requires.' I asked, 'How will I know when I am ready?' She looked at me for a long moment with the expression of a person who knows that the answer to a question is one the asker already holds. She said, 'You already know what needs to be said. You have known for 11 years. The readiness is not about knowing. It is about deciding that the cost of not saying it any longer is higher than the cost of saying it.' I had counseled people to exactly this understanding, in almost these exact words, and had never once applied it to myself. And hearing it said back to me in a voice that was not my own professional voice, but simply a plain and honest woman's voice in the cold Vermont morning. It moved through me the way cold moves through a building that has been sealed against it for too long, finding every gap in the structure, every place where the insulation had been insufficient. We stood at the water for a while longer without speaking. A single bird moved across the far shore, too distant to identify, its reflection tracking it precisely across the still surface below. When Gretchen left, she walked back up the shore path toward the road without ceremony, and I watched her go. And when she had disappeared into the spruce, I turned back to the lake, and I understood with complete clarity what the hour was that I had been waking at, and what it meant, and what I had been not saying for 11 years, and why my body had been carrying it in the particular place in my chest where it lived. That dense and patient weight that I had always described to myself as professionalism, and that was, I now understood, nothing of the kind. That night I did not wait to be called awake. I set no alarm because I did not need one. I went to bed early, and I lay in the dark and I waited, fully dressed under the quilt, my coat on the chair beside the bed, my boots on the floor ready. I lay there with my eyes open, and I breathed, and I let the cabin hold its silence around me. And I did not try to make the waiting into anything other than what it was. At what I believe was close to 3 in the morning, the sound began. I got up. I put on my coat and my boots. I opened the cabin door and walked out into the absolute dark of a moonless October night in the Northeast Kingdom, where the only light was the cold and indifferent light of stars above the tree line, and the faint white suggestion of the lake's surface in the dark below them. I walked to the edge of the water. I stood there. The sound was all around me now. Not frightening, not aggressive, not the sound of something approaching. The sound of something waiting, patient and low and completely certain of itself. The way water is certain, the way a lake that has been in its bowl of hills for longer than any name for it has been certain. I stood at the edge of the black water under the cold stars, and I opened my mouth, and I spoke my mother's name for me. And then, in the silence that followed, I said everything else. What I said at the water's edge is not something I am going to write here, because some words belong only to the air they were first spoken into, and the lake received them the way a lake receives everything, without judgment, without condition, with only the quiet and absolute patience of deep water that has been holding things for a very long time. I will tell you what the lake looked like when I was finished speaking. It was the same, exactly, completely, unremarkably, the same, black water under cold stars, the far shore invisible, the spruce pressing close on either side of the narrow strip of rocky ground where I stood. No light moved across the surface. No sound answered what I had said. The fog did not part dramatically. Nothing rose and nothing settled, and the world did not rearrange itself into a new configuration to acknowledge what had just occurred. And yet, the weight in the center of my chest, which I had been carrying for 11 years with a careful, practiced nonchalance of a person who has learned to move normally under a load they have stopped consciously registering, was different. Not gone. I want to be honest about that. It was not gone, but it had changed in quality. The way a stone changes when you finally pick it up and hold it openly in your hand, rather than pressing it flat against your body beneath your coat. It was the same stone. It was simply, for the first time, acknowledged as a stone. I stood at the water's edge for a long time after I had finished speaking, long enough for the cold to work all the way through my coat and into the muscles of my shoulders and the small bones of my hands, long enough for my eyes to fully adjust to the dark, so that the lake became not a void but a presence, dimensioned, textured, a real body of water in a real landscape, rather than an abstraction my fear had made of it. At some point I became aware that the sound had stopped, not faded, stopped. Between one moment and the next it was simply absent. The way a sound you have grown so accustomed to that you have ceased hearing it becomes suddenly and completely audible in the instant it ends. The silence that replaced it was a different silence than the silence that had preceded the sound's arrival 3 nights earlier. That silence had been expectant. This one was settled. The difference between a room before conversation and a room after one. I walked back to the cabin. I took off my coat and my boots. I lay down on the bed without getting under the quilt, and I looked at the ceiling and I breathed, and the breathing was easier than it had been in a very long time. Not because anything in my life had changed, not because the grief was resolved or the loss made smaller, but because I had finally stopped pretending to myself that the weight was not there, and the energy that pretending had required had been quietly, continuously, enormous. I slept until 9 in the morning, which I had not done in years. The day that followed was the quietest day I had spent in longer than I could accurately calculate. I did not write. I did not read Daniel's notebook or my own. I made a long, unhurried breakfast, and I sat at the desk window and watched the lake, which was visible now in a way it had not been on any previous morning. Clear of fog, the surface moving in a faint wind that had come up some time before dawn, the water catching the October light and returning it in small, irregular flashes. The far shore was fully present. The spruce on the other side were individual trees rather than a collective mass of darkness. The collapsed boathouse at the north end was visible in the middle distance, its remaining walls the color of old iron in the morning light. The lake looked, for the first time, like a lake. I walked to Gretchen's diner in the early afternoon, on foot rather than by car, taking the road through the spruce and then the short main street of Harlow Notch with its post office and its church and its general store, all of it rendered in the clean flat light of a clear October afternoon, everything casting sharp shadows, everything precise and present and ordinary in the way that ordinary things become extraordinary when you have been inside an extraordinary experience and have come out the other side of it. Gretchen was behind the counter. The diner was empty. She looked at me when I came through the door, and the look was not a question. It was a recognition. The quiet acknowledgement of a person who has seen this particular expression on a person's face before and knows exactly what it means. She poured coffee without being asked and set a slice of pie beside it without asking whether I wanted it. I sat down. I drank the coffee. I ate the pie, which was pear this time, with a filling that had been spiced with something I could not name, warm and faintly bitter underneath the sweetness. I told her it had happened. She said, "I know." I asked her how she knew, and she said that when a lake was finished with someone, it showed in how they held their shoulders. Lower, further back, as though a strap had been loosened. She said her grandmother had described it the same way. I asked her about her grandmother, whether she had stood at the water herself. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "My grandmother lost a child, an infant, the winter she turned 23, a sickness that came and went in 4 days and left her with nothing but a name she had chosen and a grief she carried so quietly that most people who knew her never knew it was there. She came to the lake in the spring after. She came back every year until she was too old to make the walk." I said, "Did it help her?" Gretchen said, "She said it did not take the grief away. She said it gave the grief a place to live that was not inside her body. She said there was a difference between the two that was worth the cold and the dark, and the standing at the water's edge in the middle of the night." I thought about that for a long time after I left the diner. About the difference between grief that lives inside the body and grief that has been given a place to exist outside it. As a clinician, I understood this concept thoroughly in theory. As a person, I had spent 11 years demonstrating that understanding something in theory and understanding it in the body are two entirely different orders of knowledge, and that the distance between them is one of the most quietly devastating gaps in the whole of human experience. My mother had died on a Tuesday morning in November, 11 years prior, of a stroke that had been quick and complete. She had been 61 years old and had been healthy, or had appeared to be, or had been the kind of person who did not discuss health concerns with her children because she did not want to be a burden, which had been her phrase for any form of need she might have placed on another person. She had used that phrase her entire life, and I had understood it as a personality trait rather than a symptom, because I had been young and had not yet learned to look for what was underneath the way a person described themselves. I had been a grief counselor for 7 years by the time she died. I had known, academically and professionally, that counselors who lose someone close to them are among the most likely to postpone their own grief. That the very tools that make the work possible become, in the hands of the self, instruments of avoidance. I had known this. I had cited the research and supervision. I had watched for it in colleagues, and had encouraged Daniel, specifically, to seek outside support after a significant personal loss he had experienced the year before we met. I had not applied a single day of that knowledge to myself. What I had done instead was absorb the grief into the architecture of my professional identity, let it inform my work with clients in ways I told myself were empathic, and were, I now understood, something more complicated, an unacknowledged reciprocity, a secret and one-sided conversation I had been having with my mother's absence through every bereaved client I had ever sat with. This is not a comfortable thing to write. I'm writing it because Gretchen's grandmother was right that there is a difference between grief inside the body and grief given a place outside it, and because part of giving it a place outside is naming what it actually was. Not professional depth, not hard-won empathy, but a woman who missed her mother and had not said so, to herself or to anyone else, in 11 years. On the last full day before I was due to leave, I returned to the granite shelf on the eastern shore and sat on it for a long time in the cold, clear afternoon light, looking north toward the collapsed boathouse and the old dock posts rising from the water at their slow angle. I thought about Daniel coming to this place 6 consecutive years, and about what he had been working toward in those 6 visits. Not the book, I thought now, or not only the book, something more personal than that, something that had needed the specific quality of this water, this silence, this particular remove from the world where the radio stopped and the ordinary language of daily life grew thin, and what remained was only what was actually true. I thought about his voice in my head, the morning after I had first read his notebook. The threshold, his word, his concept, the one he had returned to in every conversation we had ever had about grief's structure. The idea that there is a crossing, and that the crossing requires willingness, and that willingness is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move toward what is necessary despite it. He had come here 6 times and had stood at the water and had, I believed, said what needed to be said on that 3rd-year night he had written about, and had come back afterward not because the work was unfinished, but because the place had become meaningful to him, a landmark in the interior geography of his life, a place where something real had happened, and that therefore meant something real. I understood that now. In a way, I had not understood anything in a very long time. Before I left the granite shelf, I took a smooth, flat stone from the edge of the shelf and held it in my hand for a moment, feeling its weight and its cold and its specific, unremarkable solidity. Then I set it at the water's edge at the base of the shelf. Not with ceremony, not with any particular intention beyond the simple human need to mark a place where something has occurred. I walked back along the shore path to the cabin in the long golden light of late afternoon, the spruce casting their shadows across the path in cold bars, the lake visible between the trees at intervals, flat and pewter now as the light shifted, patient as it had always been, carrying whatever it carried in its depth below the surface that showed nothing and held everything. That evening, Gretchen came to the cabin. She knocked, and I let her in, and she stood in the main room and looked around it with the practiced eye of someone who has known a place for a long time and can read its changes. She brought with her a small cloth bundle tied with kitchen twine, which she set on the writing desk beside Daniel's notebook and my own. She said, "My grandmother made these for people who stayed at the lake and found what they came for. I have been making them since she could no longer do it. It is dried yarrow and a few other things. Put it somewhere in your home where the air moves, a windowsill, a door frame. It is not magic. It is a reminder." I asked her, "A reminder of what?" She said that you have already done the hard thing. On any future night when the weight returns and you cannot remember that you set it down, the smell will remind you. The body remembers what the mind forgets. I picked up the bundle. It was the smell. The low, unidentifiable herbal presence that had been in the cabin since the moment I arrived. The smell I had searched for in cabinets and along baseboards and had not been able to locate, because it had not been coming from any single source. It had been woven into the cabin itself, into the wood and the air and the long memory of the place. From years of bundles exactly like this one left by a woman who understood what the lake did and who had chosen to tend to it. I held the bundle in my hands and the smell moved through me like something that had been waiting to be recognized. And I said, "It was here the whole time." Gretchen said, "It is always here, for the people who need it." She left without ceremony, the way she did everything, and I stood in the cabin with the bundle in my hands and the lake outside the window, going dark in the last of the light, and I felt, for the first time in 11 years, that I was not managing anything. I was simply standing in a room, holding something small and real, at the end of a day that had asked everything of me and given something back that I had not known was lost until I found it. The drive out of Harlow Notch the following morning took 47 minutes in reverse, and when the radio signal returned somewhere on Route T2, and the news came back, weather moving down from Quebec, the same weather, the world continuing in its ordinary motion, I reached over and turned it off, and drove the rest of the way to Burlington in the particular silence of a person who is not avoiding sound but simply does not need it yet. I placed the bundle on the windowsill above the kitchen sink in my apartment at Burlington, where the window faces east and catches the morning draft when it is cracked open, which in Vermont is possible for perhaps 5 months of the year, and which I began doing every morning after I returned, even in the cold ones, even when the air that came through the gap was sharp enough to see. The yarrow smell moved through the kitchen every morning with the draft, faint and specific and entirely itself, and every morning I registered it the way Gretchen had said I would, not as a reminder of the lake exactly, but as a confirmation of something already present, a small daily verification. You have already done the hard thing. The body remembers what the mind forgets. November came, my caseload returned to its full weight, and I carried it differently, not more easily in any way I could have explained to a colleague, but with a different quality of presence. The distance I had been maintaining, the careful professional remove I had built into every session as a structural element rather than a clinical choice. I felt it now as the choice it had always been, and I began, carefully and with full attention, to dismantle it. I went back to therapy myself, not for the first time. I had been in and out of it across my career, as most clinicians are, with varying degrees of genuine engagement. This time I went with the specific and unambiguous intention of talking about my mother, which I had never done in any previous course of treatment, with any completeness. Having always navigated away from the subject with the deft, practiced redirections of a person who works with language professionally and knows exactly how to keep it from arriving somewhere she does not want to go. My therapist, a woman in her 60s named Ruth, who had been recommended by a colleague, and who had the particular quality of stillness I have come to associate with people who have done their own work fully and without reservation, noticed the redirection in our third session and named it plainly. She said, "You do that very well. I imagine it serves you enormously in your professional life." I said, "It does." She said, "How does it serve you here?" And I said, "It does not." And that was the first honest sentence I had spoken in a therapeutic context about myself in longer than I was comfortable calculating. We worked for months. The work was not dramatic. It did not arrive in revelations or in the sudden cascading clarity that grief literature sometimes describes, the moment when the dam breaks and everything behind it rushes forward. It arrived the way most genuine interior work arrives, in small, incremental, frequently uncomfortable increments, each one unremarkable in itself and significant only in accumulation. A Tuesday session in which I cried for the first time since my mother's death. Not dramatically, but steadily, for perhaps 12 minutes. After which I felt not better exactly, but more accurately calibrated, as though a reading that had been consistently wrong had been corrected. A Thursday session the following month, in which I finally said aloud that I had ended the last phone call early, and that I had known at the time that I was choosing to end it, and that I had told myself for 11 years it had not mattered, and had known for 11 years that it had. Ruth did not rush any of it. She had the quality that the best clinicians have and that I work toward in my own practice. The ability to sit with unresolved material without the anxiety of resolution, to allow the thing to be incomplete until it is ready to be complete. To trust the process more than the pace. Daniel had had that quality. He had had it in supervision and in conversation, and I understood now, in the way he had approached Turn Lake. Returning year after year without forcing the work, trusting the place, trusting himself, trusting the threshold to present itself when the time was accurate. I thought about him often in the months after Vermont. Not with the sealed and managed grief I had been applying to his absence, the same careful architecture I had built around my mother's death, but, openly, the way you think about someone whose company you genuinely miss. The specific things, his handwriting, the way he laughed at his own jokes before he finished telling them, the particular phrase he used when a supervision session had hit something true. Well, he would say with the comma following immediately, well, there it is, as though truth were a thing that arrived and simply needed to be acknowledged before you could move on. Well, there it is. I called Patrice in December. The first time I had called her since the initial conversation about the cabin. We talked for nearly an hour, which surprised us both. She told me about the book Daniel had been working on, which he had left in a state closer to completion than she had known. 2/3 of a draft, organized, with marginal notes that read like instructions to himself for the final third. She was considering whether to find someone to complete it. I told her I thought it deserved completion. She said she thought so too. She asked about the cabin. I told her I had found it meaningful in ways I had not expected. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "He told me once that the lake up there did something for him that he could not do for himself. He said it was the most honest place he had ever been. He said the water did not let you pretend." I said, "That is exactly right." She said, "I thought it might be good for someone who knew him to go. I thought it might be good for you specifically." I asked her whether she had known what the lake was like, what it did. She said, "He told me. Not everything, but enough. He said there was a woman in town who understood it. He said she had been very kind." I thought about Gretchen standing at the shore path in the early morning with her hands in her pockets and her face turned toward the water, looking like a stone that had been resting in the same place for years. I thought about the bundle of euro on my windowsill in the morning draft that moved through the kitchen and the small daily confirmation it offered, patient and consistent and entirely without drama. I wrote to Gretchen in January, a letter, not an email. It seemed correct for the correspondence, consistent with the quality of the place and the person. I thanked her for the bundle and for the conversation at the shore and for the information she had offered without being asked. I told her that the work had continued after I left, and that it was continuing still, and that I understood now what her grandmother had meant about the difference between grief inside the body and grief given a place to exist outside it. She wrote back in February, in a hand that was plain and deliberate, on paper that smelled faintly of something I recognized. She said that she was glad. She said that Daniel had also written to her after his first visit, and that she had kept his letter, and that she hoped I did not mind her knowing that he and I had been connected. She said, "People who find what they come for at Turn Lake tend to find each other, eventually. The lake has a long memory, and it keeps its own record of who has stood at its edge and been honest." She said one more thing, at the end of the letter, that I have read many times since, and that I will write here because it belongs in this account, and because she said it simply enough that it requires no elaboration. She said, "The water does not keep what you give it. It passes it through. What you spoke at the edge of the lake on that October night is not sitting at the bottom of Turn Lake. It is in the air now, the way all spoken things eventually become part of the air. Your mother heard it the way the living cannot. That is what the lake is for." I folded the letter and put it in the drawer of the writing desk in my apartment, beside the notebook I had filled at the cabin, and I stood at the desk for a moment, in the February light that was coming through the window above the euro bundle, pale and cold and thin, but present. Genuinely present. The particular light of a Vermont winter that is not warm and does not pretend to be, but that is there every morning regardless, doing its quiet work. In March, I drove back to Harlow Notch, not to the cabin. The rental season had not yet opened, and I had not arranged to stay. I drove up on a Saturday morning with no particular plan beyond arrival, taking Route 2 north and then the county road that the state was still forgetting. The trees on either side still bare. The sky, the flat white of early Vermont spring before the color returns. The radio signal thinning and then thinning further, and then going to silence in the last 12 minutes of the drive. The same silence as before, the silence of a place that has no interest in what the outside world is saying. I parked on the road above the cabin and walked down the gravel track on foot. The cabin was locked and dark, but the shore path was open, and I followed it east the way I had on that first full morning, past the bare-branched undergrowth and the spruce that held their color year-round, patient and dark and permanent. The lake in March was different from the lake in October in every sensory particular. The water was higher from snowmelt, the shoreline narrower, the rocky ground I had stood on in October partially submerged. The color was a deep gray-green rather than pewter, the surface moving in a light wind that carried no warmth, but carried the smell of cold water and wet earth and the first suggestion, barely present, of the season beginning its long turn toward something other than winter. I walked to the granite shelf on the eastern shore, and stood on it and looked north toward the boathouse ruins and the old dock posts and the full length of the lake below the white sky. I did not speak. I had said what needed to be said, and it had been said, and the air had it now, and what remained was not an obligation but a continuity. The simple and sufficient fact of returning to a place that had asked something real of you and to which you owed, not gratitude exactly, but acknowledgement, presence. The willingness to come back and stand in the place, and let it be what it is. I stood on the granite shelf for a long time. The wind moved across the water, and the water moved beneath the wind, and the spruce on the far shore stood in their own reflections, and the whole of it, the lake, the hills, the white sky, the specific cold of an early Vermont Marchways was so completely and unremarkably itself that I felt, standing in the middle of it, the particular piece of a person who is exactly where they are and nowhere else. Not healed. I want to be accurate about that word because I use it professionally and I know its limits. Not healed, not resolved, not finished. My mother was still dead, and Danny was still dead, and the last phone call had still ended when it ended, and none of that was different or would ever be different. But the weight of it had changed, and the change was real, and I was carrying it now in the open rather than underneath everything else. And that was not a small thing. That was in fact the whole thing. On the way back along the shore path, I stopped where Gretchen had been standing that early morning in October, at the place where the path met the narrow strip of ground closest to the cabin, and I went to the water from there, not from the shelf, not from the cabin window, but from the place where she had stood with her hands in her pockets and her face turned toward the lake, as though she had been part of the landscape for as long as the landscape had existed. The lake was the same from here as from everywhere else, patient, dark at depth, carrying what it carried. I thought about her grandmother walking this same path for decades, in every season, in every weather, coming to the place where the unspoken things became audible, and tending to it the way you tend to something that matters, not by controlling it, not by explaining it, but simply by returning, and being present and trusting that the water knows its work. I walked back up the gravel track to the car. I sat for a moment before starting the engine, looking down through the spruce toward the water, which was just barely visible from here. A fragment of gray-green surface between dark trunks, there and then gone as the wind moved the branches across it, present and then not present and then present again. I started the car. I drove back the way I had come, the silence of the last 12 miles giving way to static, and then to signal, and then to the ordinary frequency of the world continuing in its ordinary motion. And I let the radio play this time, and I drove south through the bare March landscape, with the yarrow smell still faintly in my coat, from the morning draft that had moved through the kitchen before I left, and I thought about nothing in particular, which is its own kind of arrival. Some places hold what you bring to them and give it back in a form you can finally carry. I still live in Burlington, in the same apartment with the same east-facing kitchen window. Every morning the draft comes through when I crack it open, and every morning the yarrow smell moves through the room, and I register it the way you register the things that have become part of the structure of your days. Not with surprise, not with intensity, but with the quiet and sufficient recognition of something that is simply reliably there. My mother's name for me is still mine. I say it to myself sometimes, in the privacy of ordinary mornings, not as an invocation and not as a grief, but as a fact. A piece of language she made for me that belongs to me now, that the air has had for long enough, that it has passed all the way through and come back as something I can hold without being held by it. That is what the lake is for. That brings us to the end of another night in the shadows. To anyone who stuck with me until the very end, thank you. Your company makes these dark stories feel a little less lonely. Sleep well, dream peacefully, and remember they are only stories after all. Sweet dreams, my friend. The Last Duty. My name is Gerald Marsh, and I spent 31 years managing the Harlan's Mill Depot for Kansas State Transit. I say that plainly, the way I would have said it on any ordinary morning when I was still the kind of man who believed that every problem had a file number and every file number had a solution. I say it the way I trained my dispatchers to say it when they answered the phone. Steady, informational, without embellishment. I was a man of schedules and carbon copies. I was a man who believed that the world ran on documentation. I do not believe that anymore. I am not certain what I believe now, but I know what I saw and I know what I found, and I know that the story I am about to tell you is the most thoroughly documented impossible thing I have ever encountered in my life. It began in the winter of 2007, on a Tuesday morning in the second week of December. I had driven into the depot before 5 a.m., the way I always did in the cold months, because the first runs of the day departed at 5:45, and the drivers liked to see the lights on when they arrived. Harlan's Mill is the kind of Kansas town that does not announce itself. No welcome sign, no strip of chain restaurants on the outskirts, just a water tower with flaking paint and a grain elevator that blocks the sunrise on the east side of town. The depot itself was a concrete block building, erected in 1963, and it smelled, as it always smelled, of diesel exhaust and old paper, and the particular institutional coffee that had been burning in a glass pot since 4:30 a.m. I parked my truck in the lot. The gravel was frozen in the ruts of 100 previous mornings. The air was the specific cold of the Kansas flatlands in December, which is not the dramatic cold of mountains or coastlines, but something quieter and more patient, a cold that simply settles over everything and waits. I pushed through the depot door and nodded at Wheeler, the overnight duty officer, who was already gathering his coat to leave. He handed me the clipboard with the night-run duty slips. The standard forms our drivers filled out after every completed route, listing the bus number, the run designation, the departure time, the arrival time, and the driver's signature. I have reviewed these slips every morning for 3 decades. I reviewed them automatically, the way a person reads the back of a cereal box, present in the act without being fully conscious of it. I poured my coffee and was halfway down the stack when I stopped. The slip for the overnight Emporia run, Route 8, the long northwest corridor, was in my hand. The bus number was correct. The route designation was correct. The times were correct. Everything on the front of that slip was filled in with the efficient, slightly cramped handwriting of a man who had been filling out these slips for more than 2 decades. The driver's name, printed in the designated field, was Robert Calley. And where Robert Calley's signature should have been, at the bottom of the slip, someone had written 3 letters in blue ink. The handwriting was not cramped and efficient. It was shaking. It was the handwriting of a hand that had barely managed the letters at all. R.I.P. I stood there for a long moment with the coffee going cold in my hand. My first thought was that someone had made a dark joke, that one of the younger drivers, bored and unwise in the way that bored young men sometimes are, had gotten hold of a completed slip and altered it. My second thought was that it was a mistake, a misread abbreviation, something innocuous that only looked wrong in the yellow light of a December morning before I had properly woken up. I set the slip on my desk and went to find Wheeler before he could leave the parking lot. He had seen nothing unusual with the slips. He had collected them from the return log box the way he always did, reviewed them for completeness, and stacked them on my clipboard. He had not noticed anything wrong with the Calley slip because he had not looked at the signature field. Nobody looked at the signature field. It was a formality. Driver signed. Slips were filed. That was the procedure. I asked him where Robert Calley was. Wheeler gave me a look that I did not understand at the time. He said Robert had called in at the start of his shift the previous evening. He had sounded fine. His check-in from Emporia had come through at the standard time. His return check-in had come through at the standard time. The run had been completed without incident, on schedule, by the numbers. I told Wheeler to send Callie to my office when he came in to collect his next assignment. Wheeler did not say anything for a moment. He looked at the floor and then back at me. Robert Callie had passed away the previous afternoon, he said. A cardiac event. He had collapsed at home while getting ready for his shift. His wife had called 911, but he had been gone before the ambulance arrived. I did not move. Wheeler kept talking. Something about having tried to reach me, about the chaos of rearranging the roster at the last minute, about the long-haul drivers who had covered the affected runs. I heard the words. I did not process them. I was looking at the duty slip on my desk, at the blue ink signature that should not exist, at the 3 letters written in a hand I now understood had been shaking for a reason. Robert Callie had died at approximately 4:30 p.m. on Monday. The Emporia run departs at 8 p.m. and returns at 3:15 a.m. Someone had driven Route 8 between those hours. Someone had returned the bus to the depot and submitted the duty slip with Robert Callie's name printed on the line. I picked up the phone and called the Emporia depot to confirm the overnight arrival. The nightman there confirmed it without hesitation. Bus 17 had arrived on schedule. Passengers had disembarked. Several had boarded for the return. The driver had not come inside. He had waited at the curb, as some of the long-haul drivers did in cold weather, and then departed for the return run on time. I hung up the phone. Outside the depot windows, the Kansas morning was just beginning to separate itself from night. A thin gray line along the flat eastern horizon. The grain elevator a dark shape against it. The fluorescent light above my desk buzzed very quietly, the way it had buzzed every morning for years, and the coffee in my mug had gone completely cold. I sat in my chair and I looked at the slip, and I felt, for the first time in 31 years of depot management, that the rules I had built my life around were not walls at all. They were, at best, a suggestion. Somewhere in the early morning parking lot, Bus 17 sat in its numbered space under the sodium lights, and I had not yet gone out to look at it, and I already understood that I should. The sodium lights in the depot parking lot do not flicker. They have never flickered, not once in the 31 years I worked under them, and that steadiness had always been, in some small and unexamined way, a comfort to me. Constant light, predictable light, light that did not vary based on mood or season or the presence of things that should not be present. They were steady that morning too, as I crossed the frozen gravel toward Bus 17, steady and indifferent and yellow, the way they always were. But the comfort was gone. I noticed their steadiness now the way you notice the ticking of a clock, only after you have begun to wonder if something in the house is wrong. Bus 17 was parked in its assigned space at the far end of the row, nose out the way all our drivers were required to return the vehicles for easy morning departure. It looked exactly like every other bus in the line. Burgundy and white, the Kansas State Transit logo on the side panel. The destination board above the windshield still reading Emporia in black letters on a white background, unremarkable in every visible way. I stood in front of it for a moment before I touched anything. I do not know what I was expecting. Some visible sign, I suppose. Some evidence that would confirm what the duty slip had already told me and release me from the obligation of believing it. The windshield was fogged with condensation on the outside, the way all the buses were on cold mornings, and I could not see clearly into the cab. I walked around to the passenger side door, the way I had done 1,000 times during routine inspections, and I pulled it open. The interior smell reached me immediately. Every transit bus carries its own specific smell. A combination of the cleaning product used on the seats, the particular exhaust profile of the engine, and the accumulated residue of the people who have ridden it over its years of service. Bus 17 smelled of all of those things. But underneath them, unmistakably, was something else. Not unpleasant, not frightening in any obvious way. It was the smell of a particular brand of pipe tobacco, a cherry vanilla blend that I had not smelled in years, and had not expected to smell again, because the only person who had ever smoked it on depot property, always after completing a long run, walking alone around the edge of the lot in the dark, was Robert Callie. I stood in the doorway for a moment and breathed. Then I stepped up into the bus. The seats were clean. The floor runner was intact. Nothing was overturned or out of place, and there were no visible signs that anything unusual had occurred during the night run. I walked the length of the aisle slowly, checking the seat backs, the overhead compartments, the emergency exit at the rear. Everything was ordinary. Everything was in its place. I turned and walked back toward the front, the driver's seat. I had looked at that seat from a distance every working day for 3 decades. I had sat in it myself on a handful of occasions, when a driver called in sick and we were short, or during the annual safety certification reviews when I was required to demonstrate my own proficiency behind the wheel. It was a standard transit operator's chair, high-backed, with a cushion that had been replaced twice since the bus entered service. There was nothing unusual about it now, nothing visible, nothing I could point to and name. Except that it was warm. Not warm the way a seat is warm from recent sun exposure or from a heating duct positioned nearby. Warm in a different way. A more specific way. The residual warmth of a body that has been sitting in a position for a long time and has recently departed it. I pressed my palm flat against the cushion. The heat was unambiguous, and it was in the precise configuration of a person's weight, concentrated in the center, shallower at the edges. The specific distribution of someone who sits the way Robert Callie always sat, slightly right-leaning, favoring the shoulder that had given him trouble since a loading accident 8 years before. I pulled my hand back. On the dashboard, in the small tray between the speedometer panel and the left wall of the cab where drivers kept their personal items during long runs. A water bottle, a phone charger, a folded road map. There was a single object I had not noticed from the aisle, a piece of paper, folded twice. I unfolded it with care, the way you unfold something when you already suspect it is going to matter. It was not a standard transit form, it was a personal notepad page, the kind sold in packs of 3 at the gas stations along the highway corridor, narrow-ruled with a faint blue grid, and on it, in the same cramped, deficient handwriting that had filled out 31 years of duty slips, were 4 words. 1 passenger. Last stop. Below the words, no destination was written, no time, no route number, only initials, printed slowly and carefully in the same blue ink as the duty slip signature, as if the writer had understood that these were the last letters he would ever form. R.C. Robert Callie. I stood in the cab of bus 17 with that piece of paper in my hand, and I was aware, in a way that was physical before it was intellectual, that something was happening that I did not have a category for. I had spent 31 years building categories. Files for mechanical failures, files for route irregularities, files for personnel incidents, files for complaints. I had a category for everything that could happen in a transit depot in a mid-sized Kansas town. I did not have a category for this. I went back to my office. I sat at my desk. I placed the note beside the duty slip and looked at them together for a long time. Then I called the overnight dispatcher, a careful and thorough woman named Patricia Deese, who had been working night dispatch for 11 years, and who I trusted more than almost anyone else on staff. Patricia confirmed what Wheeler had already told me about the roster chaos of the previous evening. She confirmed that the Emporia run had been covered. She could not tell me by whom, because in the rush of rearranging 12 drivers across 7 routes after the news about Callie, the specific assignment for Route 8 had not been formally documented. It had been handled in a phone call that she could not now fully reconstruct. Was that possible? I asked. Could a run that large go out without a documented driver assignment? It should not be possible, she said. But the board had been chaotic, and she had been working 3 phones simultaneously, and she was sorry. I told her not to worry about it. I thanked her and hung up. I thought about what that meant. A run had departed on time with no formally assigned driver. A run had completed on time, on schedule, without incident, with passengers boarding and disembarking at the appropriate stops. A duty slip had been submitted with a dead man's name on it, and free letters where his signature should have been. And there had been one passenger going to a last stop, with no recorded destination. I picked up the note again and held it near the desk lamp, in the bottom right corner of the page, so faint it might have been a shadow or a smear, was a small dark mark. I tilted the paper toward the light and held it there until my eyes adjusted. It was a shape, rough and imprecise, but recognizable. A marigold, a single marigold pressed flat against the paper as though it had been held there by something wet, and then removed, leaving only its outline and a faint orange stain. I set the note down very carefully. Outside the depot windows, the grain elevator was fully visible now against a pale gray sky. The morning shift was beginning to arrive. I could hear the crunch of tires on frozen gravel, the sound of the depot door opening and closing, the ordinary sounds of an ordinary transit morning. In a few minutes my office would be occupied with the practical business of the day, and I would need to be the man who ran this depot, the man who had answers, the man who stood at the center of the schedule and held it steady. But I sat for another moment, quietly, with the note in the duty slip and the particular smell of cherry vanilla pipe tobacco still faintly present in my coat from where I'd stood in the doorway of bus 17. One passenger. Last stop. Someone had ridden Route 8 last night who was not on any manifest, in a bus driven by someone who was not on any roster, and the only evidence that either of them had existed at all was a folded note in blue ink and the ghost of a flower pressed against paper. I needed to find whoever had ridden that bus, and I understood already, before I had taken a single step toward finding them, that what I was going to learn was not going to fit in any file I had ever made. The morning had fully arrived by the time I stepped back into the depot's main room, and with it came all the noise and motion of a working Tuesday. Drivers checking boards, the dispatch printer running its first route confirmations of the day, someone's radio crackling from the break room at the back of the building, ordinary sounds. Sounds I had been measuring my mornings by for 3 decades, but underneath all of it, steady and cold as the frozen gravel outside, was the knowledge of what sat on my desk, a dead man's handwriting, and a flower that had left its shape on paper without leaving itself behind. I needed to find the passenger. That was the clear thought, the actionable thought, the thought that kept me moving forward when everything else in my mind was dissolving at its edges. One passenger. Last stop. Someone had boarded Route 8 the previous evening and ridden it through the night with a driver who should not have existed, and somewhere between Harlan's Mill and Emporia and back again, something had been completed or communicated or delivered, and I did not know what. The problem was the same one that confronts anyone who tries to investigate an unreserved overnight bus run. There is no manifest. There is no ticketing record. Passengers pay in cash at the door, or occasionally, with a transit pass that logs a tap but not a name, and once the bus moves they are anonymous, just shapes and seats in the dark, traveling between one ordinary point and another. My leverage was minimal, but I had worked in this corridor long enough to know that overnight runs on rural highways are not truly anonymous. They are witnessed. Gas station attendants, late-night diners, the handful of people who are always awake at 2 a.m. in a small town and watching whatever moves past their window. These are the archives of the unreserved route. I left Patricia Deese handling the morning board and drove my truck back out onto the highway. The Route 8 corridor is a straight run northwest out of Harlan's Mill, through 40 miles of grassland and 2 small towns before it reaches the Emporia depot. In December, the landscape on either side of the highway is the color of old cardboard, flat, dry, without feature or variation, broken only by the occasional farmstead set back from the road and the rare interruption of a grain storage facility or a water tower standing alone against the sky. It is the kind of country that makes you understand in a very physical way how small any individual human life is against the scale of open land. I stopped first at the pilot station 11 miles out, which stays open around the clock and whose overnight attendant, a heavy-set man named Don that I had known casually for years, was still on shift when I arrived. Don remembered the bus. He remembered it because he had watched it pass from behind the register window at around 8:40 p.m. the previous evening, running on time the way Callie always ran on time. And he had thought briefly of Robert because he had heard about the death through the town's informal network of people who know each other's business. He had thought it was strange that the bus was running at all, given the circumstances, and then he had assumed that transit had covered the route the way transit always covered things and had not thought about it further. Had he seen any passengers boarding or disembarking at the highway pullout? I asked. The pullout on Route 8 is not an official stop, but drivers had been informally using it for years for elderly passengers who could not manage the walk from town to the depot. Don thought about it for a moment. There had been a woman, he said. An older woman, he thought, though he had not gotten a clear look. She had been standing at the pullout when the bus slowed, and he had watched the door open, and she had boarded. He remembered because it had seemed late for an elderly woman to be standing alone on a highway in December. He had not seen her face. He had not seen her get off. I thanked him and drove further. At the Emporia depot, I spoke to the night attendant who had confirmed the bus's arrival in my earlier phone call. He was a younger man named Curtis who had been on overnight for 3 years and who paid attention to things the way young men do when they are alone in a large empty building at 2 in the morning and have nothing else to occupy them. He told me the bus had arrived 4 minutes ahead of schedule, which was unusual. Callie ran on time, but not early. It was a point of professional principle with him, and that 2 passengers had disembarked. One was a man in his 30s that Curtis recognized as a regular on the corridor. The other was a woman. An older woman, I said. Curtis looked at me. Yes, he said. An older woman in a dark coat. She had not gone into the depot. She had stepped off the bus and stood on the curb for a moment, and then walked away from the building. Not toward the parking lot or the street, but toward the open area behind the depot where the out-of-service buses were stored in winter. He had found that strange enough to watch through the window. She had walked between 2 parked buses, and then he had lost sight of her. Had anyone boarded the return run? I asked. The regular, he said. The man in his 30s. And one other passenger who had been waiting on the bench when the bus arrived. He had not gotten a good look at that passenger. They had boarded quickly and taken a seat in the back of the bus. I drove back toward Harlan's Mill with the heater running full and the flat winter landscape moving past on both sides, and I tried to hold all of it in order. An older woman had boarded at the highway pullout, 11 miles out of Harlan's Mill. She had ridden to Emporia. She had not reboarded. The return run had carried a passenger whose description Curtis could not give me. 1 passenger. Last stop. The note had been on the outbound dashboard, which meant Callie, or whatever, had been driving that bus, had written it before the run began, or during it, had known before departure or shortly after, that there was 1 passenger who mattered above all others. 1 passenger going somewhere specific, somewhere that was not on any route map. I stopped for coffee at the small diner in Creston, which sits at the midpoint of the corridor, and opens at 6 a.m. for the farm workers. The woman behind the counter was Dee Ashworth, who had been running that diner for 20 years, and who, like Don at the pilot station, had heard about Robert Callie's passing. I told her I was trying to understand the overnight run. I kept my language vague. Investigating a scheduling question, I said. Reviewing the route for documentation purposes. Dee poured my coffee and looked at me over the counter. She said that an older woman had been sitting in a booth in the diner at around 9 p.m. the previous evening. She had not ordered anything. She had simply sat, with her hands folded on the table, and Dee had not wanted to disturb her because she seemed to be in a particular kind of stillness that you recognize and do not interrupt. She had been wearing dark clothing, and she had a small object on the table in front of her that Dee had taken at first for a candle, but which she now thought, remembering it, was an unlit oil lamp, a small one, the kind made from clay. After about 20 minutes the woman had stood, placed the lamp carefully in her coat pocket, left no money because she had ordered nothing, and walked out to the highway pullout. Dee paused. She said that the woman had not looked like she was from Creston or from anywhere nearby. She had looked, Dee said, and she took a moment before she chose the word old, not elderly in the ordinary sense. Old the way certain objects are old, the way a farmhouse door is old, the way a hand-dug well is old, carrying in its surface the record of everything that is pressed against it over a very long time. I drank my coffee. I asked Dee if she had seen the woman's face clearly. Dee said she had, briefly, when the woman had turned toward the window as a truck passed on the highway outside. She had looked, Dee said slowly, like someone who had been waiting a very long time for something, and had that morning been told it was almost over. I put money on the counter and walked back to my truck. I sat behind the wheel for a long moment without starting the engine. The diner window was fogged, and through it I could see the orange smear of the interior lights and Dee's shape moving behind the counter. The highway ran east and west in front of me, empty in both directions. as empty as it would have been at 9 p.m. the previous night when an old woman had sat alone in a corner booth with an unlit clay lamp on the table and waited for something she had apparently been waiting for long enough that the waiting had become indistinguishable from her. The orange stain on the note in my jacket pocket. A marigold. Something about marigolds. Something at the edge of what I knew. Something that connected the flower to the lamp, and the lamp to the woman, and the woman to the run, and the run to the note on the dashboard of a bus that should not have moved last night, in a corridor driven by a man who should not have been able to drive it. I started the engine and pulled onto the highway. I needed to find out who Robert Callie had known in Creston. I needed to find out whether he had ever mentioned a woman, an older woman, a particular woman, someone connected to a loss or a debt or a piece of his past that he had carried without speaking of it. And I needed to find out what was at the end of Route 8 that was not on the route map. What last stop existed that the transit authority had never named or recorded. The flat land moved past on both sides, and the sky was the specific pale gray of a Kansas winter morning, and ahead of me, somewhere in the distance that showed nothing and revealed nothing, was whatever Robert Callie had been doing on that road while his body was cooling in a hospital on the west side of town. I had driven this corridor 500 times without once wondering what it was carrying that I could not see. And I understood now, with the particular clarity of a man who has just discovered the limits of his own record-keeping, that I had been missing something for 31 years. Robert Callie had worked for Kansas State Transit for 26 years. I knew that the way I knew all my drivers, from the file, from the performance reviews, from the annual safety certifications and the occasional disciplinary note, and the steady accumulation of duty slips that together composed in the aggregate a professional life. I knew his hire date, his route history, his sick day record, his 2 commendations for passenger assistance during weather emergencies. I knew the shoulder injury, the brief period of reduced hours in 2003 when his wife was ill, the return to full duty 6 months later. I knew the outline of a man the way an administrator knows an outline, accurately, completely, and without depth. What I did not know, and what I now understood I needed to know, was what Robert Callie had been before he was a file in my cabinet. I went to his wife. Margaret Callie lived in a single-story house on the east side of Harlan's Mill, a house with a covered porch and a wind chime that was moving very slowly in the December air when I pulled into the driveway at 10:30 that morning. I had called ahead. Margaret was a composed woman in her early 60s, who had worked as a school librarian for 20 years, and who received my arrival with the particular grace of someone who has spent the previous 18 hours accepting condolences and has learned to be present for them without being undone by them. She brought coffee to the kitchen table without being asked. She sat across from me and she waited. I told her I was there partly on official business. There were procedural matters to address around Robert's final shift, paperwork that needed to be completed, and partly because I had known Robert for a long time, and I wanted to pay my respects in person. Both of those things were true. Neither of them was the complete reason I was sitting in her kitchen. I let the conversation move at its own pace. We talked about Robert, about his steadiness, his professionalism, the specific pleasure he had taken in the long overnight runs that other drivers found tedious. He had loved the empty highway at night, Margaret said. He had told her once that there was more truth in a road at 2 a.m. than in any road at noon, because at 2 a.m. the road was only itself, without performance or pretense. I let that sit for a moment, and then I asked her as carefully as I could whether Robert had ever spoken about a particular stretch of the Emporia corridor, a place that mattered to him in some way that was not strictly professional. Margaret looked at her coffee cup. She was quiet for long enough that I began to think I had misjudged the approach, and then she stood and went to the small desk in the corner of the kitchen, the kind of roll-top desk that families use for bills and school calendars and the miscellaneous paper life of a household, and she opened the bottom drawer and took out a manila envelope and brought it to the table. She set it in front of me. She said that Robert had kept this in the desk for as long as they had lived in this house, which was 22 years. She had known it was there. She had known it was there. She had never opened it. He had told her once, only once, that it contained something he had not been able to put down, and had not been able to carry forward, and had therefore simply kept, the way you keep a stone from a place you cannot return to. She said she thought I should look at it. I opened the envelope. Inside were 3 items. The first was a newspaper clipping from the Emporia Gazette, dated March of 1989. The headline read, "Highway Accident Kills 2, Driver Questioned." The article described a single vehicle accident on the Route 8 corridor in which a transit bus had left the road in icy conditions and struck a concrete drainage culvert. 2 passengers had died. The driver, identified as Robert Callie, 29 years old, had sustained minor injuries. The investigation was ongoing. The second item was a folded document, a copy of the accident report summary from the Kansas Department of Transportation. The summary noted driver error as the probable contributing factor, with road conditions listed as secondary. Robert Callie had been suspended from driving duties for 8 months. He had returned to service in early 1990 after a review board found insufficient grounds for permanent revocation of his license. The third item was a photograph. It was a 3x5 print, the kind produced by the 1-hour machines that used to sit in drugstores, slightly faded at the edges the way photographs from that era fade. It showed a stretch of highway that I recognized immediately as Route 8, though the marker signs visible in the background indicated a point approximately 9 miles beyond Creston, further along the corridor than any of my drivers regularly stopped. In the foreground, just off the shoulder of the road where the ground dropped away toward a shallow drainage ditch, someone had placed a small arrangement of objects on a flat rock, a bundle of dried marigolds, an unlit clay oil lamp, and a handwritten card whose text was too small to read in the photograph. On the back of the photograph, in Robert Callie's cramped handwriting, there was a name, Eleanor Voss, 18 years old, going home. I set the photograph on the table. Margaret had not sat back down. She was standing at the kitchen window with her back to me, watching the covered porch and the wind chime in the empty driveway, and I understood that she was giving me the privacy of the discovery, that she had known, or suspected, enough of what was in that envelope to know that it required a moment to absorb. I asked her, quietly, whether Robert had ever spoken about the accident directly, whether he had ever described what happened. She turned from the window. He had maintained, she said, for 18 years, that the conditions on the road that night were worse than the report acknowledged, that the bus had encountered a patch of ice that was not consistent with the temperature reading the investigators had used, that he had done what a driver does on ice, that he had done it correctly, and that it had not been enough. He had not been cited criminally. He had not been found negligent in the legal sense, but the report had used the phrase driver error, and that phrase had followed him quietly for the rest of his working life. He had been going to the Rock, she said, for 18 years, every few months when his route took him through that stretch of corridor. He left flowers. He left the lamp unlit because he did not know how to light it. It was not his tradition, she said, and he knew that, and he left it anyway because it was the only thing he had found that felt like the right shape for what he was trying to do. The girl who died, I said. Eleanor Voss, Margaret confirmed. 18 years old. She had been traveling alone, returning home to a town east of Emporia after visiting a friend. The second fatality had been an older man whose family had not pursued any further action after the investigation concluded. I sat with that for a moment. 18 years old, going home. And then I thought about the woman in the diner in Creston, sitting in the corner booth with the unlit clay lamp on the table. The woman whose face had looked, to D. Ashworth, like someone who had been waiting a very long time for something, and had that morning been told it was almost over. I asked Margaret if she knew whether Eleanor Voss had had any family in the corridor. A mother, perhaps, someone who might still be living in the area. Margaret looked at me steadily. She said that Robert had never spoken of the family directly, but she had found among the papers in that desk over the years a card, just a card, the kind you buy at a pharmacy counter, that had been addressed to Robert and signed with a single initial. E. She did not know what the card had said. It was gone now, but she had always understood it as a message from someone who wanted Robert to know that something was not finished, I put the photograph and the newspaper clipping and the accident report back into the manila envelope. I left the envelope on the table because it was not mine to take. I thanked Margaret and stood to leave. At the door she said something that I've thought about every day since. She said that Robert had told her, approximately 3 weeks before his death, that he had been dreaming about the road. Not the accident, just the road. The specific stretch of Route 8 beyond Creston where the ground drops toward the culvert. He had dreamed about it with a quality that he described to her as conclusive. The way a chapter feels conclusive before you have read the last sentence, she said, because you can feel the weight of the pages thinning in your right hand. He had told her he thought the road was getting ready to let something go. I walked to my truck in the cold December air, and I sat behind the wheel, and I looked at the wind chime on the covered porch, which was moving more steadily now in a wind that had picked up from the northwest, and I thought about a man who had spent 18 years carrying a name on the back of a photograph, driving past a flat rock with marigolds on it every few months in the dark, leaving an unlit lamp for a tradition he did not belong to, but had tried to honor anyway. I thought about a bus that had moved through the night without its driver. I thought about one passenger going to a last stop, and I thought about the stretch of Route 8, beyond Creston, 9 miles further than any of my drivers regularly stopped, where a concrete drainage culvert sat at the edge of a shallow ditch, and the flat Kansas land opened out on all sides without shelter or interruption. And I understood that whatever had happened on that road the previous night had not ended at the Emporia Depot. It had ended somewhere else, somewhere that Robert Callie had known about for 18 years and had been trying, in the only language available to him, to reach. I needed to go to that stretch of road before dark, and I needed to go alone. And I already knew, the way you know certain things before the evidence is fully assembled, in the part of the mind that operates below documentation, that what I found there was going to require me to become a different kind of man than the one who had walked into that depot at 5 a.m. with a clipboard and a cup of institutional coffee. I have driven the Route 8 corridor more times than I could count across 31 years of depot management, and I had never once stopped at the mile marker 9 stretch beyond Creston. That is not as strange as it sounds. There is nothing there. No pullout, no landmark. No feature of the landscape that distinguishes that particular quarter mile from the 40 miles of identical grassland that surrounds it in every direction. The culvert is visible from the road if you know to look for it. A concrete lip at the edge of the shoulder where the drainage ditch passes under the highway. But if you do not know to look, your eye moves past it without registering it, the way your eye moves past everything on a flat highway in winter, always hunting for the next variation that never quite arrives. I pulled onto the shoulder at 12 minutes past noon. The sky had dropped since morning, the gray deepening toward the color of old pewter, and the wind was moving steadily out of the northwest, flattening the dry grass on both sides of the road and carrying with it the smell of coming snow. Not yet snowing, but the particular pressure in the air that precedes snow on the Kansas plains, a heaviness that settles into your sinuses and your chest and makes the distances seem closer than they are. I got out of the truck and stood on the shoulder. The flat rock was there. I had not been certain it would be. 18 years of weather and road maintenance can relocate a stone, but it was there. A broad limestone slab, roughly the size of a truck tire, lying flat in the dead grass 6 feet from the edge of the culvert. And on it, fresh enough that the stems had not yet dried in the cold air, was a bundle of marigolds. Orange-yellow against the gray-brown landscape, intensely vivid, the only color for as far as I could see in any direction. Beside the marigolds was the clay lamp. It was lit, a small, steady flame, burning in a December wind on an open Kansas highway in a way that should not have been possible, that the physics of open flame and sustained wind make essentially impossible, and yet it was burning with the calm steadiness of a lamp on a table indoors, untroubled, patient, throwing a circle of orange warmth onto the limestone that was visible even in the noon daylight, because the daylight had gone dim enough and the flame was burning with enough conviction. I stood on the shoulder of the road, and I did not move for a long time. I am not a religious man. I want to be clear about that, because it is relevant to what I am about to tell you. I was raised in a household where religion was respected as a social institution and treated with polite distance as a personal practice, and I had carried that distance into my adult life without examining it too carefully. I had no framework for what I was looking at. I had no tradition to put it inside of, no story that would receive it and make it legible. What I had was 31 years of watching Robert Callie do his job. I knew the way he handled a difficult situation on the road. Steady, methodical, without drama, addressing each component of the problem in sequence until the problem was resolved. I knew the way he treated passengers, particularly elderly passengers and children, with a particular attentiveness that was not performative, but structural, built into the way he moved through his work, the way load-bearing walls are built into a house. I knew the way he had carried the weight of that accident report for 18 years, without allowing it to make him a lesser driver or a harder man, which is, when you understand what that weight actually was, an act of sustained character that most people could not have managed for 18 months, let alone 18 years. I walked to the flat rock and crouched beside it. The flame did not waver when I approached. The wind was still moving, but the flame held, and close up I could see that the lamp was the same kind of object that D. Ashworth had described on the diner table. Hand-formed clay, simple and old-looking, the kind of object that is made to be functional rather than decorative, and that carries in its surface the marks of the hands that shaped it. I thought about the woman in the corner booth. I thought about Eleanor Voss, 18 years old, going home. And then something happened that I have told only 2 other people in the years since that December, and that I am telling now only because the telling of it is the only honest way to complete this account. I was crouching beside the rock with my hand near the lamp's warmth, when I became aware, with a certainty that arrived not through any single sense but through all of them, simultaneously, that I was not alone on that stretch of shoulder. It was not a sound. There was no figure visible when I looked up and scanned the road in both directions and the open grass on either side. It was not a smell or a movement or any definable sensory event. It was closer to what happens when you walk into a room where a conversation has just ended. An atmospheric shift, a residue of presence, the particular quality of air that has recently been organized around someone and is not yet fully dispersed. I stayed very still. The wind moved the dry grass, the flame held. The marigolds were intensely orange in the pewter light, and then I understood something that I had been assembling from fragments all morning without recognizing the shape I was building. The note on the dashboard had said 1 passenger and last stop. The woman in the diner had been waiting with an unlit lamp. The woman at the Emporia depot had walked between the parked buses and disappeared. The lamp on this rock was lit, which it had never been in 18 years of Robert Callie's visits, which meant that something had changed last night. Something had been completed or delivered or released that had made the lamp's lighting possible for the first time. Robert had not been carrying the weight of Eleanor Voss's death. He had been carrying Eleanor Voss, not as metaphor, not as guilt, though the guilt had been real and had been carried honestly alongside the other thing. He had been carrying her the way a road carries a destination, functionally, necessarily, because without the road the destination cannot be reached, and without the destination the road has no purpose. She had not been able to leave because the record of her death was wrong. The report said driver error. The report was wrong, and the wrongness of the record had created something unresolved that could not resolve itself. That required, and here I am using a word I would not have used before that December morning, that required a witness, someone who would look at the record and understand that it was wrong, and do something about the wrongness. I sat down on the frozen ground beside the flat rock, which is not a thing I would ordinarily do in dress slacks in December, and I sat there for a long time with the flame burning beside me, and the snow smell moving through the air, and the flat land extending in every direction, without boundary or feature. I thought about Margaret Callie saying that Robert had described the road as getting ready to let something go. I thought about what it costs a person to carry an injustice for 18 years in silence, without witnesses, without recourse, leaving flowers on a rock every few months in the dark as the only available form of testimony. I thought about what it means to complete a duty that was never formally assigned to you. The flame went out. Not guttered, not blown. It simply went out. The way a flame goes out when it has consumed what it was given to consume. cleanly and completely, without remainder. The wick showed no smoke. The air above the lamp was still. I stood up slowly. My knees ached from the cold ground. I brushed the dead grass from my slacks, and I stood on the shoulder of the road in the December wind, and I looked at the extinguished lamp, and the marigolds and the culvert at the edge of the ditch, and the flat limestone slab that had been a kind of altar for 18 years, without ever being acknowledged as one. I understood what I needed to do. It was not a mystical understanding. It was, in fact, the most practical understanding I had experienced all day, because it reduced everything. The duty slip, the note, the lamp, the woman in the diner, the photograph in the manila envelope, to a single actionable item. Robert Callie had spent 18 years trying to correct a record that had been written wrong. He had not been able to do it in life because he had no evidence and no standing and no one willing to look at an 18-year-old accident report and take it seriously. But I was the depot manager for Kansas State Transit. I had standing. I had access. I had 31 years of institutional relationships with the Department of Transportation, with the State Police Accident Reconstruction Unit, with the legal office that handled transit liability matters. And I had, sitting in the desk of a composed woman on the east side of Harlan's Mill, a manila envelope containing a newspaper clipping, an accident summary, and a photograph of a flat rock with an unlit lamp on it. I walked back to my truck. I started the engine. I turned the heat to full, and sat there while the cab warmed, looking at the flat rock in my side mirror, until the distance and the pewter light swallowed it. Robert Callie had done his last duty. Now I needed to do mine. I drove back toward Harlan's Mill with something resolved in my chest that I did not have a name for, something that felt less like an answer than like the moment after an answer, the quiet that comes when a question that has been vibrating at a frequency below hearing finally stops, and you realize only in the silence how long you had been listening for it. I want to be precise about the sequence of what followed, because precision is the only thing I have to offer against the strangeness of what I am describing, and I have learned in the years since that December that precision, applied honestly to an impossible thing, does not make the thing less impossible, but does make it more receivable. On the Wednesday morning after I'd sat beside the flat rock on the Route 8 corridor, I went back to Margaret Callie's house. I had called ahead, as before. She opened the door before I reached the porch, which told me she had been watching from my truck, which told me she had been expecting this visit in a way that went beyond the ordinary anticipation of a scheduled call. She was dressed the same way she had been dressed the day before, simply, carefully, in the manner of a woman who maintains her presentation as a form of dignity under pressure. And she brought me to the kitchen table without ceremony and sat across from me with her hands folded and waited. I told her what I had found on the shoulder of Route 8. I told her about the lamp and the marigolds and the extinguished flame. I told her about the quality of presence I had felt on that stretch of road, and I used that phrase carefully. Quality of presence, because it was the most accurate phrase available to me, and I was not willing to be less than accurate with this woman on this subject. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said that she had gone to bed the previous night for the first time in 18 years without hearing Robert move in his sleep. He had always moved in his sleep, not violently, not in the manner of nightmares, but with a restlessness, a continuous small adjustment, as if even in unconsciousness some part of him was still managing something, still making corrections, still driving. She had slept beside that restlessness for so long that she had stopped hearing it as restlessness, and had simply incorporated it into the texture of the night. Last night, she said, there had been nothing. The bed had been still in a way that was different from the stillness of an empty bed. It was the stillness of a bed in which something had been completed. I told her what I intended to do. She reached across the table and placed her hand briefly on mine, which was not a gesture she would ordinarily have made. She was not a demonstrative woman. And then she withdrew it and stood and went to the roll-top desk and took out the manila envelope and brought it back to the table and set it in front of me. This time she told me to take it. I drove from Margaret's house to the depot and spent the remainder of that Wednesday on the phone. I called the Kansas Department of Transportation's Records Division and requested a full copy of the accident file from March of 1989, citing my authority as a current transit operations manager with a legitimate administrative interest in a historical incident involving department vehicles. The records clerk was cooperative and told me the file would be available for in-person review within 48 hours. I called a retired state police accident reconstruction specialist named Howard Greer, whom I had worked with on 2 separate incidents during my tenure at the depot, and whose judgment I trusted absolutely. Howard was 71 years old, living in retirement outside Wichita, and he answered his phone on the second ring the way men of his generation answer phones. Immediately, and with full attention, I described the accident in general terms, the date and location and vehicle type and the road conditions as reported, and I asked him whether he would be willing to consult on a historical review. Howard asked me why. I told him I had reason to believe the original determination was incorrect. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said he would drive up on Friday. The third call I made that Wednesday was the one that cost me the most, because it required me to speak to someone I had been quietly avoiding for 2 days, and whose perspective I needed and had been reluctant to seek, because seeking it meant acknowledging directly that what was happening was beyond the scope of anything I could manage through standard administrative channels. I called Delia Marchetti. Delia was 67 years old and had lived in Creston her entire life. She was a retired school teacher, a quiet and observant woman who served on the town's historical preservation committee, and who was known in the corridor, among the people who paid attention to such things, as someone who understood the old practices. That is a deliberately vague phrase, and I am using it deliberately. Creston is a small town in rural Kansas, and small towns in rural Kansas have their own knowledge, their own transmission of understanding about the land and what the land holds and what the land occasionally returns. And Delia Marchetti was one of the people through whom that knowledge moved. I had known her for 20 years as a peripheral figure, someone I nodded to at the gas station, someone whose name appeared occasionally in the local paper in connection with one civic matter or another. I had never had a substantive conversation with her. I had not sought one out because I had not, until 48 hours ago, believed I needed one. She answered on the 4th ring and listened without speaking while I described, as concisely as I could, what had occurred. The duty slip, the note, the lamp on the flat rock, the woman in the diner in Creston with the unlit clay lamp on the table. When I finished, there was a silence that lasted long enough that I checked my phone to confirm the call was still connected. Then Delia said, "I know who she is. She told me to come to Creston." I drove out that afternoon and found Delia's house on the north edge of town. A white clapboard house with a large vegetable garden that was bare and frost-covered now, but showed in its structure the ambition of warmer seasons. She met me at the door and brought me to her sitting room, which was the room of a person who reads seriously and keeps what they read, floor-to-ceiling shelves, the particular smell of old paper and linseed oil, a wood stove burning in the corner with a steadiness that reminded me, briefly and painfully, of the lamp on the flat rock. She poured tea without asking, and sat across from me in a chair that had the settled quality of a chair that has been sat in for decades. She told me about the woman. Her name, Delia said, was not important for me to know, and she said this not dismissively but carefully, the way a doctor chooses which information is clinically relevant and which is not. What was important was what she was and what she had been doing on Route 8 the previous Monday night. She was, Delia said, the last living person connected to Eleanor Voss, not a relative in the formal sense, something older than the formal sense. She had been present at Eleanor's birth, and had been present in Eleanor's life in the way that certain people are present in certain lives, not as family exactly, but as a keeper of the person, a holder of the thread. When Eleanor died in March of 1989, this woman had understood something that the accident report did not record and the investigation did not consider. She had understood that Eleanor had not been able to leave, not because of the accident itself, but because of what the accident had left unresolved, the wrong record, the misassigned fault, the name of an innocent man carrying a stain he had not earned. These things create, Delia said, in the language she used carefully and without apology, an incompleteness, a loop that cannot close. She had been tending that incompleteness for 18 years. The lamp she brought to the rock every few months was not for Eleanor, Delia said. It was for Callie. It was a way of telling him, in a language he did not consciously speak, but that his hands had learned to hear, that his visits were seen, and that they mattered, and that he was not doing what he was doing alone. The card signed with the initial E that Margaret had found in Robert's desk. "Not from Eleanor," I said. Delia looked at me steadily. "From the keeper," she said, E for her given name, which she did not offer and which I did not ask for. A card to tell a man that his faithfulness had been witnessed and that it was working towards something, even if he could not see the mechanism from where he stood. I asked Delia what had changed, why last night, why Robert Calley's death had been the thing that finally made the loop close, rather than extending it indefinitely. She was quiet for a long moment, looking at the wood stove. She said that certain completions require the full presence of the person carrying the weight, that as long as Robert Calley was alive and carrying what he carried, the incompleteness was still in motion, still seeking its resolution through the ordinary channels of a living person's effort and conscience. His death had not ended the incompleteness. It had freed it. It had allowed it to move in a different way, through a different medium, along a road that only opens when the weight is finally put down. He had put it down, she said, by dying. And in putting it down, he had, in the only way remaining to him, picked it up one final time and carried it to where it needed to go. I thought about the warm driver's seat, the smell of cherry vanilla pipe tobacco in the cold bus, a man who had loved the empty highway at night because the highway was only itself without performance or pretense. I asked Delia whether Eleanor Voss was at rest now. She looked at me for a long time before she answered, and in the silence I could hear the wood stove and the wind against the clapboard siding and, faintly, the sound of the highway at the edge of town, which at this hour in the afternoon carried the ordinary sound of ordinary traffic moving between ordinary places. "Yes," she said. She said it with the simplicity of someone reporting a fact they have verified through a method they trust completely. I thanked her. I stood to leave. At the door she pressed something into my hand. A small object wrapped in a piece of brown paper tied with a length of kitchen twine. She told me to open it when I was back at the depot. She told me to place it somewhere in the building that Robert Calley had used regularly, somewhere specific to him, and to leave it there. She said, for the record, I walked to my truck in the early dark of a December afternoon with the wrapped object in my coat pocket and the wood stove's warmth still on my face, and the highway running past the edge of Creston, in both directions, patient and flat and indifferent, carrying its traffic toward destinations it would never know or name. I drove back to Harlan's Mill understanding that the part of this story I could effect with documentation and administrative authority was still ahead of me, and that it mattered, that the invisible completion and the visible correction were not separate things, but the same thing moving through two different worlds simultaneously, and that I was responsible for the half that lived in files and records and the cold language of official determination. Howard Greer arrived on Friday morning in a truck older than most of my drivers. He was a tall man, angular in the way of men who have spent decades outdoors in flat country, with large hands and a careful way of moving that I associated, having watched him work twice before, with the habit of a man who has spent his professional life reading physical scenes, and has learned that you cannot read a scene while you are hurrying through it. He wore a canvas work coat and a wool cap, and he shook my hand in the depot parking lot with a grip that communicated, as it always had, that he was fully present, and had been fully present since before he arrived. I brought him into my office and laid out what I had. The manila envelope from Margaret's desk, the newspaper clipping, the accident report summary, the photograph of the flat rock with the unlit lamp, my own notes from the conversations with Dawn at the pilot station, with Curtis at the Emporia depot, with D. Ashworth in the diner, with Margaret Calley, with Delia Marchetti, and the duty slip, which I placed in a separate folder because it was the beginning of everything and deserved its own category. Howard read through the materials without speaking. He read the way he worked, slowly, completely, without skipping. When he finished, he set the papers down and looked at me across the desk. He asked me what I believed had happened on the road in March of 1989. I told him I believed the brake system of the bus had failed due to a condition that was present before the bus departed, that this condition had not been caused by Robert Calley and had not been within Robert Calley's ability to detect or prevent, and that the determination of driver error in the original accident summary was therefore incorrect. Howard nodded once, slowly, the way he nodded when something confirmed a line of thinking he had already begun. He told me that the accident report summary I had was incomplete, that the full accident file, which I had requested from the Department of Transportation and which had arrived by courier that morning in a sealed envelope that I had not yet opened, would contain the original field investigation notes, the vehicle inspection records, and the statements taken from Robert Callie on the day of the accident and in the days following. He told me that in his experience, when a driver error determination is made in the context of a single vehicle accident involving adverse road conditions, the field investigation notes frequently contain details that the summary does not carry forward, details that, in the pressure of an active investigation with 2 fatalities and a living driver available to assign responsibility to, get categorized as secondary or inconclusive and therefore absent themselves from the final language of the report. He picked up the full accident file envelope from my desk and looked at me. I told him to open it. We spent the next 3 hours at my desk going through the contents of that file with the care that the file had not received in March of 1989. Howard read and I read alongside him, and we did not speak except to point at specific passages and occasionally to ask each other a clarifying question. The wood stove smell from Delia Marchetti's sitting room was not present in my office, but the quality of attention in the room felt similar. The same sense of something being examined that had been waiting to be examined for a very long time. The field investigation notes were 41 pages long. On page 17, in the handwriting of the original investigating officer, a state trooper whose name I recognized as a man who had retired from the force in the mid-90s, was a notation that had not made it into the accident summary. It read, "Vehicle brake pedal observed fully depressed on scene recovery. No mechanical explanation for brake non-engagement at impact speed. Recommend vehicle inspection for hydraulic system integrity." There was no follow-up notation, no record of a hydraulic system inspection in the subsequent pages. The recommendation had been written and had apparently been set aside, either because the investigation's momentum had already carried it toward the driver error conclusion, or because someone had made a decision, conscious or otherwise, not to pursue a line of inquiry that complicated a case that was otherwise straightforward. Howard set the page down and said, very quietly, that he had seen this before. "Not conspiracy," he said, before I could respond to the implication. "Institutional gravity, the tendency of an investigation to continue moving in the direction it has already begun moving, because changing direction requires energy and the expenditure of that energy has to be justified to supervisors and documented in reports and defended in reviews. And the path of least resistance is always the path that confirms what the first hour of the investigation suggested." He said that a hydraulic brake failure in a vehicle of that age and type, in winter conditions, under extended operating stress, was not an unusual mechanical event. He said that the combination of brake pedal fully depressed with no engagement at impact speed was, in his professional opinion, entirely consistent with hydraulic failure and entirely inconsistent with driver error, which typically presents as no brake application at all rather than unsuccessful brake application. He said he would put that in writing. I looked at him across the desk. He said he would need to see the vehicle, or what remained of it, that a written opinion based on documentation alone would carry weight, but that physical evidence, if any could be recovered, would carry more. I told him about the ditch, the general location described in the records, hilly terrain near the Emporia corridor, east of the city limits. I told him that I had already made inquiries through Ratherate, and here I should explain that Howard had a contact in the State Police Property and Evidence Division, a younger officer named Rathor whom I had spoken with briefly by phone the previous day on Howard's recommendation, and who had agreed to assist with locating the vehicle recovery coordinates from the original scene documentation. Howard said he thought there was a reasonable chance that vehicle debris remained at the site. Rural drainage ditches in eastern Kansas are not regularly cleared. Metal deteriorates, but does not disappear. Hydraulic components, if they had survived the initial impact without fire, and there had been no fire recorded in the accident report, might still yield something examinable. I said I understood. He said, "You know this is going to take time. Months probably. It is not a fast process, and it is not a clean one. There will be institutional resistance, not because anyone is protecting anything at this point, but because reopening a 30-year-old determination requires everyone involved to admit that the original process was flawed, and institutions do not do that easily or quickly. I said I understood that too. He asked me why this mattered to me so specifically. He asked it without suspicion. Howard Greer was not a suspicious man, but with the directness of someone who believes that understanding a person's motivation is relevant to assessing the reliability of their commitment. I thought about what to tell him. I did not tell him about the duty slip or the note on the dashboard or the lit lamp on the flat rock. I did not tell him about Delia Marchetti or the wrapped object she had pressed into my hand, which I had opened in the depot parking lot that Wednesday evening, and which had been a small bundle of dried marigolds tied with kitchen twine, which I had placed, as instructed, on the shelf above Robert Calley's locker in the driver's room, and which had been there for 2 days now, unquestioned by anyone, because marigolds in December in a Kansas driver's room are sufficiently incongruous that no one knew how to ask about them. I told Howard what I could tell him honestly in a language he would receive. I told him that Robert Calley had been one of the finest drivers I had worked with in 31 years of depot management. I told him that Robert had carried the weight of this determination for 18 years without complaint, and without diminishment of his professional character, and that the determination was wrong, and that I had documentary evidence suggesting it was wrong, and that I intended to correct it. Howard looked at me for a moment. He said that was enough. We drove out to the site that afternoon, Howard and I and the state police officer Rathador, following the coordinates recovered from the original scene documentation. The location was on a secondary road east of the main corridor, a road that had been partially regraded since 1989, and that now ended 4 miles from the highway, at a gate marking the boundary of a private grazing lease. Beyond the gate, the land drops sharply into a drainage ravine choked with wild plum thicket and dead cottonwood, and the specific impenetrable density of vegetation that grows undisturbed for decades. In a wet depression and flat country, we stood at the edge of the ravine in the late afternoon light, which was the thin, cold gold of a December sun at 4 p.m., and Howard looked down into the thicket and said nothing for a long moment. Then he said he could see metal. He was right. Partially visible through a gap in the cottonwood trunks at the bottom of the ravine where the drainage channel ran was a section of rusted steel frame, curved in the specific way that a transit bus frame curves, large enough and distinct enough in its shape to be unambiguous. It was there. 30 years in a Kansas drainage ditch, and it was still there, held by the thicket and the clay soil, corroded, but present, waiting with the patience of metal for someone to come and look at it correctly. I stood at the edge of the ravine, in the thin, cold gold light, with Howard Greer on my left and Rathor on my right, and I looked down at the rusted curve of steel, and I thought about Robert Calley on a March night in 1989, pressing a brake pedal that had nothing left to give, feeling the bus move past the point of correction with the specific helplessness of a skilled person whose skill has been made irrelevant by a mechanical failure that was not their fault and could not be their fault and would be their fault anyway in every official document produced in the weeks that followed. I thought about 18 years of marigolds on a flat rock. I thought about a flame that burned in a December wind without wavering and went out cleanly when it was done. Rathor was already on his phone, initiating the process, recovery permits, forensic unit notification, chain of custody documentation, and his voice was steady and professional in the cold air, and the late light was moving off the ravine, and somewhere in the thicket below us a bird made a single sound, and then was quiet. The record had been wrong for 30 years, and now we were standing above the evidence that would correct it, and the only thought in my mind was that Robert Calley had known this ditch was here every time he drove past it, had driven past it on every run for 18 years, and had left flowers on a rock instead of pointing at the ground and saying, "Look," because he had understood, without being told, that pointing requires a witness, and he had not had one. Now he did. The forensic recovery took 11 weeks. I want to say that plainly because the telling of it could easily compress those 11 weeks into a paragraph, and compression would be dishonest. It was 11 weeks of phone calls and permit applications and interdepartmental correspondence, and the specific institutional friction that Howard Greer had warned me about. The resistance, that is, not malicious, but is structural, the weight of a bureaucracy that does not naturally move backward through its own conclusions. I made calls I had never made before, to offices I had never needed to contact, and I learned in those 11 weeks that the language required to reopen a closed determination is a language that must be spoken very precisely and very patiently, without anger and without the kind of urgency that causes institutions to become defensive. I spoke it precisely. I spoke it patiently. I had help. Howard Greer submitted his written opinion in the third week of December. A 14-page document that addressed the field investigation notation on page 17, the absence of any recorded hydraulic system inspection, and the mechanical plausibility of brake failure in a vehicle of that age under the conditions documented on the night of the accident. He submitted it on his own letterhead as a retired state police accident reconstruction specialist with 34 years of field experience, and the weight of those credentials moved the file from the inactive archive to the active review desk at the Department of Transportation in a way that my own requests had not quite managed. Rathore coordinated the physical recovery. His department brought in a small excavation team in the second week of January after the holiday period, and the work of clearing the thicket and recovering the vehicle debris from the drainage ravine took 4 days. The recovered material was transported to the state forensic facility outside Topeka, where it was cataloged and examined by a mechanical forensics team that specialized in historical vehicle analysis. I drove to Topeka on the day the preliminary findings were released and sat in a conference room with Howard and Rathore and 2 members of the forensics team and read a document that said, in the measured and precise language of a forensic determination, that the hydraulic brake line of the recovered vehicle showed evidence of pre-existing structural compromise, consistent with material fatigue and pressure failure under sustained operating stress, and that this condition could not have been detected through standard pre-departure inspection protocols in use at the time of the accident, and that the pattern of brake pedal application recorded in the original scene documentation was consistent with driver response to hydraulic failure, rather than driver negligence or inattention. Driver error, the document concluded, was not supported by the physical evidence. I sat in that conference room and read those 2 sentences 3 times. Howard, beside me, said nothing. He did not need to say anything. He had known what the physical evidence would show since the afternoon he had looked down into the drainage ravine and seen the rusted curve of the bus frame through the cottonwood thicket. Because he was a man who had spent 34 years reading physical scenes, and he had read this one correctly from the moment he saw it. The formal process of amending the original determination took another 6 weeks. There were review boards and sign-off procedures and a public notice requirement that I had not anticipated, and that added 10 days to the timeline. And during those 10 days I drove out to the Route 8 corridor twice and stood on the shoulder near the culvert, not for any specific purpose, but because the place had become, for me, a kind of reference point, a location I returned to in the way you return to a place where something important happened, not to relive it, but to confirm that it remains real. The flat rock was still there. The marigolds were gone, dried away in the January weather. The clay lamp was gone too, and I did not know whether the woman had come to collect it or whether the wind had taken it, and it did not matter. The rock was simply a rock again, a limestone slab in the dead grass at the edge of a Kansas highway, unremarkable from the road. The amendment to the original accident determination was finalized in late February of 2008. It did not make the newspapers. There was no ceremony. It was a document, a formal revision appended to a 30-year-old file, correcting the language of the original summary, removing the phrase driver error and replacing it with mechanical failure, and noting in the amendment's preamble that the original investigation had failed to pursue a recommended line of inquiry that would have produced this determination in 1989. I requested a copy of the amended determination and drove it to Margaret Calley's house on the afternoon it was issued. She was in the kitchen when I arrived, and she brought me to the table the way she always did, and sat across from me, and I put the document on the table between us, and she read it in its entirety, which took perhaps 4 minutes, and when she finished, she folded it along its original creases and held it in both hands for a moment without speaking. Then she said that Robert had known. She said it simply as a statement of fact. She said that he had known from the first moment of the investigation that the determination was wrong and that the knowing of it had been, for 18 years, a weight she could now understand had been too specifically shaped to be put down anywhere except in the place it belonged. I told her that the Transit Authority would be issuing a formal statement acknowledging Robert's record and noting the amendment. I told her that his personnel file would be updated to reflect the corrected determination and that a commendation noting his years of service would be added to the record. She thanked me. I took the wrapped object from my coat pocket. I had debated bringing it. It was not an official item. It had no place in an administrative conversation, no category in any filing system I had ever maintained. But I had carried it to Topeka and back, in the inside pocket of my winter coat, and I had understood for some time that it was not mine to keep. It was the small bundle of dried marigolds that Delia Marchetti had given me. I had placed them above Robert's locker as instructed, and left them there through the weeks of the review process, and on the morning the amended determination was issued, I had taken them down and wrapped them again in the brown paper and put them in my pocket. I set the bundle on the table beside the document. Margaret looked at it for a moment. She did not ask where it had come from or what it meant. She reached out and touched the brown paper very lightly with the tips of her fingers, the way you touch something fragile or something old, and then she drew her hand back and folded it in her lap. She said he would have been 63 next month. I said I knew. We sat in the kitchen for a while after that, not talking, with the bundled marigolds and the amended determination on the table between us and the winter light coming through the kitchen window and the wind chime on the covered porch moving slowly in a February wind. When I stood to leave, she walked me to the door, and on the porch she said something that I have carried in the same part of myself where I carry the photograph of the flat rock and the memory of the flame burning in the December wind. She said that Robert had told her, years ago, when he was still trying to articulate what the accident had done to him, and finding, as people do, that the available language was not quite large enough for the thing it was being asked to hold. He had told her that the worst part was not the weight of it. The worst part was not knowing whether the weight was doing anything, whether the carrying of it was moving towards something or simply continuing indefinitely. The way a road continues, without destination or resolution, just more road. She said she thought he knew now. I walked to my truck in the February cold with my hands in my pockets, and I drove back through the flat winter landscape toward Harlan's mill, past the grain elevator and the water tower with the flaking paint, back to the depot where the morning board was already filling with the day's assignments and the institutional coffee was burning in its glass pot, and the numbered buses were lined in their spaces in the lot, each one carrying in its plainness and its utility the unrecorded weight of everything that had ever moved through it. I went to the driver's room. I stood in front of Robert Calley's locker, his name still on the card in the slot, because I had not yet asked anyone to change it and was not going to ask anyone to change it today. And I stood there for a moment in the particular quiet of a room that is between shifts, neither full nor empty, holding the residue of the people who have been in it. The shelf above the locker was bare. The marigolds were with Margaret now. But the shelf was not quite empty. On the very back edge, barely visible in the shadow, was something small and flat that I had not placed there and that had not been there the previous morning when I had checked. A piece of paper, folded twice. I stood very still for a moment. Then I reached up and took it down and unfolded it. It was a duty slip, blank in every field. No bus number, no route designation, no time, no driver's name. All the lines empty, except at the bottom, where the signature field was, in the cramped and efficient handwriting that I would have recognized anywhere, in any context, under any lighting condition. 2 words were written: "Thank you." I stood in the driver's room of the Harlan's Mill Transit Depot with the blank duty slip in my hand and the fluorescent light buzzing very quietly overhead, and the sounds of the morning shift beginning to filter through from the main room, and I did not move for a long time. Then I folded the slip carefully along its original creases and placed it in the inside pocket of my coat where the marigolds had been. And I walked back to my office to begin the day. There are things that happen in a life that do not fit the filing systems you build for yourself. And the question is not whether to file them, but where to carry them. And I had learned, in the 11 weeks between a December morning and a February afternoon, that the carrying is not a burden if you understand what you are carrying it toward. The spring came late to the Kansas flatlands that year. It came the way it always comes to that country, not with drama or announcement, but with a gradual and almost argumentative warming, a series of cold days interrupted by days that were merely cool, and then a morning in mid-April when you walked outside and understood, without being able to identify the specific evidence, that the argument was over. The frozen ground had given up its resistance. The grass along the highway shoulders was showing the first uncertain green of the season, and the sky had shifted from the pewter of winter to something higher and less certain, a blue that had not yet committed to the full intensity of summer, but had clearly left winter behind. I noticed these things that spring in a way I had not noticed them before. That is perhaps the most accurate description of what the previous winter had done to me. Not a dramatic interior transformation, not the kind of change that announces itself in a person's behavior or conversation, but a recalibration of attention, a shift in what I found myself observing and what I found myself carrying forward from one day to the next. I had spent 31 years in the depot managing the relationship between schedules and vehicles and human beings in a way that was primarily horizontal. Everything on the same plane, everything measurable, everything reducible to the language of documentation. I still managed that relationship. I still reviewed the duty slips and checked the board and had the conversations that a depot manager has with drivers about performance and safety and the ordinary frictions of institutional life. But I was doing it differently now, with a part of my attention consistently directed at what the documentation did not capture. What moves through a place, what a place holds, what the people who work in it carry that does not appear in any file. Robert Calley's locker remained labeled with his name through March and into April. I am aware that this was unusual, that the standard procedure following a driver's death is to clear and reassign the locker within a reasonable period, and that reasonable period had passed. Nobody mentioned it to me. I think the drivers understood, in the way the people who work in close physical proximity understand things without being told, that the locker's continued occupancy was intentional and that it was not their place to question it. I had not placed anything else on the shelf above the locker after taking down the marigolds. The shelf was bare, but I checked it every morning when I came in before I did anything else, before I poured the institutional coffee or reviewed the overnight slips. I checked it the way you check something that has surprised you once, and that you have learned to approach with a different quality of attention than you gave it before. It was always empty. I did not find that disappointing. I found it, in fact, quietly correct. The right condition for a shelf that had served its purpose, and was now simply a shelf again. The story had not ended at the shelf. The shelf had been one moment in the story, and the story had moved on, and the shelf was at rest. I drove the Route 8 corridor twice a month through spring, which was more than my administrative duties required, but which I justified to myself on the grounds of general oversight, the depot manager's prerogative of staying physically familiar with the routes his drivers ran. I stopped at the flat rock each time. The marigolds were gone and the lamp was gone, and in the early spring weeks there was nothing there at all. Just a limestone slab and the returning grass, exactly what it appeared to be. In late April, I found something on the rock. Not flowers, not a lamp, a single stone, small and smooth, the kind of river-worn stone that does not occur naturally in that stretch of Kansas prairie and would have had to be brought from somewhere else deliberately. It was sitting in the center of the limestone slab with the settled quality of something that had been placed rather than dropped, arranged rather than left, and it was the color of dried marigold petals, a brownish orange that was either coincidence or not, and I had arrived at a point in my understanding of that stretch of road where I was no longer certain that coincidence was a category I could apply with confidence. I left the stone where it was. I drove back to Harlan's Mill and went to the depot and found Patricia Deese finishing her overnight shift, and I asked her to sit down and I told her about Robert Calley. Not everything, not the duty slip and the lit lamp and Delia Marchetti's sitting room, but the shape of it, the accident and the wrong determination and the 18 years and the forensic recovery and the amendment, the part of the story that lived in documentation and could be told in documentation's language. Patricia had worked the night dispatch for 11 years and had known Robert Calley for all 11 of them. and she listened to what I told her with the steady attention of a person receiving information they had partly already intuited and are now hearing confirmed. When I finished, she said that she had always thought there was something in the way Callie drove the overnight runs, something deliberate in it, beyond professionalism. She said she had thought it was grief, the kind of grief that becomes incorporated into a person's work, because work is where the grief has permission to go. She said she understood now that she had been partly right. I told her I was going to write an account of it. She asked me why. I thought about the answer for a long moment before I gave it. I said that what had happened on that road in December, and what had followed it in the 11 weeks after, was the kind of thing that disappears if it is not recorded. Not because it is unbelievable, though it is, but because the people who experienced it carry it privately, and the people who did not experience it have no access to it. And over time, the carrying becomes a weight of a particular kind, the weight of an unshared thing, and I had learned something in the previous winter about what unshared weights cost the people who carry them. Patricia looked at me. She said, "So, you were writing it for yourself as much as for the record?" I said that was probably true. She nodded, the way she nodded when a dispatch decision was correct, with a brief and absolute finality, and then she gathered her coat and her bag and went home to sleep. I began writing the account that afternoon. I wrote it at my desk in the depot, longhand first, on the yellow legal pads I had used for operational notes for 30 years, and then I transferred it to the computer in the slow and two-fingered way of a man who came to typing late and has never made peace with the keyboard. It took several weeks because I was writing it alongside the ordinary operation of the depot, and because I found as I wrote that the account kept requiring me to go back and examine things I thought I had understood and discover that I had understood them only partially. The note on the dashboard, 1 passenger, last stop. I had understood this as Robert Callie's record of the passenger he was carrying. Eleanor Voss, riding for the last time, going to the place where she had been waiting to go for 18 years, and that understanding was correct. But, as I wrote the account, I came to see that the note was also something else. It was Robert Callie's record of himself. He was the last passenger, too. He was going to his last stop, completing the final run of a career that had begun in the spring of 1981, and the note was the duty slip for that run, the document that said, "I was here. I drove this road. I completed this assignment." He had signed it with his initials the way he had signed every duty slip for 26 years. The title of the account arrived on a Tuesday morning in May, in the way that titles sometimes arrive, not chosen but recognized, already present in the material, waiting to be noticed. I have been looking at the copy of the amended determination that I kept in my desk drawer, and my eye had moved to the duty slip that I kept beside it, the blank slip with the 2 words in the signature field, and the title was simply what the whole of it was, "The Last Duty." The account was finished by the end of May. I printed it and read it through once and made small corrections and printed it again. I put 1 copy in a folder in my filing cabinet, in a section I created for it between the L&M dividers, filed under the heading that seemed most accurate, matters requiring a different kind of record. I put a 2nd copy in an envelope and drove it to Margaret Callie's house on a Saturday morning in early June, when the covered porch was warm in the morning sun, and the wind chime was moving in. Light breeze, and the vegetable garden that the neighbor kept for her was showing the first green of the summer season. She read it at the kitchen table while I drank coffee. She read it the way she read everything, completely, without skipping, giving each sentence the time it required. When she finished, she squared the pages carefully and set them down and looked at the window for a moment. She said it was right. She said it the way she had said everything in a month since December, simply, with the authority of a woman who has learned to distinguish between what is approximately true and what is exactly true, and who does not settle for approximately. I drove back to the depot under a June sky that was the full committed blue of midsummer. The argument with winter long since concluded, the grassland on both sides of the highway showing the deep green of a season in full operation, and I thought about what Patricia Dees had said, that I was writing it for myself as much as for the record. She was right. I was. But I had also written it for Robert, who had spent 18 years without a witness, and for Eleanor Voss, who had spent 18 years without a destination. and for the woman in the diner in Creston who had sat in a corner booth with an unlit lamp and waited with the patience of someone who understood that certain things cannot be hurried, only tended. I had written it because I was the depot manager, and the depot manager maintains the record, and this was part of the record, and the record must be kept honestly or it is not a record at all. In the weeks after finishing the account, I found myself sleeping more deeply than I had in years, which I attributed at first to the ordinary relief of a completed task, and then understood, one morning in late June when I woke before the alarm, and lay in the dark listening to the silence of a house where nothing was restless, as something more specific than that, as the particular rest of a person who has put something down in the right place and felt the ground receive it. I retired from Kansas State Transit in the September of 2011, after 35 years at the Harlan's Mill Depot. There was a small gathering in the break room on my last Friday, cake from the grocery bakery in town, the kind with the thick white frosting that nobody actually likes but that everybody eats anyway because it is the shape that a farewell takes in a transit depot in a mid-sized Kansas town. Patricia Dees gave a short speech that was accurate and kind. The drivers who were not on runs came through and shook my hand and said things that were genuine in the way that things said at the end of a long shared work life are genuine, not elaborate, not performative, but carrying in their brevity the weight of a great deal of unsaid time. I cleared my desk. I took the folder from the filing cabinet, from between the L&M dividers, from the section I had labeled Matters Requiring a Different Kind of Record. I took the duty slip from the desk drawer, the blank one with the 2 words in the signature field. I put them in the same envelope and carried it to my truck. I drove home and put the envelope in the drawer of my own desk, where it has been since. I am telling you all of this from a distance of several years now, from a house on the east edge of Harlan's Mill that I share with no one except the specific quiet that collects in a house where one person lives who does not need noise to feel present. I am retired. I read. I drive the Route 8 corridor occasionally, not because I have administrative business there anymore, because I have come to understand that certain roads become yours in a way that is not about ownership but about familiarity of the deepest kind. The kind that means the road knows your truck and you know every change in its surface, and the relationship between you is too long and too specific to be simply abandoned because your employment status has changed. I went back in October, not to the Flat Rock specifically, not with any planned intention or formal purpose. I drove out on a Tuesday afternoon when the sky was the high clear blue of a Kansas October, and the grassland on both sides of the highway had gone the color of old honey, the specific amber of tall grass in autumn that is one of the genuinely beautiful things about living in flat country. And I drove the corridor the way Robert Callie had driven it, at a steady pace, without hurry, paying attention. I pulled onto the shoulder at the mile marker 9 stretch and got out of my truck. The flat rock was there. It is always there. The grass around it had gone amber and dry, and the limestone surface was clean, weathered smooth by several additional years of Kansas weather since I had last stood beside it. There was nothing on it, no flowers, no lamp, no smooth river stone, just the rock and the dry grass at the edge of the culvert. Exactly what it appeared to be, and also, to the small number of people who knew its history, something more than what it appeared to be. I had brought marigolds. I want to be honest about that decision, because it was a considered one. I am not a person who performs gestures for their own sake. I had spent 35 years in an institution whose entire operating logic was built on the principle that every action should have a documentable rationale, and that training does not dissolve in retirement. I had thought about bringing the marigolds for several weeks before I did it, and I had examined my reasons the way I examined everything, carefully, without rushing toward the conclusion I preferred. The reasons were these. Robert Callie had brought marigolds to this rock for 18 years because it was the only language available to him for the thing he needed to say. I was bringing marigolds to this rock because I wanted to say something that also did not fit easily into available language. Something about what those 18 years had cost him, and what the 11 weeks of the winter of 2007 had meant, and what it is to witness something that cannot be officially witnessed, and to carry the witnessing of it forward into a life that continues after the story has ended. I set the marigolds on the flat rock, and I stood beside it in the October afternoon. The wind was moving out of the northwest, as it almost always moves in Kansas in October, and the dry grass was bending in it in the long, slow waves that make flat country look. From certain angles, like water, the highway ran east and west in both directions without a vehicle visible in either direction, which happens on this stretch of Route 8 more often than you might expect, long intervals of complete emptiness, the road simply being itself, unoccupied, patient. I thought about Robert Caley. I thought about the specific quality of a man who can carry an injustice for 18 years without allowing it to make him bitter or diminished, who can drive past the site of the worst night of his life every few months in the dark and stop and leave flowers on a rock and go back to work. That quality does not have a name in the official vocabulary I spent my career using. It is not in the performance review rubric. It is not captured in a commendation or an amended determination, though the commendation and the amended determination were the right things to produce, and I do not regret producing them. It is something that lives below documentation. I had known Robert Caley for 26 years, and had not known him at all, and what the winter of 2007 had given me, among other things, was the understanding that this is the condition of most institutional knowledge. Accurate in its own terms, complete within its own frame, and systematically blind to the larger portion of what a person is and does and carries. I have tried since that December to be less blind. I stood beside the flat rock for perhaps 20 minutes. The sun was moving toward the western horizon, and the light was going from the clear blue of afternoon to the particular warm amber that precedes a Kansas sunset, and the marigolds on the rock were very orange in that light, vivid against the gray limestone and the dry, honey-colored grass. I thought about Eleanor Voss, 18 years old, going home, and the Shiva temple in the accounts I had read. And here I should explain that in the months following the winter of 2007, I had done a great deal of reading, prompted by Delia Marchetti's reference to traditions that were not Robert Caley's, but that he had tried to honor anyway, reading that had taken me into territory I would not previously have sought out, and that had left me with a deepened respect for the variety of ways that human beings have understood, across cultures and centuries, the relationship between the living and the unfinished business of the dead. I thought about a flame that burned at a December wind, without wavering, and went out cleanly when it was done. I thought about a blanked duty slip with 2 words in the signature field, and I thought about something that Delia Marchetti had said in her sitting room, something I had not fully received at the time, but that had continued to work in me in the years since, the way certain sentences continue to work long after the conversation that produced them has ended. She had said that the keeper's job is not to resolve the incompleteness. The keeper's job is to tend it, to be present with it, to witness it, to ensure that it is not forgotten or dismissed or filed away in a category that makes it disappear. The resolution comes from somewhere else, through mechanisms that the keeper does not control and cannot predict. The keeper simply stays. The keeper maintains the record. The keeper brings flowers to a rock in the dark and trusts that the bringing is doing something even when the doing is not visible. I had been, without knowing it, a keeper since the December morning I had walked across the frozen gravel toward bus 17 with the duty slip in my hand. I am still a keeper. That is what retirement has clarified for me, if it has clarified anything, that the role did not belong to the job. The job gave me access to the story, gave me the administrative standing to do the part of it that required standing, gave me Howard Greer and Rathray and the forensic recovery and the amended determination. But the keeping is something else. The keeping is what you do with a story, after the story has done what it needed to do, after the loop has closed and the flame has gone out, and the buses have been reassigned, and a locker has been relabeled and the institutional business of it is complete. You carry it forward. You tell it when the telling is right. You bring flowers to the rock and stand in the October afternoon and say, in whatever language is available to you, I was here. I saw this. It mattered. The sun was fully amber now, the shadow of the culvert stretching long across the dead grass, and I stood for another moment beside the flat rock with my hands in my coat pockets and the wind moving through the tall grass in its long, slow waves. Then I walked back to my truck. I did not look back at the rock when I pulled onto the highway. I have learned, in the years since that December, that looking back is not the same as remembering, and that the most honest tribute to a completed thing is to drive forward on the road it freed you to drive, steadily and without hurry, the way a good driver drives a long route in the dark, fully present, fully attentive, trusting the road to continue being the road, and trusting yourself to continue being the person at the wheel. The highway ran west, toward Harlan's Mill under a sky that was going from amber to the first pale transparency of evening, and the grassland moved in the wind on both sides, and somewhere behind me on a flat limestone rock at the edge of a drainage culvert, marigolds held their color in the failing light for as long as the light lasted. The hollow keeps count. The drive into Harlan County takes you past a certain kind of quiet that does not exist anywhere else in the country. I am convinced of that now, though I would not have said so before that October. I had driven through the mountains before, along the interstate corridors where the peaks are scenery and the exits all promise gas and fast food within a mile. This was different. The state road I turned onto outside of Harlan City narrowed almost immediately, shedding its center line like something it had borrowed and no longer needed. Red clay bled to the gravel shoulders. The tree line pressed in on both sides with the particular patience of trees that have been standing in the same place for longer than anyone in my family has been alive. And that is saying something. My name is Daniel Marsh. I am 41 years old. I teach American history at a community college in Columbus, Ohio, which means that I spend most of my professional life trying to make the dead matter to people who would rather not be bothered. I had not expected this particular piece of family history to bother me, the estate. I use that word loosely. It was 11 acres and a farmhouse built in 1922, had belonged to my maternal grandfather's brother, a man named Werner Askrenner. I have met him exactly twice, both times when I was young enough that the memories are more impression than event. A large man, very still, with pale eyes and a habit of sitting with his hands open on his knees as though he were waiting to be searched. He had emigrated from Germany in 1949. He had become, by all accounts, a quiet and unremarkable man who raised beef cattle, attended the Baptist church in town with inconsistent frequency, and had no children. He died in August. He left everything to me. I had no idea why. My mother, who had not spoken to Werner in 30 years, said only that he had always felt a responsibility toward the family. And then she changed the subject with the particular efficiency of someone who has been changing this subject for a very long time. So I took 2 weeks of leave, and I drove south into Kentucky to sort the estate. And I told myself the whole drive down that this was administrative, that it was paperwork and property decisions and nothing more. The hollow where the farm sat was called Cutter Hollow, which is a name that the county record spelled 2 different ways with no apparent preference. The road into it was unpaved for the last half mile and crossed a low wooden bridge over a creek that moved with the dark, purposeful silence of water that has somewhere important to be. The October light was already failing when I arrived, coming through the ridgeline at an angle that made the light seem older than the afternoon warranted. Amber, going to rust, the shadows long and deliberate. The farmhouse appeared at the end of a straightening in the road, a 2-story structure with a covered porch running the full width of the front, white clapboard gone to a weathered gray, 2 chimneys, and windows that caught the last of the light in a way that made them look occupied from a distance. As I got closer, the illusion resolved. The windows were dirty. The front walk was grass. A rusted weather vane on the nearest outbuilding pointed south and held very still, despite a wind I could hear moving through the ridge-top trees above me. I parked in the gravel area beside the house and sat in the car for a moment before getting out, which is not something I would normally do. I am not a person who sits in cars. I had a reason for sitting, though I could not have named it then. A sense that stepping out was a kind of commitment, that the hollow was attentive in a way that ordinary places are not, and that once I was out of the car, I would be part of whatever this place was, which is of course exactly the kind of thought a person tells themselves to dismiss. So I dismissed it, got out, and walked to the front door. The key Werner's attorney had sent me was old brass, worn smooth at the head where his fingers had held it over the years. The lock turned smoothly, which surprised me. I had expected the difficulty of an unmaintained thing. The door opened into a front hallway that smelled of beeswax and something underneath the beeswax, something older and drier, like the smell of paper that has been stored in a warm place for decades. The interior was more orderly than the exterior had suggested. Werner had been, whatever else he was, a precise man. The furniture was sparse but placed with obvious intentionality. The straight-back chair beside the front window, a side table with a kerosene lamp, filled and trimmed, a box of matches beside it. The walls held almost nothing. No photographs, no decorative prints, just one item in the front hallway. A small wooden cross, hung at exactly eye level. And beside it, in a plain black frame, a single piece of paper on which something had been written in German in a careful, very small hand. I could read German. I had studied it for the research I once did on post-war European immigration patterns, and I retained enough to understand most written text with effort. I stepped close and read it. It said, "What I carried here is still mine to carry. The ground does not forget, and I do not ask it to." I stood in front of that framed paper for a while. Then I went back to the car to get my bags. The nearest town was 11 miles back along the state road. I had bought groceries before turning off the highway, enough for several days. The farmhouse had a propane range and a water heater that sounded alarming when it first came on, but then settled to a low, steady hum. I made a simple dinner and sat at the kitchen table and went through the initial paperwork the attorney had sent, listing the property inventory, the farmhouse, the outbuildings, the acreage, a vehicle registered to the estate, and one item listed simply as document collection, study, 4 boxes. I had not found the study yet. I had been in the kitchen, the front hallway, and the bedroom I chose for myself, which was the smaller of the 2 upstairs rooms and contained a single bed with a wool blanket folded at the foot and a window that looked out over the hollow toward the tree line. I lay down without undressing, meaning only to rest for a moment before exploring further. Outside, the wind moved through the hollows of the ridge in long, low notes that were almost musical. Not threatening, not dramatic, just present. Below that, the creek moved. Below that, nothing. I fell asleep before I intended to, and I dreamed of a courtroom, though I would not remember that detail until much later. In the morning, the farmhouse would be simply a farmhouse again, waiting with the patience of all old things for the new occupant to stop treating it like scenery and begin treating it like what it was, a place with a past that had not yet finished being present. The beeswax smell had settled overnight into something more familiar, almost domestic, the way a house that has been closed for months begins to release its stored warmth the moment someone builds a fire in it. Though I had built no fire, and the warmth I felt moving through the downstairs rooms on that first full morning was not the warmth of any appliance I had switched on. I noticed it and filed it in the category of old houses do what old houses do, and I went to make coffee. Werner had left a percolator on the stove and a canister of ground coffee beside it, sealed tight, still fresh enough to be useful. Someone had been here recently enough to stock the pantry with intention. The attorney, perhaps, or a neighbor acting on instruction. The thought that someone had stood in this kitchen and made deliberate preparations for my arrival was oddly steadying, and I held on to that steadiness while the coffee percolated and the October light came through the east-facing window above the sink in long, pale fingers that moved across the linoleum floor as slowly as the minute hand of a clock. The kitchen itself told me things about Werner that the attorney's inventory had not. The cast-iron skillet on the range was seasoned to a black that takes decades of consistent use to achieve. The knives in the wooden block were kept to a professional edge. The small shelf beside the window held 4 cookbooks, all in German, their spines cracked at specific recipes that had been returned to enough times to leave their marks. This had been a man who cooked seriously and ate alone and found, I thought, something in the discipline of preparation that served a purpose beyond hunger. I carried my coffee to the back door and stood on the narrow back porch that looked out over the property's lower acreage. The morning was cold in the way that October mornings in the Kentucky mountains are cold. Specific and clean, the kind of cold that has an edge to it, but does not yet mean business. The pasture grass was still green but had taken on the slightly exhausted quality of late-season growth, and the fence line that marked the property's eastern boundary ran in a gentle curve toward the tree line before disappearing into the shade of the hollow's lower ridge. There was a structure at the far end of the pasture that I had not been able to see clearly from the road the night before. A small outbuilding, distinct from the barn and the equipment shed I could see closer to the house. Stone construction, very old. Older, I thought, than the farmhouse itself. No windows visible from this angle. A single door facing north. The roof was sound. Someone had re-shingled it within the last decade. I went inside to find Werner's study. It was a room I had walked past the previous evening without opening the door, mistaking it for a closet. It was set into an odd angle of the hallway between the kitchen and the front room, accessible through a door with no visible handle, only a small brass push plate worn bright at its center. The room beyond was perhaps 12 feet by 10 feet, and every wall was shelved from floor to ceiling, and every shelf was organized with the same precision that characterized the kitchen. The 4 document boxes were on the lowest shelf of the wall directly facing the door, labeled in Werner's careful hand with a black marker on white cardstock, Box 1 through Box 4. No other identifying information on the labels themselves. The rest of the shelves held books, reference works mostly, history and theology and German language volumes whose titles I translated slowly as I moved along the wall. There were also 2 rows of what appeared to be personal journals, thin notebooks with cloth covers in different colors, arranged chronologically by a dating system written in the same careful hand on their spines. The earliest journal was dated 1947, the most recent 1994. I did not open any of them that morning. I was not ready to, though I could not have explained what readiness meant in this context. Instead, I carried Box 1 to the kitchen table and poured a second cup of coffee and began to go through it with the practiced hands of a historian who has spent 20 years in archives, which is to say, carefully and without rushing, understanding that what a collection reveals is almost always less important than the order in which it chooses to reveal it. The box contained correspondence, sorted by date. The earliest letters were from 1949 and were in German. They were addressed to Werner at an address in Cincinnati, Ohio. His first American address, apparently, and they were from a man whose name I did not immediately recognize. Heinz Aschbrenner, written from Stuttgart, West Germany. The tone of the letters was cautious, even in the way the sentences were constructed, as though the writer was aware that his words might be read by someone other than the intended recipient. One letter, dated March of 1951, contained a sentence that stopped me. I read it twice and then set it down on the table and looked out the window at the pasture and the distant stone outbuilding. The sentence said, in translation, "I understand that you have chosen the longer penance, and I will not argue with you about the wisdom of it, but I want you to know that what Father did was not your inheritance to carry, and the men who sat in judgment of those proceedings were not disinterested parties." I read that sentence several more times. Then I folded it back into its envelope and replaced it in the box and closed the lid and sat with my coffee for a long time. The word father in that sentence referred to someone I knew essentially nothing about. My family history on my mother's side had always been managed with a certain careful vagueness. We were German American. We had come over after the war. We were farmers. We did not discuss certain periods in detail because certain periods were painful, and what was the point of reopening painful things? I had accepted this as a child and I professionally, as a historian who specialized in exactly this period, understood it as a behavior pattern consistent with an entire generation's management of unbearable knowledge. I had not until that sentence understood that the unbearable knowledge might be specific enough to have a name attached to it. I spent the afternoon going through the rest of Box 1 without finding any additional clarity. The later letters in the box were in English and were administrative in nature. Property records, correspondence with the Harlan County Clerk's office. A letter from a lawyer in Hazard regarding the original purchase of the farm in 1954. Werner had bought the property through an intermediary, which was not uncommon for the period, and had paid cash, which was also not uncommon for a certain kind of European immigrant in that decade. What was less common was the deed restriction he had placed on the property at the time of purchase, a covenant, filed with the county and still legally binding according to the attorney who had contacted me, stating that the land could not be sold, subdivided, or transferred outside the direct Ashburner family line without the formal dissolution of a specific obligation, described in the covenant only as the acknowledged debt. The county clerk, according to a follow-up letter in the box, had asked Werner to clarify what the acknowledged debt referred to. Werner had written back a single sentence. It will be clear to whoever inherits this obligation what it refers to. I was, apparently, that person. I closed box 1 and sat in the kitchen while the afternoon light shifted toward the amber of late day, and the ridgeline outside the window began to gather its shadows. From somewhere up the hollow carried on the still air, I heard the sound of a crow. Not the quick conversational caw of a bird moving through, but a long, sustained call that ended and then began again, as though the crow had something very specific and patient to say. I found myself looking at the stone outbuilding again. Visible through the kitchen window was a small pale shape against the darkening tree line. I had not yet gone to it. I was aware of having not gone to it in the way that you are sometimes aware of having not touched a thing that is sitting plainly in front of you. Not because you have forgotten it, but because some part of you understands that touching it will change the particular quality of this moment, and the particular quality of this moment is still one in which you do not know what you are dealing with. I made dinner. I washed the dishes. I went upstairs and sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the ceiling for a while, before I turned the lamp off. I went back to the hallway and stood in front of the framed paper with Werner's written sentence on it. The German word he had used for ground was not the most common one, not the simple word for soil or earth, but an older word that referred specifically to the ground beneath a building, the particular earth on which a structure stands. The word carried with it the implication of foundation, of that which has been built upon and therefore bears the weight of what was built. The ground does not forget, and I do not ask it to. I turned the lamp off and went to bed and lay in the dark, and listened to the creek and thought about a word my grandfather's brother had chosen from among all available words, and what it meant that he had chosen that one. Somewhere in those 4 boxes a name was waiting for me, and I understood now that Werner had known exactly what it was, and had spent 50 years in this particular hollow preparing the ground. That older, heavier word, for the moment I would find it. The stone outbuilding had a padlock on its door that used the same key as the farmhouse, which told me the decision to keep them on a single ring had been deliberate. Werner had wanted whoever came after him to find both doors open, or neither, had understood that a person who turned back from one would turn back from the other, and had made the choice simple by making it singular. I went to it on the second morning carrying coffee in a thermos, and the particular steadiness of someone who has decided that not knowing is no longer preferable to knowing. The morning was colder than the one before it. A ground mist had settled into the lower pasture overnight, and had not yet lifted, and it moved around my feet as I walked the fence line toward the outbuilding in a way that was simply weather, simply the behavior of cold air over damp ground, and I noted it as such and kept walking. The grass was wet, and the fence posts leaned slightly away from the hill, the way fence posts in hollow country always do, as though the slope is a persistent argument they have been losing for years. The padlock opened cleanly. The door swung inward on hinges that had been oiled recently enough to make no sound at all. The interior was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square, lit only by the light coming through the open door behind me. Stone walls, packed earth floor, a ceiling of rough-hewn timber that had been treated with something dark and preserving. The room smelled of mineral oil and old paper, and underneath both of those, the particular cold smell of stone that has never been fully warm, regardless of the season. Along the left wall, a wooden workbench, clear of tools, with 4 items placed on it in a line with the same deliberateness I'd come to associate with everything Werner left behind. A folded piece of cloth, dark wool, a small glass jar with a sealed lid, containing something I could not identify from the doorway, a photograph, face down, and a 5th document box, identical to the 4 in the study, labeled in Werner's hand with a single word that was not a number. The word was Vader. Father. I stood in the doorway for a moment. Then I went to the workbench and picked up the photograph and turned it over. It was a formal portrait, black and white, the kind produced for official military records. The man in it was perhaps 50 years old, broad-faced, with pale eyes and a jaw set with the practiced authority of someone who expected the camera to understand that his time was limited and valuable. He wore a uniform. The insignia on the collar and shoulder were clear enough, even to someone who had spent 20 years trying not to become fluent in the visual language of that particular military branch. A general's insignia, Wehrmacht, late war by the style of the photograph. On the back, in Werner's hand, Heinrich Aschberner, General Major, Minsk, 1943. I set the photograph back down face up and stood very still and let the information move through me with the same patience I had been trained to bring to archival material. Which is to say, I did not look away from it, and I did not reach for an explanation before I had finished looking. My great-grandfather had commanded rear security operations in Minsk, Belarus in 1943. I knew because it was my field, and I had spent 2 decades teaching it. Exactly what rear security operations in occupied Belarus in 1943 meant. There was no ambiguity in that phrase. Not at this distance. Not with the documentary record that existed. Rear security in the occupied Eastern Territories during that period was the organizational structure through which civilian populations were controlled. Partisan activity was suppressed, and a systematic murder of Jewish communities was carried out with the participation of regular military units operating alongside the Einsatzgruppen. I opened the Vader box. It contained a single manila envelope, sealed with wax that had Werner's initial pressed into it, an U, careful and deliberate. Inside the envelope was a document of perhaps 30 pages, handwritten in German, on paper that had gone soft at the folds. A cover page, in Werner's hand, identified it as a statement prepared by himself, dated 1962, for no intended recipient. For the record only, I sat down on the earth floor of the stone outbuilding with my back against the workbench and began to read. Werner had been 18 years old in 1943. He had been in Minsk with his father for a period of 11 weeks during the late summer and early fall of that year, brought along as a courier and administrative aid in the way that the sons of senior officers were sometimes brought into proximity with their father's commands, not officially enrolled, not yet of proper service age, present in the way that a general's son could be present, which is to say in all the wrong places and with full understanding of what he was seeing. He had seen the operations. He described them in a statement in language that was precise and effectless and absolutely without mitigation, which was the language of a man who had spent 15 years trying to find a way to say a thing and had finally concluded that the only honest way was the plain way. He described what his father ordered. He described what the units under his father's command carried out. He described the locations, the mechanisms, the scale. He described a forest outside the city where the ground had been altered in a way that did not heal. And then he described coming to America and buying land in the Kentucky Hollow and building a stone room on that land and placing in it everything he knew. And he described why he had chosen this hollow specifically, because the land agent who had sold it to him had mentioned, in passing, that the local families had a belief about this particular piece of ground, a belief about what the earth here held and did not release. And Werner had understood that belief as the most honest thing anyone had said to him since the war ended. He had wanted to be somewhere that understood that the ground keeps what is placed in it. I read the full 30 pages sitting on the cold earth floor while the mist outside slowly burned away, and the morning light strengthened and moved in a narrow bar across the stone threshold of the great, open door. When I finished, I sat for a while longer without moving. My mother had known. That was the first clear thought that arrived. She had known enough to change the subject for 30 years, which meant she had known the shape of it if not the specific weight, and she had made the same choice that Werner had made in reverse. Where he had chosen to stay with it, she had chosen to walk away from it, and she had walked far enough that she had produced a son who spent his professional life teaching the history of exactly this period, without knowing that the history was also, in some sense, his. The second thought was quieter and took longer to arrive, and it was this. Werner had left the farm to me specifically, not to my mother, not to any of her siblings. To me, the historian, the one who would be able to read a Wehrmacht collar insignia and a photograph, and know immediately what it meant without having to be told. He had waited until he found the right inheritor, and then he had arranged everything with the patience of a man who had been patient for half a century and was prepared to be patient a little longer. He had left me the obligation. He had left me the acknowledged debt. He had left me the stone room and the 4 boxes and the Vader box and the photograph and the statement. And he had left them in a place he had chosen because the ground here does not forget. And what he was asking me, what he had arranged across 50 years to ask me, was whether I would be the first person in this family to stand in that acknowledgement without looking away. I stood up. My legs were stiff from the cold earth. I picked up the sealed jar from the workbench and looked at it in the light from the doorway. Inside the jar, preserved in what appeared to be mineral oil, was a folded square of paper too small and too tightly folded to read through the glass. I did not open the jar. I carried it back to the farmhouse along with the photograph and Werner's statement, and I set them on the kitchen table and stood at the window and looked out at the hollow while the creek moved, and the last of the morning mist pulled away from the lower pasture and the ridgelines, came clear above the tree line, sharp and specific against the October sky. The crow was back. Or it had never left. From somewhere above the stone outbuilding, patient and unhurried, it was still making its long, deliberate sound. That afternoon I found the name of my nearest neighbor, a woman named Ruth Packer, noted in Werner's address book in the study in the same ink as everything else, with a single annotation beside it. She will know what to tell you, and when. Ruth Packer lived 3/4 of a mile up the hollow road, in a house that had been built in stages over several generations, the additions visible in the way the roof lines changed elevation, and the siding shifted between different decades of material, clapboard giving way to aluminum, giving way to vinyl, and then back to clapboard, as though each generation had made its own peace with the question of what a house should look like, and then handed the problem forward. I had found her telephone number in Werner's address book, and called ahead because Werner's annotation had said she would know when, and I wanted to give her the opportunity to decide that the when was now. She had answered on the second ring and said yes, come for lunch, and had given me instructions that assumed I already knew the road, which I did not, and I had gotten turned around once at a fork that the instructions described as obvious, before finding her mailbox at the edge of a gravel pull-off beside a stand of sourwood trees that had gone, their full October red. She was perhaps 75 years old, small and very upright, with white hair pulled back with a plainness that suggested she had never been interested in the subject of her own appearance, and had found an efficient solution early in life, and kept it. She was standing on the porch when I pulled in, wearing a canvas barn coat and holding a dish towel, and she watched me park and get out with the particular attentiveness of someone who is checking a new thing against a long-held expectation. She said, "You have his eyes, Werner's eyes." I said I had been told I resembled my mother's family. She said, "Come inside. The soup is ready." The interior of her house was the interior of a life fully and deliberately lived in one place. Shelves that had exceeded their original purpose and been supplemented by additional shelves, books and canning jars and seed catalogs and framed photographs and small objects whose significance was entirely private, arranged in a density that should have felt cluttered and instead felt like the inside of a mind that had never thrown anything useful away. The kitchen smelled of vegetable soup and wood smoke, and the specific sweetness of dried herbs hanging in bundles from the ceiling beam above the stove. We sat. She served the soup with cornbread that she cut from a cast iron pan in squares, and she poured coffee without asking whether I wanted it. And for a while we ate without talking, which is the correct way to begin a conversation of this kind in this part of the country, and I understood that, even as an outsider, because it is also the correct way for a historian to begin an interview. You let the silence do its preliminary work before you start asking it to carry weight. She said eventually, "Werner told me you would come. He told me what you would have found by the time you came to me." I said, "The statement, the photograph, the boxes." She nodded once. "And the jar." I said I had not opened the jar. She looked at me steadily across the table. "No," she said. "You would not open it yet. That is correct." I asked her how long she had known Werner. "Since 1957, she said. I was a girl. My father sold him the fence posts for the lower pasture, and Werner came to settle the account in person, which was not something buyers always did, and my father liked him for it. They became, I would not say friends exactly. They became people who understood each other's need for quiet, and who respected that need enough not to disturb it unnecessarily." She paused and broke a piece of cornbread and set it down without eating it. "Werner was a man who had decided to live inside a specific truth," she said. "Most people who carry what he carried find a way to live around it. They build their life in a circle around the outside of the thing, and they keep the thing at the center where they cannot see it directly, and they call that surviving." Werner chose differently. He lived with it at the surface. He did not talk about it, not for many years, not until he trusted a person completely. But it was always visible in him, if you knew how to look, like a watermark in paper, present in the light, invisible in the shadow. I asked her what the land had meant to him, whether the belief, the local belief he had described in his statement, had been something he had come to on his own, or something she or her family had told him. She was quiet for a moment. The wood stove ticked in the corner. Outside, the wind moved through the sourwood trees with a sound like something turning pages. "My grandmother told it first," Ruth said. "To Werner, I mean. He had asked, carefully, over time, the way he did everything, about the hollow, about what the older families believed about this particular ground, and my grandmother, who was not a woman who spoke about such things to anyone she did not consider worthy of them, told him what she told me." She folded her hands on the table. Her hands were the hands of someone who had worked outdoors for decades, the knuckles enlarged, the skin weathered to a permanent roughness, but the gesture itself was precise and deliberate. "There are places," she said, "where the earth holds an accounting. Not every place, not most places, but certain ground, in certain configurations, a hollow with a specific aspect, water moving in a particular direction, stone beneath a certain depth. The ground in those places does not process what is placed in it the way ordinary ground does. It keeps it. It holds the weight of what has happened and what has been brought to it, and that weight becomes part of the place, and the place becomes present in a way that other places are not." I asked her what present meant. She said, "Attentive, aware of what has been acknowledged and what is not." The belief my grandmother held, and her grandmother before her, going back as far as the family memory holds, is that a person who comes to this ground carrying an unacknowledged thing will find that the ground knows, and the ground will hold that thing alongside whatever else it holds, and the holding will be felt, and it will not release until the acknowledgement is made. I sat with that for a moment. I asked her whether Werner had believed this in a religious sense or in some other sense. Werner believed it in the sense that a man believes a thing he has tested with his entire life, she said. He came here carrying his father's actions, and his own witness of them, and his own silence about both. And he built the stone room, and he put into that room everything he knew, and he waited for someone to come who could do what he could not. I asked what he could not do. Ruth looked at me steadily. "Name it," she said. "In this ground, in this hollow, in the language of the people the harm was done to." Werner could name what his father did in German and English, in the language of the church he attended and the law he had studied. But he could not name it in the voice of those who died, because he did not have that language, and he did not have that standing. He was the son of the man who ordered it. He could carry it. He could prepare the ground. He could not complete the accounting. She reached across the table and turned her coffee cup in a small, considered circle. "He believed you could," she said. "He watched your work over the years. Your writing. He believed that a person who had spent their life making the dead matter to people who would rather not be bothered had developed a particular kind of standing that he himself had never been able to earn." The phrase landed with a precision that took my breath in a quiet way, because those were the words I had used myself, years ago, in the introduction to a course syllabus that had been published in a small academic journal with a readership of perhaps 400 people, and the idea that Werner had read it and recognized something in it and incorporated it into a plan he had been building for decades was not frightening so much as it was an experience of scale, of understanding that the thing you thought was a private act of vocation had been, in some other accounting, a preparation. I asked her about the jar. She said, "The jar contains a paper on which Werner wrote the names of the locations: Sushinki Forest, Maly Troshinets, the Minsk Ghetto. The specific places where the operations his father commanded contributed to specific deaths. He sealed them in oil to preserve them, because he did not know how long it would be before someone came who could speak them aloud in that room, in that ground." I said, "He wanted me to open the jar in the stone room." "He wanted you to open it," she said, "when you were ready to say the names. Not before. The ground will know the difference." I looked out her kitchen window at the hollow road stretching back toward the farm, visible between the sourwood trees in a pale stripe of gravel and compressed clay, running quiet and patient in the October afternoon. "What happens," I said, "when the names are said?" Ruth was quiet for a long moment. The wood stove ticked. The wind turned a page in the sourwood trees, and then another. "I cannot tell you what you will experience," she said carefully. "I can tell you what my grandmother told me, and what Werner told me, and what I've observed in this hollow over 75 years of living in it." She paused. "I can tell you that the weight in that stone room has been building for a very long time, and I can tell you that the ground does not ask for punishment or for justice in any form that the law would recognize. It asks only for the truth to be spoken in the place that was prepared for it, by the person who was prepared to speak it." She stood and took our bowls to the sink and ran the water over them in a steady, unhurried stream. Without turning around, she said, "Go tonight, Daniel. The hollow is quieter at night, and what you are going to do is a quiet thing." I drove back down the hollow road in the low October light with the sealed jar on the passenger seat beside me, and the afternoon felt different from any previous afternoon in a way I could not quantify, as though the conversation with Ruth had altered some atmospheric property of the day itself. The light slightly more deliberate, the tree lines slightly more present, the road beneath my tires making a sound against the gravel that I heard. For the first time, as a kind of patient breathing, the darkened Cutter Hollow was not the dark of a city with its power cut, not the disorienting sudden absence that urban people mean when they say it was pitch black. It was a darkness that had been here long before the hollow had a name, that had accumulated in layers the way sediment accumulates at the bottom of still water, each layer complete and resting on the one beneath it, the whole column present and undisturbed and very, very deep. I waited until 10 in the evening before I went to the stone room. I did not plan the waiting consciously. I simply found that I was not ready before that hour, and that after it I was, and that the readiness arrived not as resolve, but as a quieting of the resistance that had been running underneath everything I had done since I first turned onto the hollow road 4 days ago. I took the sealed jar from the kitchen table where I had set it when I came back from Ruth's. I took the photograph of Heinrich Aschbrenner and Werner's 30-page statement. I took the small flashlight I had brought from Columbus and a box of the matches that had been left beside the kerosene lamp in the front hallway. I did not take anything else. I understood, without being able to say how I understood it, that this was not a thing that benefited from preparation beyond the essential. The night air outside was sharper than any previous night had been. The cold settled fully into the hollow now, the sky above the ridgeline showing stars with the specific clarity that comes after the last warmth of the season has finally released its hold on the atmosphere. My breath moved ahead of me in small, steady clouds. The pasture grass was stiff with the first real frost of the year, and it made a sound under my feet like something being very carefully torn. The stone room was darker than the open air. I stood in its doorway and used the flashlight to locate the workbench, and then I set everything down in a line the way Werner had left his own objects arranged. And I stood for a moment in the center of the room with the packed earth floor under my feet and the stone walls close on all sides and the timber ceiling low above my head, and I breathed. The room had a quality of enclosure that was distinct from merely being a small enclosed space. It was the enclosure of something held, the way a cupped hand holds water, not containing it forcibly but shaped around it, offering the precise geometry of safekeeping. Werner had spent 50 years maintaining this room. He had oiled the door hinges and reshingled the roof and kept the floor clean and the walls sound, and he had done all of that for the same reason that a person keeps a letter they cannot yet bring themselves to send. Not because this sending is impossible, but because it must be done correctly, and correctly requires its own time. I opened the jar. The wax seal broke cleanly. The mineral oil smell rose into the cold air, sharp and preserving, and I reached in and drew out the folded paper and let the oil run from it between my fingers for a moment before I unfolded it on the workbench in the flashlight's beam. Werner's handwriting. A list 23 lines long, each line a location or a date or a specific designation. The language partly German, partly what I recognized as transliterated place names from the occupied territories. Tuchinki Forest, Mali Trostenetz, the Second Minsk Ghetto Action, October of 1941, the Koidianovo Operation, December of the same year, the Sletsk Deportations, a series of numbered village designations that corresponded, I knew, to the anti-partisan sweep operations conducted by rear security units through the rural districts surrounding the city. 23 lines. Each one a place where Heinrich Aschbrenner's command had contributed its specific weight to a specific atrocity. I read the list once through, without speaking, building the full picture in my mind with the trained attention of someone who understands that a list of this kind is not a list. It is a cartography of decisions. Each entry a location where a man in a general's uniform had looked at a situation and made a choice that a different man might have made differently, and had made it instead in the direction of murder, with the ease of long practice and institutional sanction, in a forest, in a ghetto, in a series of villages whose names the regime had reduced to numbers. Then I began to speak. I said the names aloud, each one in full, with its date where Werner had recorded a date, with the number of dead where Werner had recorded a number. I said them in the order Werner had written them, and I said them at the pace they required, which was not a fast pace. Between each entry I paused long enough that the silence could register what had just been placed into it. My voice in that stone room was different from my voice anywhere else. The walls absorbed the sound rather than reflecting it, and each name I spoke seemed to go directly into the stone and the earth behind it, with no echo, no return. It was the acoustic property of the room, simply that, but the effect was of speaking into something that received what was offered without comment and without resistance, the way ground receives rain. I was aware partway through the list that the quality of the air in the room had changed. This is the sentence that I have the most difficulty writing honestly. because I am a historian and a person with a professional commitment to precision, and I understand that what I am about to describe exists in a category of experience for which the available language is either too dramatic or too dismissive, and neither serves the truth of what occurred. The air changed in the way that the air in a room changes when a window that has been closed for a very long time is finally opened. Not a temperature change, not a movement of air, but a shift in the quality of the pressure, as though the room had been holding its breath for 50 years and had, in the most recent moments, remembered how to exhale. I finished the list. I folded the paper and set it on the workbench. I picked up the photograph of Heinrich Aschbrenner and held it in the flashlight's beam and looked at it for a long time, at the pale eyes that were, according to Ruth, my eyes, at the jaw set with its practiced authority, at the collar insignia that I could read as fluently as a native language, at the expression of a man who did not expect to be looked at with accounting in mind. I said his name. Heinrich Aschbrenner, General Major, Commanding Officer of the Rear Security Area in the District of Minsk from June to September of 1943. I said his rank in his command and his years of service in the specific nature what those years of service had accomplished, not in the language of military record, but in the plain language of what occurred, the decisions made, the orders given, the operations carried out under his authority, the ground and how many forests and fields altered permanently by those operations. I said the name of what it was. I used the word clearly, without qualification, without the hedging language of command responsibility and contextual military necessity that the defense strategies of his era had generated to make the word harder to arrive at. The word was available. The word was accurate. I said it. And then I said, I am the great-grandson of this man. I am the person Werner Aschbrenner prepared this place to receive. I am standing in this ground with full knowledge of what I carry, and I am not asking this ground to release me from carrying it. I'm asking only that what was unspoken be spoken, and what was unnamed be named, and that the people whose names Werner could not speak because he did not have the standing to speak them, that they be acknowledged here, in this place, by someone who has spent his life in the obligation of making the dead matter. I stood in the silence that followed for a long time. The stone room held its new quality of air around me. The cold was present, but not uncomfortable. The flashlight sat on the workbench and threw its steady beam across Werner's list, across the photograph, across the bare stone wall with its decades of patient maintenance, and everything in the room was simply what it was. Object, surface, material, and also, simultaneously, something that had just completed a circuit it had been waiting to complete. I did not feel absolved. I want to be precise about that, because absolution would be the wrong thing to feel, and I think Werner understood that, which is why he had described the obligation as a debt, and not as a sin. A debt is not forgiven. A debt is acknowledged, and then it is carried differently, not released, but recognized, held with the proper name attached to it, which changes the quality of the holding even when it does not change the weight. I walked back across the frost-stiffened pasture to the farmhouse in the dark, carrying the jar and the photograph and Werner's statement. The stars above the ridge line were the same stars they had been an hour ago. The creek moved with the same purposeful silence. The hollow was quiet in the way that it had been quiet on every previous night, and also quiet in a way that was entirely new. The way a room is quiet after a very long conversation has finally reached its end. I set Werner's things on the kitchen table. I sat down in the chair and put my hands flat on the table surface the way I had once seen Werner sit, open, patient, waiting to be searched. And I understood for the first time that this posture was not submission, and not guilt, but something more precise, the posture of a person who has stopped pretending that their hands are empty. Outside, the creek moved. The ridgeline held its darkness. The stone room sat in the lower pasture with its door closed and its roof sound as floor of packed earth holding, as it had always held, everything that had been honestly placed within it. In the morning I would call Ruth, and she would say only good, and then after a pause, Werner would have been glad it was you, and I would stand at the kitchen window for a long time after we hung up, looking at the hollow in the early light, understanding that glad was not the right word, and also that it was the only word available, and that Werner, who had spent 50 years learning to live with the gap between the available words and the true ones, would have understood exactly why she chose it. 7 months is not a long time in the life of a hollow. The sourwood trees along Ruth's fence line had gone from their October red through the bare gray of winter, and were now, in the second week of May, producing their small white bell-shaped flowers in the particular abundance of a season that is decided to be generous after a long and considered absence. The creek was running higher than it had been in October, fed by the spring melt coming off the upper ridges, and its voice had changed register, less the quiet, purposeful movement of a thing going somewhere, and more the full-throated presence of a thing that has somewhere to be and the means to get there. I had come back on a Thursday. I had told no one I was coming except Ruth, and Ruth had said only, "The road will be muddy after last week's rain. Bring boots." And I had understood this as her particular form of welcome, and had brought the boots, and had parked in the same gravel pull-off beside her mailbox, and walked the hollow road, the 3/4 of a mile to the farm on foot in the morning light, carrying a canvas bag with one strap over my shoulder. The farmhouse looked different in May than it had in October, which I had expected, and also looked exactly the same in the ways that mattered, which I had hoped for, but had not been entirely certain of until I rounded the last bend in the road and saw it sitting at the end of it straightening with the covered porch and the weather vane in the windows that caught the morning light. Not the amber of late afternoon now, but the clean, new light of early morning that made the weathered clapboard look not gray, but silver, and the whole structure look less like something waiting to be reclaimed by the earth, and more like something that had made its peace with the earth and was simply coexisting with it on agreed terms. I had been back in Columbus for 7 months. I had returned to my classes and my colleagues and the particular rhythm of a working life that continued largely unchanged on its surface, while something in its interior had been quietly, irreversibly rearranged. My students noticed nothing different. My colleagues noticed a quality of attentiveness in me that one of them, a woman named Carol who taught European literature and had known me for 11 years, described as, "You seem like someone who has stopped waiting for something." She meant it as a compliment. She was not wrong. I had made 2 decisions in the month since October. The first was about the farm. I had spoken at length with the attorney in Hazard and with a land trust organization that worked in Harlan County, and I had arranged to donate the acreage and the farmhouse to a conservation easement that would keep the hollow from development in perpetuity while allowing the property to remain inhabited and maintained by whoever the land trust placed there. The stone room was to remain on the property and remain intact. This was a condition I had insisted on, and the trust had accepted without objection, which told me that Ruth, who sat on the Trust's Regional Advisory Board, a fact I had discovered quietly and not mentioned to her, had prepared the ground, as it were, before I arrived at the conversation. The second decision was about the work. In the spring semester, for the first time in 20 years of teaching the post-war period, I had changed the framing of the unit I had always called Command Responsibility, and had renamed it The Distance Between Orders and Earth. The new framing began not with legal precedent and organizational structure, but with a single question that I wrote on the board at the start of the first class and left there for the entire unit. What does it cost a society to let the men who gave the orders die in their beds while the ground they altered remains unacknowledged? My students found this framing more difficult than the previous one. Several of them said so directly, which I took as evidence that it was working. I had also written, over the winter months, a long essay, not an academic paper, not a piece of scholarship in the conventional sense, but something between a personal account and a historical meditation that I had not yet decided whether to publish. The essay was about Werner and about Heinrich, and about the farm and the stone room and what Ruth had told me about the hollow's particular quality of ground. It was, in the terms of my professional life, entirely unpublishable in any venue I had previously written for. It was also, I had come to understand, the most honest piece of writing I had ever produced, which meant it belonged somewhere, even if the somewhere was not yet clear. Now, I walked across the pasture toward the stone room in the May morning with the canvas bag on my shoulder and the new grass wet against my boots and the bellflowers of the sourwood trees visible on the ridge above me in small white clusters, and I thought about Werner walking the same ground for 50 years, with the weight of what he carried distributed across every step he took in this hollow, in this specific earth. And I thought about the difference between carrying a thing in isolation and carrying it in acknowledgement, and I thought about how the difference is not in the weight, but in the quality of the holding. The stone room door stood exactly as I had left it in October, closed, the padlock in place. I opened it with a brass key, which I had kept on my key ring for 7 months, and had looked at every day without quite being able to say whether I was keeping it as a reminder or as a commitment, or simply because some objects, once they have been part of a significant threshold, cannot go back to being merely objects. The interior was unchanged. The workbench, the bare walls, the packed earth floor, the timber ceiling with its darkening treatment still sound and preserving. The morning light came through the open door and lay across the floor in the same narrow rectangle it had made in October, moved now to a different angle by the season's change, falling slightly more to the left, slightly more golden than the autumn light had been. I set the canvas bag on the workbench and opened it. Inside the bag, a printed copy of the essay I had written over the winter, folded once. A small jar of Kentucky soil that I had taken from the lower pasture in October and kept on my desk in Columbus for 7 months, where it had sat beside my lamp and been the first thing I looked at each morning. A photograph I had found in the Columbus Public Library's archive. Not a photograph of any family member, but a photograph taken in Minsk in 1944 after liberation, showing the exterior of the Minsk ghetto wall with a group of survivors standing before it, looking at the camera with the specific expression of people who have survived something that was designed specifically to prevent their survival. I had obtained a reproduction of this photograph through the archive with proper documentation and with the full information of what I intended to do with it. The archivist, a young woman named Priya, who had handled my request with the careful attention that distinguished people bring to the work they understand matters, had said, "I am glad it is going somewhere that will hold it well." I placed the printed essay on the workbench beside the soil jar and the photograph. I did not read the essay aloud. It had already been written in the voice of acknowledgement, in the plainest language I had available, and the writing of it had been its own form of speaking. I placed my hand flat on it for a moment, the way you place a hand on the cover of a book you have finished and are not ready to put down. I placed the photograph of the survivor's face up on the workbench beside the photograph of Heinrich Ashbrenner, which was still there from October, still lying where I'd left it face up on the stone. I looked at both photographs for a long time. The general with his pale eyes and practiced authority. The survivors with their direct and complicated gaze. The distance between them measured not in miles or years, but in choices, each choice made by a specific person with full human agency in a specific moment. Each choice accumulated into the particular geography of what had occurred. I took the jar of Kentucky soil and opened it, and set it open on the workbench between the two photographs. This was the gesture I had come to make. Not dramatic, not ritualized in any formal sense. I had no standing to perform a ritual from a tradition that was not mine, and I understood that clearly, and Werner had understood it too, which is why his statement had asked for acknowledgement rather than ceremony. The soil was from his hollow, from the ground that Ruth's grandmother had identified as a place that holds what is honestly placed within it. I was placing it between the image of the man who had commanded the operations and the image of the people the operations had been directed against, and I was saying with the gesture what I had already said with words in October and with the winter's writing, that the distance between those two images is not abstract, that it is made of specific decisions and specific ground, and that the ground, this ground, the only ground I had standing to speak from, the ground of my own inheritance, acknowledged the weight of what it held, and did not ask to be released from holding it. I stood in the stone room for a while after that. The morning light moved its slow rectangle across the floor. The creak was audible from here, higher and more present than it had been in October, its spring voice filling the hollow with something that was not comfort exactly, but was adjacent to it. The sound of a place continuing, of water finding its level, of the persistent ordinary life of a landscape that has held extraordinary things and continued regardless, because continuation is what landscapes do. I thought about Werner sitting in this hollow for 50 years. I thought about the journals on the study shelves, 47 years of daily entries in their cloth-covered notebooks, and I thought about what it means to write every day about the weight you carry, without ever finding a sentence that releases you from it. And I thought about the particular courage of a man who understood that release was not available, and chose to remain anyway, in the specific place he had chosen for its quality of honest holding, maintaining the room, maintaining the record, waiting for the person who could do the one thing he could not. I thought about my mother, who had walked away from this, and I thought about the walking away as its own kind of decision, with its own kind of cost, different from Werner's decision and not lesser, simply different, made by a different person, with different resources at a different moment in the long life of an unresolved thing. I thought about my students writing in their notebooks at the start of the new unit, working with the question I had left on the board, trying to find their way toward an answer that the question was not designed to resolve, but to hold open, the way good questions do. Ruth was coming for lunch. She had said she would bring pie, which in this part of the country is not a gesture, but a language. And I had understood the language and said I would make coffee, and she had said good. And that had been the entirety of our planning, because some things did not require more planning than that. I closed the canvas bag and left it on the workbench. I closed the stone room door, but did not lock it. This was a decision I had made on the walk down from the farmhouse that morning, that the room had served its period of locked keeping, that what it contained now was not a secret, but a record, and that records are meant to remain accessible to whoever comes to this hollow next, and needs to understand what the ground here holds and why. I walked back across the pasture in the May morning with the empty bag over my shoulder, and the new grass bright around my boots, and the bellflowers moving slightly in a wind that came down from the ridge with the smell of the upper forest in it, pine and wet stone and the particular cleanness of air that has traveled a long distance over old growth before arriving here. At the farmhouse I put the kettle on and stood at the kitchen window and looked out at the hollow, the stone room visible at the far end of the pasture, the door closed, the roof sound in the morning light, the sourwood trees on the ridge above it carrying their white flowers against the blue of the May sky. The hollow was quiet, not the held breath quiet of October, not the waiting quiet of a place anticipating something that had not yet arrived, the quiet of a place that has received what it was prepared to receive and has continued and is simply present now in the ordinary way of places that have done their work. The kettle began its low sound on the propane range. Outside, the creek ran full and clear over its stones, going where it had always been going, carrying what water carries, which is not memory, not weight, not the residue of what has moved through it, but simply the movement itself, and the direction and the sound it makes against the particular arrangement of the earth it has chosen to run through, patient and specific and always, always forward. Something off exit 43. My sister called it closure. My therapist called it avoidance. I called it a long drive, because that was the most honest name for what it was. Just me and 8 hours of asphalt, and the particular silence that fills a car when the person who usually rides in the passenger seat is no longer alive to fill it. Her name was Dana. She was 39 years old. She died on a Wednesday in October, which felt wrong from the very beginning. Not a Friday, not a Sunday, not one of those days the universe seems to reserve for large events. A Wednesday, as if she had stepped out to run a quick errand and simply had not come back. I am a data analyst by trade. I work in a field that rewards precision and punishes sentiment. I am telling you this, not because it makes what happened more credible, but because it is the most important thing to understand about the way I experienced it. I do not reach for the unexplained. I do not fill gaps in evidence with comfort. I follow the data to wherever it leads, and I document what I find. What I found off exit 43 on I-75 in South Georgia, approximately 5 months after my sister's death, is what I am going to tell you now. The drive began in Gainesville, Florida, in the hour before dawn. Late March. The air outside the apartment complex where I had been staying with Dana's husband and their 2 boys was already warm in a way that felt like an apology. One of those southern mornings that offers everything soft and humid before the real heat of the day arrives. I loaded a single bag into the back of my Subaru. I kissed my nephews on their foreheads while they slept. I left a note at the kitchen counter, and I drove north on I-75 in the dark, which felt like driving into the past, which I suppose is exactly what I was doing. The plan, such as it was, involved Atlanta. Specifically, it involved Dana's storage unit in a suburb north of the city, which had been sitting locked and untouched since before her diagnosis. Her husband had asked me, very quietly, over a dinner neither of us ate much of, if I would go. He could not do it yet. I told him I understood. I did understand, but I also understood that I needed to move, and that moving in the direction of something difficult was better than what I had been doing, which was mostly sitting very still in the guest room of his house and calling it grieving. So I drove I-75 northbound through the Florida dark, then across the Georgia state line as the sky went from black to the particular dark blue of early morning that does not commit to color yet, but you can feel the light coming. Georgia welcomed me with its pine trees first. They rise straight and close along that highway corridor, a wall of them on both sides, the trunks pale in the headlights and the crowns lost in shadow above. By the time Valdosta came and went behind me, the sky had reached gray, and the road had the long, flat quality of South Georgia, where you can see for what feels like a mile ahead, and there is nothing on it but the highway itself. I had driven this route before. Dana and I had made it together 3 or 4 times over the years, back when our parents were still living in Atlanta and we lived in different states, and the drive was the only affordable option. She was the one who always wanted to stop. Gas stations, fruit stands, historical markers she would read aloud from the roadside while I kept my hands on the wheel and told her to just get back in the car. I think about that often now. The number of historical markers I did not read. The number of fruit stands I did not stop at. I stopped for coffee near the Florida-Georgia border at one of those highway rest stops with the vending machines in the free dog walk area, and I sat on a bench in the early morning light and drank burnt coffee from a paper cup, and watched a man in a Georgia Bulldog's cap walk a beagle in slow circles across the grass. The beagle's nose never left the ground. He was completely absorbed in a world of information the men could not access, and did not seem to want to. That is what grief is like, I thought, nose to the ground, following something invisible, going in circles. By the time I crossed into the deeper stretch of South Georgia, that long middle passage between the state line and Tifton, where the landscape flattens and the pine forests press close on both sides, and the exits are sparse, and the mile markers climb slowly toward the north. The sun was up, and the light was doing what Georgia light does in March, which is arrive at a slant that makes everything look slightly more significant than it is. Red clay cuts in the road banks, a hawk sitting on a fence post, a hand-painted sign for boiled peanuts that had been out so long the letters were mostly ghost marks on weathered plywood. I was not looking for anything. That is the part I want to be precise about. I was not in the middle of some supernatural investigation. I was not in an altered state of mind. I was 37 years old. I had a thermos of coffee and a bag of gas station trail mix, and I was on my way to sort through my dead sister's belongings. I was tired in the particular way you are tired when you have been tired for 5 months, which is not sleepiness so much as a kind of structural fatigue, something in the bones rather than the eyes. The first wrong note, if I am being careful and honest, was something I barely registered at the time. It was a smell. I had the windows down because the morning was cool enough for it, and somewhere around the mile marker I later estimated to be 43 or 44. I smelled something that did not belong on a pine forest highway in March. It was the smell of a diner. Hot grease and coffee and something yeasty, bread or biscuits. The specific smell of food being made at volume in a commercial kitchen. There was nothing beside the highway at that moment. No exit, no building, no sign of habitation in either direction. Just pine trees and red clay. And that smell hanging in the air for no more than 10 or 15 seconds before it was gone. I noted it the way I note things that do not fit a pattern. I filed it. I did not assign it a meaning. I rolled the window up and drank more coffee and watched the mile markers go. What I could not have known then, and what I know now with the particular certainty that comes from having documented every detail I am about to tell you, is that the smell was not random. It was not a trick of the wind from some distant property I could not see. It was the first time the location made itself known to me. The way something that has been waiting will sometimes send out the smallest possible signal. Just enough to mark you, just enough to begin. I drove on. The highway opened up ahead of me, long and pale and entirely ordinary. Somewhere north of that mile marker, I passed a green exit sign I did not look at closely. Exit 43, it said, in the way that those signs say things, matter-of-factly, without urgency, offering information to anyone who wants it, and releasing it entirely for anyone who does not. I did not want it. Not then. I kept driving north. Atlanta waited. Dana's storage unit waited. All of it waited in the way that unfinished things wait, which is to say without patience, without mercy, and without any intention of resolving itself on your behalf. I did not stop at exit 43 that day. But I came back, and the smell, that particular smell of something warm and made by hand in a place that should not have been there, stayed with me the way certain details stay, not in the front of the mind, but behind it, patient and quiet, like something that knows it has already found what it was looking for. The storage unit was a 10 by 10 cube on the second floor of a climate-controlled facility in Marietta, and it smelled like Dana. That is the first thing, before the boxes, before the furniture draped in moving blankets, before the careful labeling in her handwriting that I recognized so immediately and so completely that my knees went soft for a moment in the doorway. Before all of it, the smell reached me. Her shampoo. The cedar sachets she kept in every closet. Something underneath both of those things that was simply her, the particular atmospheric signature of a person's accumulated life, the smell of a space that had held her belongings for long enough to hold her too. I stood in the doorway for what was probably 3 minutes, but felt like considerably longer. Then I went in and started working, because that is what I do when something threatens to become too large for me to manage. I make it into a task. I find the edges of it, and I start at a corner. The boxes were organized the way Dana organized everything, which is to say meticulously and with a system I did not immediately understand but which revealed its own logic the longer I looked. Winter clothes in clear bins with taped labels. Tax records and dated hanging files inside a banker's box. A box simply marked good dishes that I did not open. Another marked thens, Mom gave US that I also did not open. I was not ready to open either of those, and I gave myself permission to leave them for a second visit. Because I told myself there would be a second visit, because I needed to believe there would be enough time for everything. I worked for 4 hours. I made a list. I took photographs of furniture for the consignment shop her husband had already contacted. I found a box of paperback novels and sat on the concrete floor of that unit for 20 minutes reading the notes Dana had written in the margins. The small penciled comments she left in books the way some people leave comments in conversations. Quick, precise, occasionally funny, gone before you can fully respond. I ate lunch from a deli near the facility and drove back south on I-75 in the early afternoon. The return trip was different from the morning drive in the way that trips in opposite directions through the same landscape are always different. Not because the landscape changes, but because you do. In the morning I had been driving towards something. In the afternoon I was driving away from it. And whatever had needed to happen in that storage unit had not fully happened, and I could feel the incompleteness of it settling across my shoulders like a coat I had not chosen to put on. I was somewhere south of Tifton, back into that long pine corridor, when my phone began to lose signal in the intermittent way it does in rural Georgia. Not a clean drop, but a flickering. 2 bars and then 1, and then the little circle spinning where the signal indicator should be. The GPS was still functioning, but the audio had cut out, and the route it was drawing on the screen looked slightly different from the route I remembered, or I thought it did, though I could not have said precisely how. I turned the radio on. There was the country station coming in clearly, and then a gospel station, and then static, and then, very briefly, a station playing music I did not recognize. Not strange music, not frightening music, just music I could not place. Something with a quality I would describe as period-specific if I were trying to be precise. The particular frequency and warmth of an older recording, something before digital clarity, had become the standard. It lasted perhaps 15 seconds before the static swallowed it and the gospel station came back. I noted it. I filed it. I adjusted my hands on the wheel. Exit 43 appeared ahead of me. This time I looked at the sign. I'm certain of this because I remembered the slight surprise of recognizing the number 43, the same number I had noted in the morning by the mile marker, the same exit I had passed northbound without stopping. I remember thinking, in the specific practical way of someone who has been driving for 6 hours across 2 days, that I should stop and use a real bathroom and possibly get something to eat before the Florida state line. I took the exit. The ramp curved down from the interstate in the standard way, and I came to a stop sign at the bottom where a 2-lane highway ran east-west. There was no gas station visible in either direction. There was a small green sign that said, "Gas," with an arrow pointing west, and I turned west and I drove. The road was the kind of road that exists in the rural American South in abundance, and draws no particular attention. 2 lanes of asphalt, slightly weathered, with pine forest on both sides pressing close enough that the tree line created a corridor effect. The road a slot through the middle of it. No streetlights. No other signage. No houses, no driveways, no turnoffs that I could see. Just the road and the trees and the afternoon light coming in at an angle that made the shadows between the trunks dense and particular. I drove for longer than the sign suggested. Not dramatically longer, not the way the people in those emails would later describe. That feeling of having driven for an hour towards something that should have been 2 miles away. It was subtler than that. It was the feeling of a road taking slightly more time than it should. The way a hallway in an unfamiliar building sometimes seems longer on the way to a room than it does on the way back. The way distances can feel unmeasured when there is nothing to measure them against. The gas station appeared on the right side of the road. I want to describe it carefully, because I have thought about this description many times since that afternoon, and I want to be accurate rather than atmospheric. It was a small station. Single story, a flat roof with a slight overhang extending over 2 pump islands. The pumps older than what you typically see at a highway stop. Not ancient, not obviously vintage, but older. The kind without a digital display, with a mechanical counter that rolled numbers the way gas pumps used to roll numbers before everything became a touchscreen. The building itself was painted a faded red, though the color had gone to something more terracotta over time. 1 sign above the door. The sign said, "Open." The light from inside was warm and yellow and slightly unsteady. The quality of fluorescent lighting in a fixture that is running without quite committing. There were no other cars. I pulled in. I parked at the side of the building, away from the pumps, because I planned to go inside first and use the restroom. The moment I turned off my engine, the quiet outside was something I noticed the way you notice a sound, rather than the absence of one. No wind in the trees, no highway noise, which surprised me. I had driven perhaps 10 or 15 minutes from the interstate, and in my experience that is not enough distance to lose the low background presence of highway traffic entirely. But there was nothing. Just the tick of my cooling engine and the quality of silence that belongs to places where nothing is currently moving. I got out of the car. The afternoon heat wrapped around me immediately, warmer here than it had been on the highway. A thick and almost indoor warmth. I walked toward the entrance, and the door, a glass door with a metal push bar, opened easily, and I stepped inside. The smell inside was the same smell I had noted from my car that morning, traveling north on the interstate. Hot grease and coffee, and something made from dough. It was immediate and specific and unmistakably real. I stopped walking for a moment, not dramatically, not with any outward sign of reaction. I simply stopped. The way you stop when something snacks the edge of your attention without yet earning your full focus. The store was small. 2 narrow aisles, a cooler along the back wall, a counter near the door with a register on it. The old kind with the large keys, and behind the counter an older man standing very still, watching me in the way that people in very small, very quiet stores watch customers, not hostilely, not warmly, simply attentively. The way you watch something when watching is what there is to do. I went to the restroom first. It was at the back of the building, a single room, clean enough, with a paper towel dispenser and a cake of white soap and a light on the ceiling that buzzed faintly. I washed my hands and looked at myself in the small mirror above the sink. I looked like a person who had been driving and doing grief tasks for 2 days. I looked, in other words, exactly as I would have expected to look. I came back out into the store and walked the aisles. This is where the first genuine question arrived, the one I carry with me back to the car and could not immediately answer. The products on the shelves were not wrong in any obvious way. They were not theatrical in their wrongness, not arranged for effect. But they were off. I want to be precise about what I mean. The chip bags were brands I recognized, but in packaging I did not. Older colorways, fonts that I associated with a different decade, a logo I was certain had been redesigned years ago appearing here in its former version, as though the redesign had not yet happened. The prices on the little shelf tags were lower than I would have expected. Not dramatically, not impossibly, but consistently. The kind of lower that could be explained by a rural area with low overhead, which is what I told myself it was. There is a jar of hard candies on the counter near the register. The old-fashioned kind with the cellophane wrappers in seasonal colors, and beside it, a small stack of newspapers. And I glanced at the newspaper on top of the stack the way you glance at things in peripheral vision. I did not look long enough to read the date. I want to be honest about that. I looked, and I registered a date, and the number I registered did not match the year I was living in, and I looked away in the manner of a person who has just seen something that does not fit the available categories and chooses, in that first moment, to simply continue existing as though the available categories are still intact. I bought a bottle of water and a pack of crackers. The man at the register took my money without speaking and made change without looking at the bills closely. And I said thank you. And he said something. One word. Quiet. I did not catch it. And I went back to the car. I sat in the driver's seat for a moment before starting the engine. The silence outside was still complete. The pine trees stood at the edges of the property with the same dense stillness they had held when I arrived. The sign above the door still said "Open" in the same yellow light, and I sat there with a bottle of water and a pack of crackers in my lap and the very specific feeling of someone who has just read a sentence that does not parse, who goes back to reread it, who finds the same words in the same order, who still cannot make them mean what sentences are supposed to mean. I started the car and pulled back onto the road. The date I had not read long enough to read placed itself behind my eyes like a splinter. Not visible, not exactly painful, but present in a way that made me aware of it with every blink. The whole drive home, the drive back to the interstate, took 5 minutes. I want to state that plainly before anything else, because it is the detail that broke the first and most convenient explanation I had assembled for myself during the short walk back to my car. The drive-in had taken somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. I had not timed it precisely, but I was aware of duration the way drivers are. The passive internal count that runs beneath conscious thought whenever you are navigating unfamiliar territory. The drive back to the ramp was 5 minutes. I watched the clock on the dashboard without meaning to. The way you watch something that your body has already decided needs watching, before your mind is caught up with the decision. 5 minutes. The same road, the same 2 lanes, the same pine corridor. 5 minutes back to a stretch of highway that had taken 3 times as long to leave. I filed it under rural road geometry, unfamiliar territory, bad distance estimation, nothing more. I merged onto I-75 southbound and drove toward Florida, and did not think about the gas station in any sustained way for the rest of that evening. I picked up dinner from a drive-thru outside Valdosta. I checked into the motel I had booked near the Florida line, a quiet place with a parking lot light that buzzed in a way I found more comforting than irritating, the sound of something ordinary maintaining itself. I sat on the edge of the bed and called Dana's husband and talked to my nephews for 11 minutes. I know it was 11 minutes because I looked at my call log later in a different context, when I was documenting everything and duration had begun to matter. The older boy, Marcus, told me about a book he was reading about shipwrecks. The younger one, Theo, told me he had lost a tooth and put it under his pillow for the tooth fairy, and the tooth fairy had left him $3, which he considered reasonable. After I hung up, I sat in the yellow lamplight of the motel room and opened my laptop and worked for an hour, because work is the cleanest form of structure available to me, and structure is what holds me together when grief threatens to dissolve the edges of things, that I turned off the light and lay in the dark, and did not sleep for a long time, not because I was frightened, but because something behind my working mind was running a quiet process I had not authorized, turning the same small set of facts over and over the way a tongue finds a place where a tooth used to be, the date on the newspaper. I had looked at it for perhaps 2 seconds, maybe 3, in a gas station I had not expected to enter, at the end of a long and emotionally difficult day, in a state of fatigue that I had been living inside for months. The conditions for misreading were ideal. I knew this, I believed this, and yet the number I had registered, the year specifically, not the month, not the day, just the year, sat in my recall with the particular sharpness of details that are absorbed without deliberate attention. The details that bypass your editorial judgment and go straight into storage before you can decide whether to keep them. The year I had registered was not 2023. It was not even close to 2023. The next morning, I drove south into Florida and spent 3 days at Dana's husband's house, helping with things that needed helping with. A broken gutter, a conversation with the boys' school, a drawer full of medication that needed to be properly disposed of. That kind of necessary and unglamorous work of clearing a life's infrastructure. I did not tell anyone about the gas station. There was nothing to tell that was not easily explained, and I am not the kind of person who tells stories about things that are easily explained. On the 4th day, I drove back to my own apartment in Raleigh, North Carolina. I work remotely and had been doing so since before Dana's diagnosis, and the apartment was exactly as I had left it 3 weeks earlier. Precise, functional, a little cold from the thermostat I had set low before leaving. I made coffee. I unpacked my bag. I sat at my desk and opened a fresh document, because when something will not leave my working mind, I have learned that the most efficient response is to give it a container. I wrote down everything I remembered about the stop at exit 43. The smell when I arrived that morning driving north. The exit sign. The drive in. The drive back. The duration discrepancy. The packaging on the products, the price tags, the register, the man behind the counter. The newspaper. I wrote it all in them flat, ordered language I use for work documentation. No interpretation, no embellishment, just the facts arranged in sequence. When I was finished, I read it back to myself, and it was strange. Not frightening. Strange. The specific quality of strangeness that belongs to things that are internally consistent but externally incongruent, a set of facts that do not contradict each other, do not fit the available framework. I told myself I would leave it there. The document existed, the facts were recorded. That was enough. I left it for 11 days. On the 12th day, I was running a data search for a project at work, an entirely unrelated task, and I opened a browser tab, and without any conscious decision to do so, I typed into the search bar, gas station South Georgia I-75 weird experience. The results that came back were not what I expected. Not because they were sparse, but because there were so many of them. Not news articles, not official documentation, forum posts, comment threads, a Reddit discussion that had accumulated several hundred responses, a YouTube video from a creator I had never heard of whose comment section ran to several thousand entries, people describing exits with no signs, roads that took longer to drive into than to drive back out of, a gas station staffed by the same man across reports that spanned decades, products in the wrong packaging, a newspaper, multiple people mentioning a newspaper, prices that belonged to a different era, a silence outside that swallowed natural sound, the feeling described again and again in different words by different people who did not know each other, that if they did not leave when they did, they would not have left at all. I read for 4 hours without stopping. The specifics of convergence were what held me. I am a data analyst. I understand the way pattern recognition works, and I understand its failure modes, pareidolia, confirmation bias, the human tendency to find constellations in random stars. I know how to discount a story because its details are too vague to be meaningful, and I know how to discount a different story because its details are so specific they have clearly been borrowed from another account. What I cannot discount, while my training does not give me a clean methodology for dismissing, is a set of independent accounts from people with no evident connection to each other, describing the same specific details in language that differs enough to rule out copying, converging on the same small set of facts. The man behind the counter was consistently described as tall, older, with an unusual stillness, not threatening in any active sense, threatening in the way of something that is not operating on the same clock as everything around it. The pump design was consistently described as pre-digital, mechanical counters, no card readers, the packaging, the prices, the newspaper, the drive-in taking longer than the drive-out, every account, every single one. I opened a second document. I labeled it Georgia Gas Station, Collected Accounts. I began copying and noting, not the whole of each account, but the specific overlapping details. The points of convergence. because the points of convergence are where the data lives. By the end of that first research session, I had noted 41 points of specific overlap across 19 independent accounts spanning reported dates from the early 1970s through the account I had read most recently, which had been posted 8 months before my own visit. I made a list of what I could not explain. The duration asymmetry, longer in, shorter out, appeared in every account without exception. The acoustic silence appeared in 14 of 19. The man behind the counter appeared in 17 of 19. Described in sufficiently similar terms across descriptions varied enough to rule out a shared original source. The packaging and pricing anomalies appeared in 12 of 19. The newspaper appeared in 6 of 19, and in 3 of those 6 the person had noted the date. And the dates they noted were not the same date, and none of them was anywhere near the year in which the encounter took place. That last detail was the one that stopped me in my chair. 3 people had noted a date. 3 different dates. None of them contemporary. If a single person reports seeing an impossible date on a newspaper, the explanation is misreading. If 2 people report it, the explanation is a gas station owner with an eccentric approach to periodical rotation. If 3 people report 3 different impossible dates and 3 different years of encounter, the explanation is something else entirely, and I did not yet have a name for what that something else was. I saved the document. I closed my laptop. I walked to the kitchen and stood at the window over the sink and looked at the parking lot below my building. The ordinary American fact of it. A Toyota with a cracked taillight, a parking space with faded yellow paint, a shopping cart someone had walked out from the grocery store 2 blocks away and left against a concrete divider. Everything in its correct time. Everything legible. I thought about Dana, who would have loved this. Not the fear of it, but the puzzle of it. The genuine inexplicability. She had always been the one who leaned toward the strange, who found the edges of the ordinary world interesting rather than threatening. She would have made me a cup of coffee and sat across from me and said, "So, walk me through what you actually saw." I went back to my laptop. I opened the document and added a new section at the bottom. I titled it, "Questions that Require Answers in the Field." And I understood, writing that heading, that I was going to go back. The data was pulling me south the way a current pulls, not violently, not with any drama, just with the steady and total indifference of something that has already decided where you are going, and is simply waiting for you to stop swimming against it. 2:36 a.m. I went back on a Thursday in early May, 7 weeks after my first visit. I want to be clear about the preparation, because preparation is how I function, and because what I brought with me matters to what I found. I drove down the night before and checked into a motel in Valdosta proper. Not near the state line, not a pass-through stop, but a room I booked for 2 nights with the specific intention of having a base. I brought a legal pad and 3 pens. A voice recorder, the small digital kind I use for work meetings when I need transcription. My laptop, a camera, not my phone camera, but a separate one. A compact with a decent lens that I had bought years ago for a hiking trip and rarely used since. A printed copy of the collected accounts document, 41 pages at that point, annotated in the margins in my own handwriting from the previous 3 weeks of reading. I had been reading for 3 weeks. I want to describe what that reading produced, not the content of the individual accounts. I will come to those. But what the cumulative weight of them did to my understanding of what I was looking at. The accounts spanned as best I could establish from the early 1970s to the present. The earliest one I found with any reasonable claim to documentation was a post on a regional folklore forum, archived and no longer actively moderated, in which a man described a stop his family had made in what he estimated to be 1971 or 72 while driving from Miami to Atlanta for a relative's wedding. He was a child at the time. He described it from memory, from an adult distance of decades, and he was careful to acknowledge that distance. But the details he offered, the pump design, the silence, the man behind the counter standing with a stillness that the child he had been found more disturbing than any overt threat. Those details belonged to the same location that a woman had described in, a common thread from 2018, and that I had experienced in 2023, 50 years. Give or take. The same man, the same stillness, the same fluorescent light. That is the detail I kept returning to during those 3 weeks of reading. The one I could not metabolize into any conventional category. Not the duration asymmetry, not the product packaging, not even the newspaper dates. Those could be explained, singly and with effort. by various combinations of misremembering and rural eccentricity and the particular distortions that fear and fatigue produce in human perception. But the man behind the counter being described in consistent terms across 50 years of independent accounts that did not have a comfortable home in any framework I possessed. I had a framework, I want to be honest about that too. By the end of those 3 weeks of reading I had assembled, against my own resistance, against everything in my training that pushes toward the conventional explanation, a working hypothesis. I did not call it a conclusion, I called it a hypothesis, which is what you call something when the data supports it. But your willingness to commit to it has not yet caught up with your willingness to examine it. The hypothesis was this: the location did not exist in continuous time the way other locations do. I arrived in Valdosta on a Wednesday evening and ate dinner at a diner on the main road through town. Grits and a fried pork chop and sweet tea. Because I was in South Georgia, and those are the things that are on the menu, and I find that eating local food in a place I am trying to understand is a form of paying attention. The diner was busy in the comfortable way of small city dinner hours, families at booths, a table of men in work clothes who had clearly come directly from a job site, a teenage girl doing homework at the counter with a plate of fries beside her textbook. Everything in its correct time. Everything ordinary. I drove out to exit 43 after dinner while it was still light. Not to stop. Not that evening. I wanted to look at the geography while I could see it clearly, to understand the physical layout of the road before I returned in conditions closer to those in which most of the accounts had taken place, which was to say, low light, rural dark, the disorienting quality of driving somewhere unfamiliar without the orienting structure of visible landmarks. I took the exit ramp down and turned west at the stop sign, the same direction I had turned in March, and I drove slowly with my window down and the camera on the passenger seat in case I needed it. The road was exactly as I remembered it. 2 lanes, pine forest on both sides, no driveways or turnoffs visible, the corridor quality of it, the way the tree line absorbed the lateral light of the evening and held the road in a kind of green shadow channel. I drove for 8 minutes by the dashboard clock. There was no gas station. I turned around at a spot where the road widened slightly near a drainage culvert, and I drove back east toward the interstate. And that drive took 4 minutes. The asymmetry held even in daylight, even at a slow, deliberate speed, even when I was watching for it. 8 minutes in, 4 minutes out, on the same road with no turns, no forks, no change in direction. I sat at the stop sign at the bottom of the interstate ramp for a moment before pulling back onto I-75. And I wrote the times in my legal pad and underlined them twice. The gas station was not there in the early evening of a Wednesday in May. I noted that. I noted also that almost none of the accounts described arriving in daylight at a normal hour. The encounters clustered around late night and early morning, the 2 a.m. stop, the pre-dawn drive, the late evening leg of a long trip, people who needed to pull off because they had been on the road too long, people in the specific altered state of prolonged driving fatigue moving through a landscape that had emptied of other traffic, reaching for any exit that promised light and fuel and a usable restroom. The location was selective about when it was available. That was not a phrase I would have used 3 weeks earlier, but it was the phrase the data produced. I went back to the motel and sat at the desk with the lamp on and the annotated printout in front of me, and I read the accounts again, this time sorted by time of day rather than chronological order. The clustering was unmistakable. Every account that described finding the station fell between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., with the largest concentration between 1 and 3 in the morning. The 2 accounts that fell outside this window, one from a late afternoon, one from an early evening, both described finding the exit and driving the road without finding the station, which is what I had just done myself. I added this to the hypothesis. The location operated nocturnally, or more precisely, it operated in the specific quality of dark that belongs to the hours when the ordinary world has thinned, when the traffic drops and the rest stops close and the highway becomes a corridor through emptiness rather than a utility. It presented itself to people in a particular state of need and exhaustion, and it presented itself only in a particular quality of darkness. This is where the research took me somewhere I had not anticipated. I have been focusing on the accounts of the people who stopped, on what they experienced inside the station, on the duration asymmetry, on the man behind the counter. I had not focused sufficiently on what the accounts said about before, the circumstances that led each person to that exit on that night in that particular state. And when I went back and read them for that, sorted and cross-referenced for circumstances of approach rather than experiences of arrival, A secondary pattern emerged that tightened something in my chest in a way I did not immediately want to examine. Every person who found the station was in the middle of something unfinished. Not in a vague or general sense. Specifically, the woman driving to her sister's house to settle an unspoken argument that had lasted 3 years. The man making the drive he had promised his father he would make before his father died, and had not made until after. The young woman who had packed a bag and left a relationship and was driving toward a city where she knew no one, because staying had become impossible. The couple who had not spoken about their miscarriage and were driving toward a vacation that neither of them wanted, and both of them had agreed to, because agreement had become the only form of communication still available. Grief. Unresolved grief in its various forms. Loss, abandonment, guilt. The terrible specific grief of something that has ended without having been said. The station found people who were carrying something they had not yet put down. I sat with that for a long time at the motel desk, the lamp making a small warm circle on the printed pages. The South Georgia night pressing against the window with its particular thick darkness. And I thought about Dana, and about the storage unit, and about every drive I had taken in the months since October, moving between one incomplete thing and another. I thought about what I was carrying. I knew what I was carrying. Everyone who had ever lost a sibling knows the specific weight of it. The weight is not only grief for the person, but grief for the version of yourself that existed in relation to them, the self that is now without its counterpart. I was exactly the kind of traveler the location was looking for. I had been since the moment I left Gainesville in the dark of that March morning. Precisely the right kind of person to find exit 43 at the right time of night with the right particular weight in my chest. It had already found me once. I had simply not understood that yet when it happened. I set my alarm for 1:30 in the morning, which felt, based on everything I had read, like the right hour. I lay down on the motel bed in my clothes, with the lamp still on, and the legal pad on the nightstand beside me, open to a fresh page, pen clipped to the top. I did not expect to sleep. I slept immediately, and without dreams, the deep animal sleep of someone whose body has been making a decision their mind has not yet consciously confirmed. The alarm pulled me up from somewhere very far down, and in the 3 seconds before I was fully awake, in the room with a lamp and a legal pad and the South Georgia dark at the window, I had the clear and sourceless certainty that something outside had been waiting for the light to come on, and that it had not been waiting long, because it had known exactly when I would wake. I drove out to exit 43 at 1:53 in the morning. The interstate was not empty, but it was close. A freight truck running south half a mile ahead of me, its red taillights shrinking in the distance, and then nothing in either direction for as long as I could see. The overhead lights that marked the exits in more populated stretches had thinned out here to nothing, and the ramp itself was unlit, just the white paint of the exit marking catching my headlights as I curved down and came to the stop sign at the bottom. I turned west. I had driven this road twice in the previous 12 hours, once in each direction, and it looked different at this hour in the way that familiar places always look different when the light source changes. Not different in its geography, not altered in any measurable way, but different in quality and what it asked of me. The pine trees at the edges of the road had gone from green corridor to black wall, the headlights pulling a short tunnel of visible road from the dark, and the dark closing in immediately behind. I drove at a moderate speed. I had the recorder running on the passenger seat. I was speaking into it, not dramatically, not narrating, just noting observable facts in the flat professional voice I use for documentation. Time, speed, visible landmarks, of which there were none, road surface, ambient sound, of which there was also essentially none. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds by the recorder's timestamp, the road began to feel different. I want to be precise about this, because I am aware of how imprecise it sounds. The road did not change physically. The asphalt was the same asphalt. The tree line was the same tree line. The forward pull of my headlights through the dark was continuous and uninterrupted. What changed was something I can only describe as the quality of the space I was moving through. A thickening, a sense of density that had not been present on either of my daytime drives. The air coming through the ventilation system. I had not opened the window. A decision I had made deliberately and could not entirely explain, seemed warmer than it should have been, carrying something underneath the pine smell that I identified after a moment as the smell of the gas station interior, grease and coffee and bread, coming through the car's ventilation on a road with nothing on it. I noted it into the recorder without stopping driving. At 6 minutes and 12 seconds the light appeared. It was ahead of me, and to the right, exactly where the station had been in March. The same warm yellow with its quality of slight instability. The light of something fluorescent running below its full capacity. I pulled in. I turned off my headlights and sat for a moment in the parked car with the recorder running, describing what I could see through the windshield. 2 pump islands. No canopy. The mechanical counters on the pumps. The flat-roofed building with the overhang. The sign above the door that said open. The faded terracotta red of the exterior. The same color I had noted in March. The same degree of fade. No other vehicles. No sound from outside that I could identify. I picked up the recorder and got out of the car. The silence was absolute in the way that several of the accounts had described it, and that I had partially experienced in March without fully registering. Not quiet. Quiet implies the mere absence of noise, the low background hum of a world running at reduced volume. This was something more active than that. This was the silence of a space from which sound had been removed. The way you can feel the difference between a room with no furniture and a room that has been acoustically treated, a quality of deliberate absorption. I stood beside my car, and I spoke one sentence into the recorder, testing the silence. Hearing my own voice come back with a flatness I associated with indoor spaces rather than the open air of a highway pullout on a May night in Georgia. No crickets. No frogs. No wind in the pine trees that stood perhaps 20 feet from where I was standing. Nothing. I walked to the entrance and went inside. He was behind the counter. I had read 17 accounts that described him. I had my own memory of him from March, brief and partial. The impression of an older man standing very still behind a counter. I had cross-referenced the descriptions carefully, noting the points of consistent overlap and the points of variation, trying to build from the aggregate a reasonably accurate composite. I was as prepared as preparation allowed for what I would see when I walked through that door. The preparation was not sufficient. Not because he was frightening in any active sense, not because anything about him was monstrous or overtly wrong. He was a tall man, older, with the kind of deep-lined face that comes from decades in outdoor light, white hair, coarse and untamed, the kind of hair that gives up on any particular direction and simply grows. He was wearing a work shirt, dark green, with the sleeves rolled to the elbows. His hands were on the counter, resting flat on the surface, and he was looking at me. The insufficiency of the preparation was this: the stillness. No description I had read had adequately conveyed what it meant to be in the same room as it. It was not the stillness of someone standing still. It was not the stillness of waiting, which always contains the slight muscular readiness of a body that expects to move soon. It was the stillness of something that has no particular relationship to movement, that does not stand still because stillness is a choice it has made, but because the concept of stillness and motion as opposing states does not quite apply to it. He watched me walk to the first aisle. He did not track me with his head. His eyes moved minimally, but his head remained oriented toward the door, and I had the peripheral awareness of his gaze following me, the way you are aware of a light source at the edge of your vision, not by looking at it, but by the illumination it casts. I want to script a version of my voice that accreted running in my hand, describing quietly what I saw. The packaging was wrong in the same way it had been wrong in March, and in the same way it had been wrong in account after account. Not theatrical, not staged for effect, but consistently incorrect for the year I was living in. A bag of corn chips, with a logo that had been retired, I was nearly certain, sometime in the 1990s. A rack of candy bars with a price sticker that read 25 cents. A cooler along the back wall with glass-bottled beverages, the kind with the raised lettering on the glass rather than paper labels, that you return for a deposit, and then the newspaper rack beside the cooler. There were 3 papers in it, 2 copies of the same edition, one folded on top of the other, and beside them a single copy of what appeared to be a different publication, a smaller regional paper with a masthead I did not recognize. I picked up the top copy of the main paper with one hand, holding the recorder with the other, and I read the date aloud into the recorder. I am not going to state the date here. I have thought carefully about whether to include it, and I have decided against it, not because I doubt what I saw, but because a specific date invites a specific category of debate that is not what this account is for. What I will say is that it was a Thursday edition. I will say that the year was not this century, and I will say that the headline on the front page concerned an event I knew, a specific named historical event, and that the framing of the headline, the way it was written, the assumptions it made about what the reader already knew, was the framing of a paper written during that event rather than after it. Not retrospective, not commemorative, current. My hands were steady. I am noting this because I want to be accurate about my physical state rather than perform a reaction I did not have. My hands were steady, and my voice on the recorder was steady, and I set the paper back in the rack with care, because it seemed important not to be careless with it. And I stood in the back of that small store for a moment that I cannot give an accurate duration to. And I thought about my sister. I thought about her specifically, and without preamble, the way you think about someone when a place suddenly makes them available to you. Not the grief of her, not the loss, but her, the actual fact of her. The way she argued with me about evidence when she thought I was being too rigid. The way she read in the car with her knees pulled up against the dashboard, which drove me insane because I always worried about airbags. And she always said, you cannot live your whole life worried about what the airbags will do, Renata. Renata. That is my name. I have not given it until now because it has not been relevant until now. But it is relevant here, in this moment in the back of the store, because what happened next requires you to know it. I turned from the newspaper rack and looked toward the front of the store, and the man behind the counter was looking directly at me, not peripherally, directly, and he said, in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, but simply the size of the room, "You are not the first of yours to come in here." I did not move. He did not elaborate. He did not look away. He simply held my gaze with that extraordinary stillness, and I understood in the way that you understand things that arrive already fully formed, without the usual sequence of reasoning that produces understanding. I understood that he was not speaking about the general category of people like me, researchers, the curious, the grief-carrying late-night travelers pulled off an interstate toward an impossible light. He was speaking about my specific lineage, my specific bloodline, the specific family that I came from, because Dana had made this drive many times, Florida to Atlanta and back, the same route, the same corridor of interstate, the same exits. And Dana had always been the one who wanted to stop, and Dana had been carrying, for the last 3 years of her life, the knowledge of her own diagnosis and what it meant, which she had not shared with me, which she had carried alone because she knew I would immediately move into problem-solving mode, and she had not wanted to be someone's problem to be solved. She had wanted. I understood now in the back of that store with the newspaper in its rack, and the fluorescent light running below its capacity and the impossible silence outside, she had wanted to be allowed to simply live in her remaining time without being organized. I had not given her that. I had not known how to give her that. I had not known she needed it because she had not told me. And she had not told me because she had known exactly how I would respond, and she had been right. And I would have been wrong. And she was gone. And I could no longer apologize for a wrong I had not known I was committing until she was no longer present to receive the apology. This is what I was carrying. This is what Exit 43 had found in me on a March morning when I was driving north in the dark toward a task I had framed as practical, because practical was the only frame I trusted. I stood in the back of that store and I was crying, which surprised me, not because grief was unfamiliar, but because I had not cried once since October. Not at the service. Not sorting through the storage unit, not in any of the motel rooms or on any of the long drives or during any of the 11-minute phone calls with my nephews. I had been, for 7 months, a person who was managing. I was not managing. The man behind the counter waited. He did not offer comfort, and he did not withdraw it. He simply held his position behind the counter with that absolute stillness. And I had the sense, unverifiable, not something I will present as fact, that he had done this before, that he had stood in exactly this quality of stillness, while someone stood in exactly this quality of falling open, and that the two things were related, that the stillness was in some way what made the falling possible. A counterweight, a thing that does not move so that other things can. I pressed the button on the recorder and turned it off, because what happened next was not for documentation. I stood in that small store at the bottom of a road that should not have taken me where it did, and I said my sister's name aloud for the first time since the funeral, and the silence outside did not swallow it. It held it. The way still water holds a stone dropped into it, registering every ripple, losing nothing. He did not speak again for a long time after I said her name. I had moved toward the front of the store without deciding to, the way you move toward warmth when you have been cold long enough that the body takes over the navigation. I was standing now at the counter, perhaps 4 feet from him, close enough to see the texture of the work shirt. The particular way the collar had been worn soft by years of washing, the grease-dark edges of his rolled cuffs. His hands were still flat on the counter. He had not shifted his weight, and he was looking at me with an expression I want to describe accurately, and find that the accurate description is simply this: recognition, not of my face, of my condition. I put the recorder in my jacket pocket. I had a pen and the legal pad, which I'd brought inside with me without thinking about it. The professional reflex of someone for whom documentation is a form of staying upright. I set them on the counter between us, and I did not pick them up for the rest of the conversation. Some things should not be documented in the moment they are received. I understood that in this place more clearly than I had understood it anywhere else. He said, "She came through twice." I did not ask who. There was only one person he could mean, and we both understood that, and the understanding was part of what the place did. It stripped the conversational padding, the social scaffolding of leading questions and contextual clarification. You arrived at what was necessary faster here than you did anywhere else. I asked when. He tilted his head slightly, the first movement he had made beyond the minimal tracking of his eyes, and there was something in the gesture that was not quite puzzlement, was adjacent to it, the expression of someone being asked a question that is not quite the right question, that has the shape of relevance without the substance of it. He said, "Wind does not work the same way in here." I accepted that. More than accepted it, I recognized it as consistent with everything the data had produced. The 3 accounts that included a newspaper date, each citing a different year. The duration asymmetry that appeared in every account without exception. The man behind the counter being described across 5 decades of independent encounters as though no time had passed for him at all, because for him, I now understood, the concept of time passing was not organized the way it was organized for me. I asked what he meant when he said she had come through. He was quiet for a moment. The fluorescent light above us ran its faint low hum. Outside, the absolute silence held. He said, "People come through here when they are carrying something too heavy to keep carrying and too important to put down. Your sister came through twice. Both times she was on her way somewhere. Both times she sat in that chair," he indicated, with the smallest possible motion of one hand, a wooden chair behind the counter that I had not noticed until that moment, positioned against the wall beside the shelving. "And she stayed for a while, and she talked." I said, "What did she talk about?" It was not a question the way I phrased it. It came out flat, the way statements come out when your throat is doing something complicated and you are managing it by removing all inflection. He said, "The first time, she talked about you." The light above us pulsed once, very slightly, the way fluorescent fixtures do when the current wavers. He said that he was not able to give me the content of what she had said because the conversations that happened in this place were not his to distribute. He was clear about this, and I believed him, and I did not push against it. Though I wanted to, though everything in my professional formation wanted to press for the specific data, the exact words, the reconstructible account. Some containers are not meant to be opened by the person who most wants to open them. That is the thing I was learning, in this place, in this conversation, in a way I had not learned it before. What he could tell me, he said, was the mechanism, not the why of the place. He seemed, when I circled toward that question, to have no more access to the why than I did, to be as much a feature of the location as an explanation of it, a fixed point rather than an author, but the mechanism, the what and the how, those he could describe. He said it this way, and I am reconstructing from memory, because the recorder was off and the legal pad was untouched, but I have been over these words enough times in the months since that I am confident in their substance, if not their exact sequence. The road existed, he said, for people in motion who were not finished, not unfinished in a general existential sense. Everyone is unfinished in a general existential sense, but, specifically, urgently unfinished, carrying a weight that had reached a critical density. He did not use those words. He used simpler words and they conveyed the same thing. He said, people who are so full of something they cannot hold, that they have started to leak it into the road. And the road, he said, finds those people. Not always, not every time, but when the conditions are right, when the night is deep enough and the weight is heavy enough and the person is open enough in the particular way that exhaustion and grief make people open, the road finds them and brings them here. I asked what here was. He considered this for long enough that I wondered if he would answer at all. Then he said, a place between, not between places. Between times, it sits in the space that moving through time creates. The way a boat's wake sits in the water the boat has passed through. This place is in the wake. I asked about the newspaper. He looked at the rack without moving toward it. He said that the papers arrived the way everything arrived here, without his doing, from the times that the place had passed through, or that had passed through it. He said he had stopped trying to understand the mechanism of that specifically some time ago. He said it with a quality I can only describe as the patience of someone who has made peace with a mystery. They are too close to solve. I asked how long he had been here. He said, long enough that the question does not distress me the way it would distress you. I believe that completely. I asked what the people who came here were supposed to do, whether there was something required, whether the finding of the place carried any obligation beyond the finding. He was quiet again. Outside, nothing moved. The pine trees stood in their absolute silence. The pumps stood at the islands with their mechanical counters reading whatever they read. The sign above the door said, "Open into a darkness that was not waiting for morning," because morning, in the ordinary sense of time moving toward it, did not quite apply here. He said, "They are supposed to put something down." I said, "Here?" He said, "Before they leave." I understood what he meant, not as instruction. It did not feel like instruction, did not carry the quality of being told what to do. It felt more like being shown a door that had always been there and being told, simply and without pressure, that the door opened if you chose to use it. The choice was mine. The door existed regardless of the choice. I asked if he knew whether Dana had put something down. Both times. He said yes. Both times. He said the second time in particular she had arrived carrying something very specific and she had left without it, and he had watched her drive back to the road and he had not seen her again after that. I asked when the second time was. He did the thing with his head again, the slight tilt that indicated the question was the wrong shape for the answer that existed. I tried differently. I asked if the second time had been recent. He said, "Not long before you came the first time. March of last year." I had been driving north toward a storage unit. Dana had been where? She had been in Atlanta for a treatment appointment in late February. She would have driven I-75. She would have driven this exact corridor, this exact stretch of road in the weeks before she died. She had been driving at night because she always drove at night on the long trips. Because she said the highway was quieter and she could think. She had stopped here. Weeks before she died, she had sat in the wooden chair behind the counter of a place that exists in the wake of passing time, and she had put something down, and she had driven back to the road and continued north. I stood at the counter, and I thought about what she might have put down. What she had been carrying in those final months that she had carried alone, that I had not been permitted to help with, the knowledge of her own ending, the decision not to tell me, the grief for the version of the future that was being removed from her, watching her boys grow, growing old alongside the people she loved, all the ordinary long horizon things that a diagnosis like hers removes from the available landscape and replaces with a different and shorter and more concentrated one. She had put something down here. She had driven away lighter. I did not know if lighter was the right word. She had still been dying. The weight of the diagnosis had not been lifted. The timeline had not changed. But something specific had been released, and she had driven back to her life and continued living it in the particular way she had lived those final months, which was with a quality of presence and deliberateness that I had noticed and attributed to acceptance, and now understood as something more specific than acceptance. She had known what she was putting down. She had come here and she had put it down intentionally, and she had driven away. I asked the man behind the counter if he would tell me what she had put down. I asked, knowing the answer, or believing I knew it, and he confirmed what I believed, that it was not his to tell, that the contents of what people left here were not cataloged or stored or available for retrieval by anyone including him. They left and they were gone in the way that things are genuinely gone, rather than merely absent. The way a word spoken aloud is gone. The way a year you have lived through is gone. He said, "But you know what you were carrying." I said, "Yes." He said, "Then you know what to put down." He reached under the counter and produced something that he set between us on the surface, beside the untouched legal pad and the pen. It was small. A glass jar, the kind used for preserves, empty and clean, the lid set loosely on top rather than sealed. He said, "When you are ready, before you leave." I looked at the jar. It was entirely ordinary. It was exactly what it appeared to be. A clean, empty glass jar sitting on a gas station counter at 2 in the morning in a place that existed in the wake of passing time. I did not ask what I was supposed to do with it because I understood what I was supposed to do with it. The way you understand the function of an object that has been placed in your hands by someone who knows what the object is for. I picked up the legal pad and the pen. I looked at the man behind the counter and I said thank you, which felt inadequate in the way that all language feels inadequate when it is being asked to carry more than its rated load. He nodded once. He put his hands back flat on the counter. He returned to the quality of stillness that was not waiting but simply being, which is its own kind of patience and its own kind of grace. I walked to the wooden chair against the wall, and I sat down in it, and the seat was worn smooth in the way that chairs get worn smooth over long use. And I sat with the jar in my lap, and the legal pad open to a blank page, and the pen uncapped. And I began, in the silence of that impossible place, to do what I had not been able to do in 7 months of motion. The chair held me the way old things hold you, not softly, not with any yielding comfort, but with the authority of something that has held a great many people and has learned, through the sheer accumulated weight of that holding, exactly how much it takes. I sat in the chair for a long time. I am not going to tell you everything that happened while I sat there, not because I am protecting myself from the telling of it. I have come far enough into this account that self-protection is no longer a coherent motive, but because some of what occurred in that chair was of the variety that language approaches, but does not enter. What I will tell you is the structure of it, the shape of what took place, because the shape is what is transferable, and the rest belongs to the category of things that are only fully legible to the person who lived them. I had the jar in my lap. I had the legal pad open on my knee and the pen in my hand, and I began by doing what I always do when I am trying to understand something. I started to write, not the account, not the documentation I had been building for weeks. Something else. I wrote Dana's name at the top of the page, and then I wrote under it, in the plainest language I could find, the thing I had been carrying. I wrote, I did not let you be sick the way you needed to be sick. That was the center of it, everything else. The guilt about the drives I had not taken, the phone calls I had made too practical, the visits I had filled with logistics rather than presence, the 10,000 small redirections away from the emotional fact of what was happening and toward the manageable surface of what needed to be done. All of it orbited that center the way planets orbit. A body of sufficient mass. I had not let her be sick on her own terms. I had been present in every practical sense and absent in the one sense that she had needed, which was the sense of someone who could sit with her in the difficulty of it without immediately trying to resolve the difficulty. She had known this about me. She had loved me anyway, with the specific generosity of someone who understands a limitation in a person they love and chooses not to weaponize the understanding. And she had protected me from the knowledge of her diagnosis because she had known with that same precision that the knowledge would activate in me exactly the mode of engagement she did not want for her remaining time. She had made a decision on my behalf without telling me she was making it, and the decision had been an act of love, and I had spent 7 months experiencing it as an act of abandonment. I wrote all of this, not quickly, not in a burst of release, carefully, in the deliberate way I write when I am trying to get something exactly right, because getting it exactly right felt like the only form of respect available to me in this moment and in this place. The fluorescent light above me ran its low hum. The man behind the counter stood in his stillness. Outside, the pine trees held the silence, and I wrote, and I did not look up until I had reached the bottom of the second page. Then something changed in the quality of the room. I want to be careful here. I am not going to tell you that my sister appeared. I am not going to tell you that I heard her voice or felt her hand or experienced any of the conventional visitations that grief literature and popular mythology have trained us to expect for moments of this kind. What I'm going to tell you is precisely what happened, which was less dramatic and more complete than any of those things. The smell changed. It shifted from the grease and coffee and bread of the station's interior to something that had no business being there in that building, in that hour of that night. It was the smell of the cedar sachets Dana kept in every closet of her house. That particular dry aromatic warmth. The smell I had encountered first when I opened the storage unit door in Marietta, and that had driven the air from my lungs. It arrived without transition, not a blending with the existing smell of the place, but a replacement of it, sudden and total. The cedar smell filling the room the way a sound fills a room. When something that has been silent begins to resonate. I held very still. The smell lasted for what I estimate to be 90 seconds, though I was not counting. And during those 90 seconds I had the experience that I am going to describe as precisely as I can, and ask you to take for exactly what it was, rather than something more or less. I had the experience of not being alone in the way I had been alone for 7 months. Not the metaphorical not alone of being in a building with another person. Something more interior than that. The specific quality of a room in which someone is present who knows you completely, who has known you since before you were the person you are now, who carries in their knowledge of you all the earlier versions. The child, the adolescent, the young woman, the person you were before loss had restructured you, and whose presence makes all those versions simultaneously available, so that you are, briefly, the full span of yourself rather than only the current and diminished iteration. That is what it was. I cannot make it more verifiable than that, and I am not going to try. I picked up the jar. I had not known, sitting down, how this was supposed to work. The man behind the counter had placed the jar between us and told me to put something down before I left, and I had understood that the jar was the instrument and the something was what I had been carrying and the putting down was the task, but the mechanics of it had not been clear and I had decided not to ask because some things lose their efficacy when you ask for the instruction manual. I held the jar in both hands, and I thought about what I needed to release, not in a vague spiritual sense. I have never been comfortable with the vague spiritual. I approach it with the same instinctive resistance I bring to imprecise data. Specifically, I went through it item by item the way I would close out line items on a project, and with each one I tried to feel the release rather than simply name it. The guilt for not being told. I had spent 7 months being angry at Dana for a silence that was a kindness, treating her protection of me as a wound she had inflicted, and the anger had lived inside the grief, like a splinter inside a bruise. Not the primary pain, but the thing that made the primary pain impossible to heal cleanly. I released it. Not all at once. In the deliberate way that you release something that has had its hooks in you, with attention to each hook, with patience for the resistance of each one, the guilt for the calls I had made practical when they should have been present, easier to release than the first, because it was simpler in its construction, not a misreading of someone's love but a failure of attention that I could name and accept and set aside. The grief for the conversations that would never happen now, the harder thing to release because it was not guilt, it was loss, pure and unalloyed, and loss does not respond to the same release mechanism that guilt does. Loss requires a different approach. Loss requires acknowledgement rather than absolution. You cannot put it down entirely because it belongs to you. It is yours. It is the correct and appropriate weight of having loved someone. But you can change its character. You can convert it from the kind of weight that prevents motion to the kind of weight that provides ballast, that keeps you low enough to the ground to be stable rather than high enough to be swept. I thought about Dana in this chair. I thought about her sitting where I was sitting in this worn, smooth seat, with whatever she had been carrying in the particular quality of presence this place offered. I thought about her driving away afterward, back to the road, back to the interstate, back to Atlanta and her boys and her husband in the remaining months of her life, lighter in the specific way that the man had described, not unburdened, not reprieved, but freed from one particular weight that had made everything else harder to carry. She had done this. She had sat in this chair, and she had done this. And then she had lived the remainder of her life with more of herself available than she had had before, and I had noticed the difference without knowing what had produced it. And now I knew. I held the jar and I breathed and I did what she had done, in my own way, with my own specific cargo, for as long as it took. The cedar smell faded slowly, the way a sound fades rather than the way a smell typically dissipates, with a quality of withdrawal rather than evaporation, as though it was receding from the room rather than simply dispersing within it. And when it was gone, the room was the room again. The fluorescent light and the grease smell, and the wooden chair and the jar in my hands and the man behind the counter in his absolute stillness. I stood up. My legs were stiff from the way that legs get stiff when you have been sitting without moving for a long time, and the stiffness was grounding, physically specific, the body reasserting itself and its ordinary relationship to time and gravity. I walked back to the counter. Something was different in the room, and I understood after a moment that what was different was me. Not transformed, not emptied, not relieved in the simple sense of a burden being lifted. Something more structural than that. I had set down the weight that had been preventing me from carrying the grief correctly. which is to say I had set down the guilt and the anger and the 7 months of managing, and what remained was the grief itself, clean and accurate and entirely mine. And it fit differently than everything I had been carrying around it. It fit the way a thing fits when it is the right size for the space it occupies. I set the jar on the counter. It was empty. I put nothing visible into it. There was nothing to see inside it, and yet it felt different in my hands from the way it had felt when the man placed it between us. Heavier in some minute way, or perhaps not heavier, but more definite, more present, the way an object becomes present when it has been used for the purpose it was made for. The man behind the counter looked at the jar. He put one hand on it, the large work-worn hand resting over the lid, and he nodded once with the finality of someone completing a transaction that has gone correctly. He reached under the counter again and brought out something else. He set it on the surface beside the jar with a care that was deliberate and unhurried. It was a small flat stone, the kind you find in riverbeds, gray-green, smooth, with a faint white line running through it like a seam, the kind of stone that people pick up from the edges of water and carry in their pockets, and cannot explain why they carry it except that it found them and fits in the hand and seems worth keeping. He said, "She left this the first time. Said to give it to the person who would come looking." I picked it up. It was cool in my palm in the way that stones hold cool. The specific temperature of something that has been in a place without much warmth for a long time. It was light. It was entirely ordinary in every observable way. I closed my hand around it. The light above us ran its hum. The silence outside held its quality of something actively maintained rather than simply present, and I stood at the counter of a gas station that existed in the wake of passing time and held a stone my sister had left for me, and a specific nature of what had just happened settled over me with the weight and the warmth of something that is not comfortable so much as true. I said thank you again. He said, "Drive carefully." It was so ordinary, so completely and entirely ordinary, those 2 words. The words you say to anyone leaving any place at any hour of the night. Drive carefully. I almost laughed. Not from humor, but from the relief of something normal arriving exactly when it was needed. I picked up the legal pad. I capped the pen. I walked to the door and pushed it open and stepped back out into the silence. The stone in my closed hand was the temperature of a place untouched by ordinary time, and I walked to my car through air that had gone very still, and behind me the light from the station sign lay across the gravel like something spilled. And I did not look back, because some thresholds are only meant to be crossed in one direction, and I had crossed this one completely. The drive back to the interstate took 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I know this because the recorder was running again by the time I reached my car. I had turned it back on before I opened the driver's side door, the professional reflex reasserting itself, the documentation instinct returning now that the part of the night that could not be documented was complete. 4 minutes and 30 seconds from the gas station to the ramp, the same road, the same pine corridor, and then the merge onto I-75 southbound and the Valdosta exit and the motel parking lot, with its single buzzing light and my room key and the desk with the lamp and the annotated printout and the legal pad now bearing 31 handwritten lines I had not planned to write when I packed it. I sat at the desk for a while without turning the lamp on. The room held the particular darkness of a motel room in a small southern city at 3:15 in the morning, which is a specific and not unpleasant darkness. Not the absolute darkness of the countryside, not the ambient orange of a city, but something between. Residual light from the parking lot coming soft through the curtain gap, enough to see by without seeing clearly. I held the stone in my hand. I turned it over and over the way you turn a small object when your hands need something to do while your mind catches up with where it has been. I thought about what the man had said. She left this the first time. Said to give it to the person who would come looking. Dana had left it on what he had described as her first visit, not the second. The second visit, the one he had indicated, was not long before my own first visit in March. She had left something of a different kind. The thing she had put down, the thing he had described as gone in the way words spoken aloud are gone, but the stone she had left on the first visit, and she had specified its recipient, the person who had come looking. She had known on that first visit that someone would come. She had known it would be me. I do not know how she had known this. I do not know on what timeline her first visit occurred, whether it was before or after the diagnosis, whether it was a stop made in the ordinary course of her Florida to Atlanta driving, or a deliberate act of seeking. I do not know because I did not ask, and the man behind the counter would not have answered with a date even if I had, and there is a version of me that is still troubled by this gap in the evidentiary record, and a version of me that understands the gap is not a deficiency but a boundary, and the boundary is appropriate and even kind. What I knew was this. At some point during the years of her living, my sister had sat in a chair in an impossible place and held a stone and decided to leave it for me. She had anticipated my need before I had known I had it. She had, in the way that she had always operated in relation to me, seen further down the road than I was looking. I went to bed with the stone on the nightstand beside me, and I slept without an alarm and woke at 8:15 to the sound of a lawnmower somewhere on the motel grounds. The perfectly ordinary sound of a Tuesday morning in May in a small Georgia city, and I lay in the early light and listened to it for a long time before getting up. I checked out of the motel after a breakfast I ate slowly at a diner 2 blocks from the highway. Eggs and toast and coffee, and a side of grits because the woman who took my order recommended them, and I had learned in the course of this particular journey to be more receptive to recommendations than I had previously been. I sat by the window and watched the morning traffic on the main road, and I felt something that took me a while to identify because it had been absent long enough to become unfamiliar. It was not happiness. It was not relief in the simple evacuated sense. It was something quieter and more durable than either of those. The feeling of having done a thing that needed doing. Of having been where you needed to be and done what the being there required. The feeling, in other words, of a completed action. I had not felt the completion of an action in 7 months because everything I had attempted in 7 months had been provisional, structural. The maintenance of forward motion rather than the arrival anywhere real. I had arrived somewhere real. I paid for breakfast and drove north on I-75, and I did not take exit 43. I want to note this, not as a dramatic act of resistance, but simply as a fact. The exit appeared in my peripheral vision, and I continued past it without any pull toward it, without the sense of something unfinished drawing me sideways off the road. The road was a road. The exit was an exit. The pine trees stood on either side of the highway in the ordinary way of pine trees, and the morning light came across them at an angle that made them look, briefly, gold at the tips, and I drove north through that golden light, toward Macon, and then Atlanta, and the things still waiting to be done there. The second visit to the storage unit was different from the first. I opened the box marked with things Mom gave us. I sat on the floor of the unit for the better part of 2 hours going through it, and it was hard in the way that such things are hard, and I let it be hard without converting the hardness into a task, which was a departure from my previous mode of operation and which I recognized as the specific change that the stone in my jacket pocket represented. I could let things be what they were. I did not need to immediately install them in a management system. They could simply be what they were while I sat with them. There was a photograph in the box that I had not known existed. Dana and I, somewhere between 8 and 10 years old respectively, standing in front of a car I did not recognize, squinting into summer light. We were holding ice cream cones, and we were clearly in the middle of laughing at something that had already passed by the time the photograph was taken, our faces still open with it. The tail end of real laughter, the kind you cannot fake. I did not know who had taken the photograph. I did not know where we had been. I turned it over, and on the back, in my mother's handwriting, it said only, "The Good Summer." I put it in my bag to take home. I finished the unit in 4 hours. I arranged the furniture items for the consignment pickup. I consolidated the boxes for Dana's husband to go through when he was ready, labeled clearly in the system that had been Dana's own. I turned off the light and locked the door and stood in the corridor of the storage facility for a moment before walking back to the elevator, and I said goodbye to the particular collection of her things that lived in that space, not because they were her, but because they had been near her, which is its own kind of relationship and its own kind of loss. I drove home to Raleigh on I-85, a different route than the one I had taken south, because I wanted a different road for the return. I stopped once for gas and coffee at a highway station that was aggressively ordinary, LED lighting, a loyalty card program, a reward screen that asked me 3 times if I wanted to upgrade my car wash. I bought the coffee and stood at the car in the afternoon heat and drank it, and I was grateful for every banal and correctly timed detail of that stop, with a gratitude I had not previously had access to. The stone was in my jacket pocket for the drive home. I had decided during the breakfast in Valdosta where to put it. Dana had a particular spot in her house, a windowsill in the kitchen above the sink, where she kept small objects she valued and wanted to see daily. A piece of sea glass the boys had found, a brass thimble that had belonged to our grandmother, a folded note from her husband that she had never explained to anyone, and never been asked to explain. She kept these things where the morning light found them first, because she believed, she had told me once, that the objects you love deserve light. I had called Dana's husband from the parking lot of the storage facility before I left Atlanta, not about the stone specifically. I did not know yet how to explain the stone, and perhaps I would never explain it, and perhaps that was appropriate. I called him because I wanted to hear his voice and the boys' voices, and because I had something to say that I had not said yet, which was simply that I was sorry for being more useful than present in the months since October, and that I intended to be different in the way that was still available to me, which was all the remaining time. He was quiet for a moment after I said it. Then he said that Dana had told him once that she thought I showed love through action because feeling love directly was too large for me to hold without a container for it, and that the action was genuine even if the directness was absent, and that he had always understood it that way. I said, she said that? He said, she said it the way she said everything about you, which was without any judgment, which was just the fact of you, which was love. I drove home with the windows down for the last 2 hours of the trip, the late afternoon air coming through warm and moving, the highway opening up into the Piedmont landscape of North Carolina with its different quality of light and its rolling topography after the flat pine country of Georgia. The stone was in my pocket. The photograph was in my bag. The legal pad was on the passenger seat with its 31 handwritten lines, and I was driving north with the particular quality of forward motion that belongs to people who have put something down and can feel the difference in their own hands. I got home at 7:40 in the evening. I unlocked my apartment and turned on the kitchen light and set my bag on the counter and took the stone out of my pocket. I placed it on my own kitchen windowsill, which faces east and catches the morning light first, and I stepped back and looked at it there, gray-green smooth, the white seam running through it, and it looked right in the way that objects look right when they have found their correct location. That night I called Marcus and Theo before their bedtime, and when Marcus asked me if I wanted to hear more about the shipwreck book, I said yes. Tell me everything. And he talked for 14 minutes without stopping, and I listened to every word. I held the phone with both hands in the way you hold something you have learned, by its temporary absence, to hold correctly. And outside my kitchen window the evening light moved across the rooftops of the ordinary world, and the stone on the sill caught the last of it and held it a moment longer than everything else. 6 months passed. I want to describe them honestly rather than tidily, because tidy is not what those months were, and I have committed, since the night of the station, to the accurate account over the convenient one. They were not 6 months of transformation. They were not a clean arc from grief to recovery, from broken to repaired, from the person I was in October to a better assembled version of that person. There were 6 months of ordinary life with grief living inside it, which is what grief does. It does not leave, it changes address. It moves from the front room where it has been impossible to ignore, to somewhere further in the house where you are aware of it, without being constantly confronted by it. And that relocation is not resolution, but it is livable in a way that the front room was not. I worked. I ran the numbers that needed running and attended the video calls that needed attending and produced the analyses that were asked of me. And I was good at this work in the way I had always been good at it, which is to say, precisely and without flourish. I ate meals I cooked rather than ordered, which was new. I had been ordering food for delivery for months before the Georgia trip, the path of least resistance for someone whose appetite for ordinary domestic routine had gone to ground along with everything else. Cooking was small and it was concrete, and it asked enough of my hands to quiet the part of my mind that needed quieting. I called Dana's husband every week, not to manage anything, not to organize or arrange or move pieces on a logistical board, just to talk. He told me about his work, which was landscape architecture, and about the ongoing projects he was finding his way back into. He told me about the boys, Marcus's escalating obsession with maritime disasters, which had expanded from shipwrecks to include famous floods and the structural failures of dams, which his teachers found mildly concerning, and which I found entirely reasonable given that he was 9 years old, and 9-year-old boys need somewhere to put their sense of the catastrophic. Theo, who was 6, had decided he wanted to learn to play the harmonica, a decision no one in the family could account for, and Dana's husband had bought him a small one in the key of C, and Theo played it constantly and badly and with complete conviction, and I could hear it sometimes in the background of our phone calls, that reedy and earnest and entirely atonal sound, and it made me laugh every time. I was laughing again. I want to note this specifically because the return of laughter is not a small thing, and I had not, until it came back, understood how fully it had been gone. Not performance laughter, not the social variety you produce to indicate you have understood that something was meant to be funny. Real laughter, involuntary, the kind that arrives before your editorial judgment can assess the situation. Theo's harmonica, a colleague's story about a presentation that had gone comprehensively wrong, a documentary about competitive dog grooming that I watched alone on a Tuesday night and found, against all expectation, genuinely funny in 3 separate places. I visited Dana's husband and the boys in November, driving down to Florida in the manner I had now established, which was unhurried and with stops. I drove I-75 south through Georgia, and I passed exit 43 in the daylight, and I noted its green sign in the peripheral way you note things that are familiar, that have become part of the geography of your particular life. I did not take the exit. I did not feel pulled toward it. It existed and I knew what it was, and that knowing was enough. It sat in my understanding the way the stone sat on my windowsill, present and accounted for, doing its quiet work simply by being where it was. The visit was for 4 days. We drove to the coast on the 2nd day. The 4 of us, Marcus and Theo in the back seat, arguing companionably about whether sharks or crocodiles represented the greater evolutionary achievement. Dana's husband and I in the front, listening to them with the particular pleasure of adults in the presence of children who were fully inhabiting their own minds. We ate lunch at a seafood place on a deck over the water, and the boys ate fried shrimp, and I had a grouper sandwich, and Dana's husband had the same. And we talked about Dana directly, which we had not done much in the early months, had circled around rather than approached. We talked about her specifically, the particular fact of her, the way she had operated in the world, the things she had said and done that were irreducibly hers. He told me something over that lunch that I had not known. He said that in the final weeks Dana had seemed to arrive somewhere, not to make peace with dying in the resigned sense of the phrase, but to genuinely reach a place of settled clarity, an arrival rather than an acceptance. He said it had happened over the course of a few days in late February, that he had noticed it and remarked on it, and she had said only that she had worked something out, that she had put something down that she had been carrying too long and could not keep carrying. He had not pressed for more because she had said it with a completeness that did not invite elaboration. Late February, the 2nd visit, the man had said, not long before I had come through the first time in March. I did not tell Dana's husband about the station during that lunch. I have thought carefully about whether to tell him about the cost and benefit of that disclosure, and I have not yet resolved it entirely. What I have resolved is that it is not a decision to be made quickly, or for the wrong reasons, not to unburden myself, not to explain something to him that he does not need explained. He has already arrived at the essential truth of those final weeks, which is that Dana found peace, and that the peace was real, and that she carried it forward. The mechanism that produced it is a secondary matter, and perhaps not mine to introduce. The stone was on my windowsill. I looked at it every morning, not deliberately, not as a ritual in any formal sense. I am not a ritual person. I do not have a contemplative practice. I am not constructed for the kind of daily intentional pause that books about grief recommend. But the stone was there and the morning light found it, and I saw it in the peripheral way. I see my coffee maker and my keys on their hook, and the small plant on the counter that I had, in a departure from previous behavior, kept alive for 6 consecutive months. These things were part of the texture of the morning. The stone was part of the texture of the morning. It did not ask anything of me. It was simply there, doing what Dana had intended it to do, which was to be findable by me on the ordinary days, the days when the grief was not large and confrontational, but small and interior and present the way a stone is present, weight without demand, mass without urgency. I thought often about what the man behind the counter had said in the way of explanation, the location existing in the wake of passing time, the image of a boat moving through water and the disturbance the boat leaves behind, the gas station sitting in that disturbance the way a floating thing sits in a wake, rising and falling with it, carried by it, existing because of it. I turn this over the way I turn all hypotheses over, looking for the places where it fails, the predictions it makes that do not match the observed data. It did not fail in any way I could identify. I kept the collected accounts document open on my laptop for most of those 6 months. I added to it when new accounts appeared, which they did with a frequency that confirmed the location was not dormant. People were still finding it, still stopping. still driving back out to the highway with the disorientation and the changed quality of something inside them that the accounts described in language that varied in its precision but converged on the same essential experience. Someone on a forum described it as feeling like the place had done surgery on them while they were standing up. Someone else described it as being in a room where someone had been loving you for a very long time and you had only just noticed. I read these accounts now with a different quality of attention than the analytical reading I had done during those 3 weeks of initial research. I read them with recognition. I went back to work on the account itself in January, not the collected accounts document, the personal account. This one, the first-person record of what had happened to me in Georgia from March through May. I had written pieces of it in the months between, fragments and notes and the 31 handwritten lines from the legal pad. But I had not sat down to write it as a continuous record until January, until the distance felt sufficient for the writing to be honest rather than reactive. Writing it took 11 weeks. I wrote in the mornings before work, at my desk with the lamp on and the stone visible on the windowsill in the early light, and I wrote slowly and carefully and with the same commitment to accuracy that I bring to the analytical work, because accuracy felt like the appropriate form of respect for the place and for the man behind the counter, and for Dana, who had been there before me and had left me something to find. The title came to me on a morning in March, almost exactly a year after the first time I had driven north on I-75 and smelled something that did not belong on an empty highway and noted it and filed it and continued. I was sitting at the desk and the light was doing what March light does when it returns after winter, coming in at a different angle than it had for months, and the stone caught it differently than it had all winter, showing a quality of the white seam I had not seen before, a slight translucence where the light passed through the thinner section of rock. I wrote the title at the top of the document, and I sat back and I knew it was right, the way you know a thing is right, when it closes a loop you had not known was open. The account was finished, or rather, it had reached the place where accounts like this one reach, not concluded, because the experience is not concluded, because the experience has become part of the structure of daily life in the quiet and specific ways that real things become part of the structure of daily life. But complete in the sense that a thing can be complete without being over. The circle had a circumference now. You could see where it had started and where it had come back to meet itself. All that remained was the returning. I had known since January that I would go back, not to the station, not to cross that threshold again, but to the territory of it, the road and the landscape and the corridor of pine trees and the specific quality of South Georgia darkness. Because the story had been lived there and the ending of its telling belonged there too. In the place where the first note had arrived on the air of a March morning, like something sent ahead to mark me, like a signal I had not yet learned to read. I drove south on a Thursday in late March, exactly 1 year after the first drive. Not to the same motel, not to the storage unit, which had been fully cleared in the months between. The furniture gone to the consignment shop. The boxes gone to Dana's husband. The unit itself returned to the facility clean and empty and smelling of nothing in particular, not toward any logistical task or professional errand or grief maintenance obligation. I drove south because the account was written, and the account had been lived in that corridor of highway and pine and red clay, and the thing that had begun there deserved to be closed there. Not at my desk in Raleigh with the lamp on and the stone on the windowsill, but at the place itself, or as near to it as I was going to get. I left at 5 in the morning, not deliberately, not with any symbolic intention toward the hour. It was simply when I woke, in the absolute clean alertness that sometimes arrives before an important day without the alarm having any role in it, the body making its own preparations. I made coffee and put it in the thermos and locked the apartment behind me and drove the first hour through the North Carolina dark, the highway empty enough that the headlights made something private of it, a corridor through the pre-dawn that belonged to no one else. I had the stone in the cup holder beside me. I had decided to bring it, not with any clear plan for what I would do with it, but with the understanding that it had been part of this from before the beginning. Dana had left it before I had known I needed to come looking, which meant it had been moving toward this morning longer than I had, and it seemed right to bring it back into the territory of its origin. The photograph was in my back. The good summer. I had framed it in November, and it had been on my desk since then, beside the lamp, and I had looked at it every morning with the same peripheral dailiness with which I looked at the stone. Two objects doing their quiet work in the ordinary light. Georgia announced itself in the way it always does from the north, which is through the light before anything else. A particular quality of morning that is different from Carolina morning, lower and more golden, arriving at angles that suggest the landscape is older and has been receiving light for longer, and has its own relationship with it that predates any observer. Then the pine trees, their corridor quality beginning as the land flattens, the red clay cuts and the road banks, a hawk on a wire, the smell of the state through the open window. That combination of resin and red earth, and something that might be water somewhere not far from the road. I stopped for breakfast in Tifton at a diner I had not been to before. A small place on the main road through town with a handwritten specials board and 4 tables and a counter with 6 stools. I sat at the counter and ordered eggs and biscuits and a second coffee, and I ate slowly and watched the town morning happen through the plate glass window. A woman walking a dog, a man unlocking a hardware store, a school bus making its way up the road with the specific, deliberate patience of school buses. Everything in its time. Everything where it was supposed to be. I thought about Dana the way I thought about her now, which was differently from the way I had thought about her in October and November and December of the year before. She was not an absence I was organized around anymore. She was a presence I carried, which sounds like a grief literature phrase, and I am aware of that, and I mean it precisely rather than figuratively. She was a specific and locatable thing inside my understanding of my own life, not a wound, but a weight, and the weight was correct. The weight was proportionate to what she had been and to what she was still, which was my sister, which was the person who had known me longest in the world, and had left a stone for me in an impossible place before I knew I needed it. I paid for breakfast and drove south and took the exit for Valdosta and drove through the city on the surface roads rather than staying on the interstate, because I wanted to be in the place rather than passing over it. Wanted the Georgia morning at street level rather than at highway speed. I drove past the diner where I had eaten the night before my second visit to exit 43, past the motel where I had slept, and set my alarm and woken to that source less certainty in the pre-dawn dark. I drove without destination, without a plan beyond the general movement south and the specific destination that had been organizing this trip since January, without my having named it directly. Exit 43. I approached it from the surface roads rather than the interstate, coming at it from the west along the 2-lane highway itself, driving east toward the ramp rather than coming down the ramp toward the road. I had not done this before. I had always approached from the highway, from the interstate velocity and the ramp curve and the stop sign at the bottom, and the orientation had always been westward, into the pine corridor, toward the station. Coming from the west, I drove through a landscape that in the daylight of a late March morning was simply South Georgia countryside. A farm stand closed for the season, a church with a modest marquee sign, a stretch of fence along a property whose main structure was not visible from the road, pine trees, red clay, the flat, particular beauty of it, which is not the dramatic beauty of mountains or coasts, but the kind that asks you to slow down and look at the level of the ordinary, rather than the level of the spectacular. I parked the car on the gravel shoulder, perhaps a quarter-mile west of where the ramp connected to the highway. I turned off the engine. I sat for a moment in the silence, which was not the silence of the station. It was full of birds, full of the sound of wind in the pines, full of a distant tractor somewhere on the farmland to the south, the ordinary acoustic texture of a southern morning going about its ordinary business. I got out of the car. I stood at the edge of the road with the pine trees behind me, and the morning air moving across my face with its warmth and its smell of resin. And I looked east along the road toward where the ramp rose to meet the interstate, and I stood there for a while doing nothing in particular, which is something I had learned to do in the past year, and which still required a conscious permission I gave myself each time. I took the stone from my pocket. It was the same temperature. It always was. Cooler than ambient, holding its own interior cool, with a constancy of stones that have been somewhere without much warmth. The white seam caught the morning light the way it caught the desk lamp light at home, showing its slight translucence at the thinner section, a quality of not being entirely opaque, of having something to show if the light was right. I had thought about what I would do with it. I had thought about it for weeks, during the writing of the account, and I had arrived at something that was not a decision exactly, but a recognition. The understanding of what was correct arriving the same way it had arrived throughout this entire experience, not through deliberation, but through a kind of interior rightness that I had learned, gradually and against my own resistance, to trust. I was not going to keep it. Not because it had lost its significance. It would not. The stone was as significant as anything I owned, but because it had been left for me to find, and I had found it, and it had done what it was left to do, and a thing that is left for you to find is not necessarily the thing you are meant to keep forever. Sometimes it is a thing that carries you from one point to another, that does its work in the carrying, and when the carrying is done, the work is done, and the object is free to return to wherever objects go when they are no longer needed for the specific task they were made for. Dana had left it after her first visit. She had known I would come looking, and she had left it to help me find what I needed to find. I had found it. I had found everything it was meant to help me find. And standing here on the shoulder of this road on a March morning a year after a smell of coffee and bread on an empty highway had reached through my car window and marked me for finding, I felt the stone in my hand as complete, in the way a sentence is complete when the last word is the right word, and there is nothing that needs adding. I walked to the edge of the road, where a shallow drainage ditch ran along the shoulder, and beyond the ditch the pine trees began. The ground between the road and the tree line was sandy and red clay mixed, the way South Georgia ground is, with the dried stems of last year's grass still standing in it. I crouched down and pressed the stone into the earth at the base of the first pine tree. Not buried, not hidden, just set into the ground where the root system began, where the tree's long relationship with the soil offered a kind of anchor. I pressed it in until it was held, until the earth took it. I stood up. I took the photograph from my bag. I held it in both hands for a moment, looking at it. The two girls in the summer light, the ice cream, the tail end of real laughter, the year unspecified beyond my mother's handwriting on the back, the good summer. I did not leave the photograph. That one I kept, slipping it back into the bag, into its frame, back to the desk beside the lamp where the morning light found it. Some things you set down, and some things you carry forward, and the knowing of which is the thing you spend a life learning. I said Dana's name, aloud, into the ordinary morning, into the bird song and the wind in the pines, and the sound of the distant tractor and the low, unceasing conversation of a South Georgia morning with itself. I said her name the way you say the name of someone who is not gone, so much as differently located, who exists now in a register you cannot directly access, but can still, in certain places and certain qualities of light and certain ordinary mornings when the weight of them is correct. Almost here, I stood there for a while longer. The pines moved in the wind above me, that specific coastal plain pine sound of needles in air, a sound like breathing or like the memory of water. A crow called from somewhere in the tree line and was answered from farther in, 2 notes of conversation in a language I had no part of and no desire to translate. Then I walked back to the car. I drove east along the 2-lane road and merged onto I-75 northbound and drove through the Georgia morning toward home. And the pine trees stood on either side of the highway in their corridor of ordinary beauty, and the mile markers climbed, and the light moved across the flat land the way light does when it has all the time it needs and knows it. Exit 43 appeared in the rearview mirror and fell away behind me. I did not watch it go. The road ahead was the road ahead, and the morning was the morning, and somewhere under a pine tree in the sandy red clay of South Georgia, a stone sat in the ground with a white seam running through it, cool as it had always been, holding its particular temperature against the warming day, patient as stones are patient, which is to say without any concept of waiting at all. simply present, simply there. The way certain things remain present in the places where something true occurred, not as monuments, not as markers, but as themselves, doing the quiet and sufficient work of existing in the correct location, which is sometimes the only work there is left to do. smells of sulfur. My husband Daniel had been dead for 7 months when I drove into Terrebonne Parish for the first time without him. That sentence still feels wrong to write, not because it is painful, though it is, in a way I have stopped expecting to diminish, but because the truth is more complicated than that. Daniel had been planning this trip for 4 years. He had a folder on his laptop labeled simply Huma Research, and inside it were 112 documents, scanned newspaper clippings, hand-typed interview transcripts, photographs he had taken himself on a solo trip in the winter of 2019, and a half-finished manuscript he had never shown me. I found the folder 11 days after the funeral when I finally opened his computer to transfer files, and I sat at his desk in our apartment in Baton Rouge for 2 hours without moving, reading every word. Daniel was a folklorist. That is perhaps the most important thing to understand about what happened, and about why I went. He taught at Louisiana State University for 16 years, and his particular obsession, the thread that ran through every course he taught, every paper he published, was the way American communities use landscape to hold grief, not metaphorically, literally. He believed that certain places absorb the weight of repeated human loss the way wood absorbs water, slowly, invisibly, until the grain of the thing is entirely changed. He called it grief topography, and his colleagues either found it fascinating or quietly condescending, depending on which part of the faculty lounge they occupied. Daniel had never cared much about that distinction. The Homa research folder was about a stretch of road that locals call the Grunch Road, though that name does not appear on any official map. It runs south from the edge of town, back through the wet lowlands where the cypress trees grow so close together that a person standing between them cannot always find the way they came in. The road itself is unpaved for most of its length, and the parish records Daniel had tracked down suggested it had been in continuous use for over 160 years, though what it had been used for, and by whom, changed considerably depending on which decade of records you consulted. In the 1800s, it appeared as a maintenance access route for trappers working the far marshlands. By the mid-1900s, it had been informally reclassified as a private road, though no property ownership record attached to it. By the time Daniel found it, it was officially listed as a decommissioned right-of-way, which is the parish government's way of saying, we know it exists, and we have decided not to know anything else about it. But people used it. That was what had drawn Daniel in the first place. Locals drove it at certain times of year, not tourists, not outsiders, people whose families had been in Terrebonne Parish for generations. When Daniel had interviewed 4 of them, carefully and with his recorder running, 3 had declined to explain why they went. The 4th, a retired schoolteacher named Margaret Fontenot, had told him, you go when someone is missing. Not lost, missing. When you know they're gone, but you can't feel it yet. You drive out there and something on that road helps you feel it. Or it finds something of theirs and brings it to you. I don't know which. I've never been sure which. She had paused for a long moment, and Daniel had typed the pause into his transcript as a notation. Silence, approximately 20 seconds. She looks at the window. He had never finished the manuscript. He died of a cardiac event on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday in March, in the parking lot of the university gymnasium. At 51 years old, his heart had been a problem for years, and he had kept a careful, private watch on it, and told me only enough to let me know he was managing it. He managed it right up until he did not. I had not been able to feel it yet. That was the honest truth of the 7 months between his death and my drive down to Homa. Something in the interior of me had gone quiet and sealed, like a room with all the windows shut, and no amount of time or grief counseling or well-meaning conversation with colleagues had opened any of it. I went through the days. I graded student papers because I am an archivist at the university library, and student papers occasionally pass through my office for research verification. I ate meals. I spoke to people. I smiled at appropriate moments. But underneath all of it, the sealed room held, and I had begun to worry, in the way that a person worries about something they cannot name, but feel distinctly that it was going to hold forever. It was my colleague Ruth who said, without knowing what she was saying, maybe finishing what he started would be the thing. She meant it practically. She meant the manuscript, the academic record, the professional legacy. But I heard it differently. I went home that evening and opened the Homa research folder again, and I read Margaret Fontenot's interview transcript from the first word to the last, and when I finished I sat very still, and something in me said, go. I drove down on the Thursday in late October. The drive from Baton Rouge to Houma takes about an hour on the interstate, and for most of it the landscape is the particular flat, waterlogged green of southern Louisiana that most people who did not grow up here find monotonous. I find it comforting, in the same way I find the smell of river water comforting. It is a smell that has been in my lungs for 43 years, and it means home, even when nothing else does. The air changed as I came off the exit ramp and into the parish proper. It was heavier and cooler than Baton Rouge's October air, which retained a kind of reluctant summer warmth well into the month. Here the season had already settled in, a gray-green light through low cloud cover, the smell of mud and river grass and something faintly sulphurous that the bayou gives off when the water level drops. Spanish moss hung in long pale curtains from the live oaks along the road, and the light through it was the color of old silver, beautiful and waterlogged in underneath the beauty, carrying some weight it did not explain. I had booked a room at a small guest house on the north edge of town, run by a woman named Clare Weston, whose listing on the travel site said simply, "Quiet rooms, good coffee, close to the water." The guest house was a Creole cottage, low and broad, painted the color of old mustard, with a gallery porch that ran the full length of the front. A ceiling fan turned slowly on the porch despite the October chill, pushing the air in lazy circles. I sat in my car for a moment after I parked, looking at the fan, and had the first strange feeling of the trip, that the fan had been turning for a very long time, and that it had been turning specifically toward the moment I arrived. I told myself it was fatigue. I had been driving since early morning, and grief does something to the perceptual edges of things. It makes ordinary objects carry weight they should not carry, and it makes ordinary moments feel like they are being directed at you personally. Daniel had written about this in his grief topography research actually. The bereaved mind, he argued, is a meaning-making machine in overdrive. It finds patterns everywhere, because pattern finding is how it tries to reassemble the shape of a world that has been reorganized by loss. I got out of the car. The air smelled of damp wood in the river, and somewhere close by, closer than it should have been, given that I was in the middle of a small city, a heron called once, low and prolonged, and then fell silent. Clare Weston was waiting on the porch when I came through the gate. She was a woman in her mid-60s with silver hair pulled back simply and reading glasses pushed up on her head. She shook my hand with the particular firm warmth of someone who has offered hospitality for many years and found genuine satisfaction in it. She showed me to my room, small, clean, a window that looked out over a back garden where fig trees grew against a low fence, and told me that coffee was ready at 6:30 every morning without asking whether I wanted it, which I found obscurely reassuring. I unpacked slowly, arranging Daniel's research folder printouts on the small desk beside the window. I had printed the entire contents of the Houma folder before I left Baton Rouge, all 112 documents, and organized them in a 3-ring binder that now sat in the center of the desk like a small, heavy altar. Outside the window, the fig trees moved in a breeze I could not feel from inside the room. I was somewhere real and specific in America, and Daniel had been here before me, and whatever he had come close to finding on that road, I had driven 4 hours to find it instead of him. That night, falling asleep, I noticed that the ceiling fan in my room turned in the same slow direction as the one on the porch, and that even with no breeze coming through the closed window, the pages of Daniel's research binder had shifted slightly on the desk, as if someone had turned one of them over. I had not touched the binder since I set it down. I was certain of that, and yet, in the morning, it would be open to a different page than the one I had left it on. A page I had not yet read, a transcript I had not yet reached, and at the top of it, in Daniel's careful handwriting, a single line I did not understand, until much later. She says the road does not take, it receives. The coffee at Clare Weston's table was dark roast chicory, served in a wide ceramic mug the color of river clay, and it was hot enough to hold in both hands without discomfort in the October morning. That was the first thing I was aware of when I came downstairs at 6:45, the weight of the mug, and the warmth moving through the ceramic into my palms, and the smell of it filling the narrow dining room the way wood smoke fills a low-ceiling space, completely, without leaving any corner untouched. Claire was already seated at the far end of the table with her own mug, and a section of the local paper folded to the crossword. She looked up when I came in, gestured toward the coffee service on the sideboard, and returned to the crossword without speaking, which I found immediately and profoundly comfortable. I have spent 7 months in rooms full of people who felt they needed to speak to me, And the quality of Claire's silence that morning, inhabited and easy, neither hostile nor poignant, was one of the most restful things I had encountered in all that time. I poured my coffee and sat near the window. The garden outside was holding the early light in a way that made everything look slightly unreal. The fig trees casting long, pale shadows across the grass, dew on the low fence catching the sun in individual points. A single mockingbird working through its catalog on the fence post with the specific, tireless energy of something that has never considered stopping. I watched the bird for several minutes. I did not think about Daniel. I did not think about the binder on the desk upstairs, open to a page I had not chosen. I simply watched the mockingbird and drank my coffee, and for a brief and genuine interval, the sealed room inside me, the one that had held its breath since March, let a small, thin ribbon of morning air through a gap I had not noticed opening. It closed again. But for a moment, it had been open. "You are here for the research," Claire said, without looking up from her crossword. It was not a question. I turned from the window. "I am," I said. "My husband started a project about this area. I am trying to finish it." "The folklorist," she said. Still not a question. I set my mug down. "You knew Daniel?" She looked up then, and her expression was not exactly warm or exactly guarded. It was something more precise than either. It was the expression of a person who has held a particular piece of information for a long time and is now measuring, carefully and without hurry, how much of it belongs to the current conversation. "He stayed here," she said. "Winter of 2019. 3 nights. He was very thorough. He asked good questions." She paused. "He asked one question I could not answer." I waited. The mockingbird completed a phrase and restarted it from the beginning. "He asked why the locals who use the road never go alone," Claire said. She returned her eyes to the crossword. I could not answer it because I did not know the answer then. I have thought about it since. She wrote something in one of the small white squares. "I still do not know the answer, but I have a better sense now of what the question is actually asking." She did not elaborate. I did not push. Something in the quality of the morning, the weight of the mug, the mockingbird, the way the light was moving through the fig trees, told me that pushing would be the wrong register entirely. Whatever Claire Arsenault knew, it would arrive in its own time, in its own shape. And the most useful thing I could do was remain in my chair and keep being someone it felt safe to tell. I went upstairs after breakfast and opened the binder to the page it had been turned to. A transcript Daniel had labeled Fontenot Interview, Part 2, Unpublished. I had not known there was a second part. The first transcript, the one I had read in Baton Rouge, ended with Margaret Fontenot's comment about the road helping you feel what you already knew was true. The second transcript began mid-sentence, as if the recorder had been running and Daniel had only started typing partway through. It read, "And the ones who go alone, they come back different, not harmed, not frightened even, not in the way you'd expect, just different, like something in them has been rearranged." My ad went once years ago when her son drowned in the canal. She was looking for something that would let her stop waiting for him to come home. She drove out there at dusk by herself, and she came back after dark, and she never waited for him again. She also never talked about what she found. She said talking about it would make it smaller than it was. Below that, in Daniel's handwriting in the margin, he had written 2 words, smaller. Why? I sat with that for a long time. The day was overcast and cool, and I had planned to drive toward the Grunch Road to simply locate it. Not to go down it, not yet, but to see where it began and what the entrance looked like, and whether it matched the photographs Daniel had taken in 2019. I had printed those photographs, and they were near the back of the binder. 6 images, slightly underexposed in the way of pictures taken on an overcast winter day with a phone camera. A gravel shoulder where an unmarked road branched off from a state highway. A rusted galvanized gate, standing open, attached to a fence that disappeared into the undergrowth on both sides, within a few feet, and could not have stopped anyone. Cypress trees beginning immediately beyond the gate, their trunks wide and dark with moisture. Spanish moss. The pale reflected sky and a shallow water channel running parallel to the road's edge. And in the 6th photograph, something Daniel had not captioned. Arrangement of objects at the base of the gatepost. Stones, it appeared to be, arranged in a deliberate pattern. Not stacked, not scattered, but placed, carefully, in a way that suggested both intention and repetition. as if whoever had placed them had done so many times before, or as if many different people had placed them, each one adding to what the previous person began. I had looked at that photograph several times in Baton Rouge, and thought it was interesting without knowing what to make of it. I looked at it again in my room at Claire's guest house, and found that my reading of it had changed entirely. Overnight, or between Baton Rouge and Homa, or somewhere in the 7 months since Daniel died, my understanding of the photograph had shifted in a direction I could not have predicted. The stones no longer looked like an interesting folk practice to catalog. They looked like a marker, something placed at a threshold, not to decorate it, but to acknowledge it. The way you wipe your feet before entering somewhere that deserves that acknowledgement. I drove south at 11 in the morning. The highway leaving Homa runs through land that gets progressively lower and wetter the further south it goes. Gas stations giving way to bait shops, giving way to houses raised on pilings, their stilts dark with old waterline stains. The yards running directly into the marsh grass without any defined edge. The sky had come down lower since morning, pressing a flat gray light onto everything, and the water in the drainage channels beside the road held the sky's reflection exactly. 2 gray sheets with a thin dark seam of road between them, and the car moving down that seam at 45 miles an hour. I found the turnoff without difficulty. It was where Daniel's coordinates placed it, 1.5 miles past a shuttered bait and tackle, with a hand-painted sign above the door, and the gravel shoulder was exactly as photographed. Gray, wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass, narrowing immediately to a single lane of packed mud and crushed shell that disappeared into the cypress trees within 100 feet of the highway. The gate was still there, still open, or open again. I had no way to know whether it ever closed. The rust pattern on it was the same as in Daniel's photograph, which told me it had not been painted or repaired in at least 7 years. The stone arrangement at the base of the gate post was also still there, and it was larger than it appeared in the photograph. I parked on the gravel shoulder and got out of the car. The air was cooler here than it had been in town, noticeably, specifically cooler in a way that had nothing to do with cloud cover. I stood at the gate without going through it and looked at the stones. There are perhaps 30 of them now, each one palm-sized or smaller, none of them native to this landscape. They were river stones, smooth and dark, the kind you find in stream beds further north, and would have to carry a considerable distance to leave here. Whoever brought them had brought them deliberately from elsewhere, and placed them with care in an expanding ring at the post's base. I did not touch them. I did not know why. There was no prohibition I was aware of, no sign, no warning. But something in the composition of the arrangement communicated clearly and without language that it was not an object meant to be handled by someone who did not understand its purpose. I stood there for perhaps 10 minutes, looking down the road into the cypresses. The air in there did not move. The moss hung perfectly still. The water channel beside the road gave back a flawless reflection of the gray sky, and nothing in that reflection rippled. And then, in the unmoving air, I smelled something that had no business being there. A faint, dry interior smell, like the smell of old paper and pressed flowers and a particular wood polish I recognized without being able to immediately place. I placed it on the drive back to town. It was the smell of Daniel's office at the university. The specific combination of oak shelving and archival paper and the wood polish he used on his desk every Saturday morning for 16 years. There was no reason for that smell to be present at the entrance to an unpaved road in Terrebonne Parish. I drove back in silence and did not turn on the radio and try to think about it clinically, the way an archivist thinks, carefully, without rushing toward a conclusion the evidence does not fully support. The evidence did not support any conclusion I was willing to write down yet. What I could not stop thinking about, what followed me back into Claire's guest house and up the stairs and into the small room with the fig tree window, was that the smell had not made me afraid. It had made me feel, for the length of a breath, exactly as I had felt in Daniel's office on any ordinary morning, known and unhurried, and entirely at home. The binder was open again in the morning. I had closed it the night before with deliberate attention, pressing the cover flat, feeling the small click of the ring seated properly, setting it square with the corner of the desk before I turned the lamp off. I remembered the action the way you remember locking a door before a long trip, consciously, specifically because some part of you already suspects you will want to be certain later. It was open to the section Daniel had labeled Field Observations, Visited Locations. I had not yet reached that section in my reading. It came after the Fontenot transcripts and before a series of hand-drawn maps that I had been saving. In the way that you save something you sense will matter, for a moment when you were better prepared to receive it, The field observations were written in a different register than the transcripts. Where Daniel's interview notes were careful and methodical, the trained folklorist recording data with the discipline of someone who knows his own interpretive biases and works to hold them at arm's length. The field observations were written in something closer to his private voice. I recognized it immediately. The way you recognize a person's handwriting before you read the words. A loosening of sentence structure, a willingness to use the first person without academic qualification, a tendency to record feeling alongside fact without apologizing for the combination. The first entry read, "Drove the road for the first time this afternoon. Approximately 1.4 miles of navigable surface before the road becomes too wet to continue without a vehicle better suited to it than a rental sedan. Cypress canopy closes completely overhead within the first quarter mile. Temperature drop is real and measurable. I checked the car's external thermometer at the gate and again at the half-mile mark. A 4-degree difference. I want to be careful about how I interpret that, because there are entirely ordinary explanations for temperature variation in a canopy environment, but the quality of the drop is worth recording. It did not feel like shade. It felt like submersion." I read that word 3 times. Submersion. Daniel had been a careful man with language. He did not reach for the dramatic word when a plain one would serve. If he had written submersion and left it, he had meant submersion. Not metaphorically, not as a stylus flourish, but as the most accurate single word available to him for what the experience had actually felt like. I ate breakfast alone that morning. Claire was at the far end of the porch when I came down, speaking quietly on the phone, and she raised a hand at acknowledgement and pointed toward the coffee service with a small nod. The mockingbird was gone from the fence post. The garden was very still, and the dew had not yet lifted, and the fig leaves held water along their broad lower edges in drops that trembled without falling. I took my coffee and the binder to the porch and read while the morning moved around me. The second field observation entry was dated the following day. Went further this morning, left the car at the half-mile point and walked. The road continues another 3/4 of a mile on foot before it ends. Not at a gate or a structure, but simply at the water. The marsh absorbs it. The shell and mud just stops, and the water begins, and there is no clear line between them. Standing at that point, I had a sensation I have been trying to find accurate language for since I walked back to the car. The nearest I can get is this. I felt expected. Not watched, not followed, not threatened in any direction. Expected. The way a room feels when someone has prepared it for your arrival and stepped out briefly to give you a moment to settle. I set the binder down on the porch railing with my hand still holding the page open. He had felt expected. I had used the same word in my own mind, standing at the gate 2 days ago, watching the ceiling fan turn on the porch of Claire's guest house. I had told myself it was fatigue. I had told myself it was the bereaved mind's pattern-making overrunning its useful function. I had been careful and clinical and professionally skeptical, all the way from Baton Rouge to this porch, and I had still used the same word he had used, independently, about the same road, 7 years apart. The sealed room inside me shifted. Not opened, not yet, but shifted. In the way that something shifts when the pressure on both sides of it becomes briefly equal, I drove back to the road that afternoon with different intentions than the day before. The previous visit had been reconnaissance, orientation, documentation, the responsible first step of a person who approaches unfamiliar territory with appropriate caution. Today I was going to walk it, not to the end, not yet, but past the gate and into the canopy, far enough to experience what Daniel had experienced, far enough to understand from the inside what his field notes were describing, rather than simply reading them from the outside. I parked in the same place on the gravel shoulder and sat in the car for a moment before I got out. The cloud cover was lower than it had been the day before, pressing the sky down to treetop level, and the light had taken on a quality I associate with late afternoon, even though it was barely past 1 in the afternoon. Everything was the color of old pewter. The water in the channel, the undersides of the cypress leaves, the packed shell surface of the road beyond the gate. I got out. The cool was immediate and specific, the same as yesterday, settling around my arms and neck with a density that ordinary shade does not produce. I walked through the gate without pausing, because I had learned years ago that pausing at a threshold is the surest way to talk yourself out of crossing it. The road curved gently left within the first 50 feet, and the highway disappeared from view. And then it was only the trees and the water channel and the sound of my own footsteps on the crushed shell. The sound was very clear and very contained, as if the canopy were functioning as a ceiling in an interior space, absorbing the echo that open air would disperse, returning it slightly altered. Daniel had written submersion. He had been right. The air here was not moving, not still in the ordinary outdoor sense of a calm day, still in the way that air in a sealed room is still, air that has not been exchanged with outside air in some time and carries in its stillness a faint composite smell of everything that has ever been present in that space. Wet cypress bark, river mud, something green and alive beneath the waterline, and underneath all of it, so faint I could not be certain it was real. That same dry interior quality I had encountered at the gate the day before. Paper, wood, pressed botanical specimens. I walked. The first quarter mile passed slowly. I was paying attention to everything and naming it as I went, the way an artifice catalogs incoming material, not to diminish it but to create a reliable record of what is actually present before interpretation begins. The cypress trunks on both sides of the road were 3 and 4 feet across at the base, their bark deeply ridged and dark with moisture. The water in the channel ran perhaps 2 feet below the road surface, slow enough to appear motionless, carrying a faint current that revealed itself only in the movement of a single fallen leaf traveling south without any visible propulsion. At the half-mile mark I stopped, not because anything happened, because I became aware, with a precision that did not feel manufactured by anxiety or longing or the overstretched pattern recognition of grief, that I was not moving through a neutral space. The road was not indifferent to my presence. That is the most honest way I can describe it, and I am aware that an honest description of this experience will read as either metaphor or breakdown to anyone who is not standing in that specific location at that specific moment. It was neither. It was a perceptual fact with the same solidity as the temperature drop or the quality of sound beneath the canopy. The road registered that I was there, and then I understood something Daniel had written in the margin of the second Fontenot transcript, a note I had read twice without grasping. He had written, not looking for the story. The story already knows where I am. He had come here looking for a folklore narrative about grief and landscape. He had arrived as a researcher, and at some point, perhaps at this precise point in the road, or perhaps at the end of it, at the margin where the packed shell disappeared into the marsh water, something had rearranged the direction of the inquiry. He had stopped being the person asking the questions. He had become the person the questions were about. I stood there in the pewter afternoon light, in the held air beneath the cypress canopy, and I felt a sealed room inside me do something it had not done in 7 months. It did not open. It did something more unnerving than opening. It knocked. From the inside. As if whatever I had locked in there after Daniel died had been waiting, with considerable patience, for me to arrive somewhere it recognized. The walk back to the car took less time than the walk in, the way return journeys always do when you are no longer measuring distance against uncertainty. I sat behind the wheel for a moment before starting the engine. My hands were steady. My breathing was even. I was not frightened, and I was not at peace, and I was not in the emotional state I had a reliable name for. What I was, I realized, was present, more fully and specifically present than I had been at any moment in the 7 months since the parking lot in March. That was the most frightening thing of all, and also, underneath the fright, the first honest thing. I drove back to Claire's guest house, with the windows down and the cold air moving to the car, and I thought about Daniel's margin note all the way back to town, and when I pulled into the drive and turned off the engine, I sat for a long moment looking at the guest house before going inside, because something in me already knew that the next conversation with Clare Arsenault was going to be different in kind from the ones that had come before, and I was not yet certain I was ready for what different in kind was going to mean. Clare Arsenault was shelling butter beans on the gallery porch when I came through the gate, her hands working with the automatic fluency of someone who has performed the same task so many times it has passed entirely out of the category of effort and into the category of rhythm. A wide ceramic bowl sat in her lap catching the beans. A paper bag of unshelled pods leaned against the leg of her chair. She did not look up when I came through the gate. "But," she said, without any preamble, "sit down then." There was a second chair. I had not noticed it there before, though I could not have said with certainty that it had not always been there. I sat. For several minutes neither of us spoke. Clare shelled beans. The afternoon light had gone the color of tarnished brass, pressing itself flat against the porch boards and the gallery railing in the pale green paint of the front wall. Somewhere past the back fence, water moved in a drainage channel with a low, continuous sound that was almost like breathing. You went further today, Claire said. Still not a question. Past the gate, I said, about half a mile in. She nodded once, a single measured movement, and reached into the paper bag for another handful of pods. He went to the end, she said, your husband, on his last morning. Before he left for Baton Rouge. The air in my chest went very still. He did not write about that, I said. No, Claire said. I do not expect he did. She split a pod with her thumbnail, drew it open with the practiced pressure of 2 fingers, rolled the beans into the bowl. Some things, when you write them down, they become only the words. And these things are not only the words. He understood that. He was a careful man. She paused. He was also a man who had found something he was not prepared to carry alone, and he knew it, and he left it here. I looked at her directly. What did he find? Claire set the bowl on the porch railing and folded the empty pot in half with a clean, decisive movement. She looked at me for a long moment with the expression I had seen at breakfast on my first morning. That precise, unhurried measurement, the weighing of what the current moment was actually asking for against what a less careful person might offer it. The road does not find everyone, she said. Most people drive past the turnoff their whole lives and feel nothing particular. Some people feel a pull, but do not follow it. A smaller number follow it and go a short distance and come back. And what they carry back is manageable, a sense of something larger than themselves, a loosening of whatever they came in holding too tight. That is the ordinary range of what it does. She looked out at the garden. And then there are the ones it has been waiting for specifically. Those are rarer, and what happens to them is different in degree and in kind. Daniel, I said. And you, she said. She picked up the bowl again and resumed shelling, not to dismiss the weight of what she had just said, but I understood, because the rhythm of the work was how she maintained the steadiness required to say difficult things with the precision they deserved. I knew when I saw your name in the reservation system. Elise Cormier. He had spoken about you, not at length. He was private in that way, but enough. He said you were the person in his life who understood the difference between a fact and the truth of a fact. He said it was the thing he most valued about you, and a thing that would bring you here eventually, if he did not find a way to finish what he had started. The butter beans made a quiet sound dropping into the bowl. He did not find a way, I said. No, Claire said. He ran out of time. But he left instructions in the way that a man like that leaves instructions. Not as a list, not in any document, but built into the shape of the research itself, so that the right person following it would arrive at the right understanding in the right sequence. She looked at me steadily. You have been reading in the correct order. I thought about the binder open each morning to the next section. I thought about choosing to accept that as ordinary and the specific, quiet cost of that choice. The road, I said carefully. What is it exactly? What does it do? Claire was quiet for a moment. A mockingbird, not the one from the garden, a different one, or the same one in a different tree, began somewhere beyond the fence, working through a sequence I did not recognize. In this part of Louisiana, Claire said, people have understood for a very long time that certain places in the landscape hold open what should, by ordinary reasoning, be closed, not because anything supernatural constructed them that way, because enough human grief moved through them over enough years that the place absorbed the capacity. She paused. The road has been used for this purpose since before anyone now living was born. People bring their unfinished grief to it. What they cannot close in themselves they bring to the road, and the road holds it in a way that makes finishing possible. She split another pod. What it asks in return is not complicated. It asks that you go to the end, and that you say out loud what you have not been able to say anywhere else. The tarnished brass light had deepened. The sound of water behind the fence moved in its low, continuous rhythm. Daniel went to the end, I said. He did, and he said what he needed to say. Claire's hands slowed almost imperceptibly on the pod she was holding, and then resumed their rhythm. He said some of it? She said. Not all of it. There was a part he could not reach, not because the road would not hold it, but because the road understood it was not his alone to say. It belonged to both of you equally, and he only had half of it. She set the bowl down again and looked at me with a directness that was neither unkind nor softened by any instinct toward comfort. He left the other half here. In the road. In the air at the end of the road where the land meets the water. It has been there since the winter of 2019, waiting with the patience that place has always had. She paused. You felt it today. At the half-mile mark, that sensation you could not name. I had not told her where I had stopped. I had not told her what I had felt there. Yes, I said. That was him recognizing you, Claire said, or the part of what he left there recognizing the part of you it belongs to. I am not certain those are different things. The garden had gone very still. The mockingbird had stopped between phrases, and in the silence the drainage channel's breathing was the only sound, slow and even and entirely without urgency. What do I say? I asked. At the end, when I get there. You will know it when you are standing there, Claire said. These things do not require preparation. They require only presence and honesty, and you have been building both since you arrived. She picked up the bowl one final time. Go at dusk, not full dark. The light matters. The particular quality of light at the end of the day in this landscape matters. I cannot tell you why exactly, but it does. Go alone, which you are always going to do. Walk to the end of the road where the shell meets the water. Stand there and say the true thing. She said it the way you say something that has been true for a very long time and needs no ornamentation, flatly, cleanly, with the quiet authority of a person who has watched others do this difficult thing and understands both its weight and its necessity. I sat with her until the beans were finished, neither of us speaking again. The light moved from tarnished brass to a deep, resonant gray-green, the particular color this landscape produces in the last 40 minutes before dark, a color that exists nowhere else I have ever been. It is not beautiful in any conventional sense. It is beautiful in the way that precision is beautiful, because it is exactly what it is, without apology and without excess. When I finally rose from the chair, Claire looked up at me with an expression that held in equal measure acknowledgement and release. The expression of someone who has carried something on behalf of another person for a long time and is now, at last, returning it to the person it belongs to. Tomorrow evening, she said. The forecast is clear. The light will hold until nearly 6. I thanked her. She nodded once and returned her eyes to the empty bowl, and I went inside and up the stairs to the small room with the fig tree window, where the binder sat closed on the desk waiting, as everything in this place seemed to wait, with a patience that had nothing desperate in it, just the absolute certainty that I would open it again. I did not open it that night. Instead, I sat by the window until the last gray-green light dissolved entirely into dark, and I held, for the first time without flinching, the full and specific weight of what I had not yet been able to say, to Daniel, to anyone, to myself. And I let myself understand that tomorrow evening, at the end of an unpaved road where Louisiana becomes water, I was going to have to say it out loud, into the held air, with no one present to receive it but whatever patient, absorbing presence had been waiting in that landscape since before either of us was born. The morning of the day, I planned to go to the end of the road. I woke before the light came, and lay still in the narrow bed, listening to the drainage channel behind the back fence. In the complete dark before dawn, it was more audible than it had been during the day. Not louder exactly, but more present, the way a voice becomes more present in a quiet room than in a noisy one. It moved in its low, unhurried register, and I lay there with my eyes open and let it move through the room, and somewhere in the interval between the first gray suggestion of light at the window and the moment the fig trees became distinct shapes against it, I understood what I had been unable to say. Not the words yet, the shape of them, the territory they occupied. I had been walking around the outside of that territory for 7 months, circling it at a careful distance, noting its dimensions without entering it, the way a surveyor maps land they have been instructed not to set foot on. In the gray light before sunrise, in a small room in southern Louisiana with the sound of slow water moving through the dark outside, I finally walked to the edge of it and looked in. What was there was not complicated. It was, in fact, so simple that the 7 months of its avoidance seemed suddenly extravagant. The way a locked room, when you finally find the key, turns out to hold something much smaller than the lock suggested. Simple and sharp, and entirely mine in the way that only the truest things are entirely yours, belonging to no framework, no shared narrative, no version of events constructed for the comfort of the people around you. I had been angry at him, not for dying, or not only for dying, because the anger at the fact of his death was a thing I had worked around sufficiently in the months since March that I could name it without it disabling me. This was different. This was the specific, private anger of a person who had watched someone they loved conduct a careful, sustained, deeply private interior life directly alongside their own, and had only understood the full dimensions of that private life after the person was gone and could no longer be asked about it. The Homa research folder. 112 documents, 4 years of planning, a solo trip he had never mentioned, a manuscript half-finished that he had never shown me, the conversation with a woman named Margaret Fontenot, in which he had described a sensation, expected, received, known, that he had also never brought home to me. He had kept his grief topography from the person who knew him best. He had gone looking for a way to understand how landscape holds what people cannot, and he had done it entirely alone. And he had stood at the end of an unpaved road in the Louisiana marshland and said half of something that required both of us to be whole. And then he had gone back to Baton Rouge and resumed his ordinary Tuesday existence, and 6 years later he had died in a parking lot without ever telling me any of it. That was the true thing. That was what I had been locked out of for 7 months. Not grief, not loss. Those I could have named from the beginning. What I had been unable to name was the anger that sat directly underneath them, in the lowest register, below the reach of every ordinary instrument I had brought to bear on those 7 months. The anger that he had not trusted me with it. The anger that he had kept the most important research of his life from the one person in his life who understood the difference between a fact and the truth of a fact. I got up and dressed slowly in the dark, and went downstairs and poured coffee and took it to the porch, and sat in the chair that had been waiting for me since the first morning, and watched the sun come up over the garden with the slow, reluctant beauty of a Louisiana October dawn, a warming of the gray to amber to the particular pale gold that this latitude produces before the cloud cover reassembles itself, every color arriving in sequence with the unhurried confidence of something that has performed this exact transition 10,000 times before. Claire came out at 7 with her own coffee and sat in the second chair, and we watched the light together without speaking for a long time. "I know what I need to say," I told her eventually. She turned her mug in both hands. "Good," she said. "It is not what I expected." "It never is," she said. "The road has a way of clarifying. Most people arrive thinking they are going to say something about the person they lost. The thing they actually need to say is almost always about themselves." She looked at the garden. "That is not a failure of love. It is the nature of grief. The loss is about them. The grief is always about you." I held that for a moment. The pale gold light was moving across the garden, reaching the far fence, touching the top boards with a warmth that had not been there a minute before. "You said half of something," I said. "You told me that. What was his half?" Claire was quiet for a moment. That had the quality of consultation. Not hesitation, not reluctance, but the careful internal checking of someone who takes the weight of information seriously. "He said he was sorry he had not brought you," she said at last. "Not as a general regret. Specifically, he stood at the end of the road and he said, 'I should have brought Elise, and I do not know why I did not, and I am sorry for the withholding.'" She paused. "The road received that. It has been holding it. What it cannot do alone is resolve it. Resolution requires both sides of the thing." The amber light had reached the fig trees now, and the dew on the broad leaves caught it in points of cold fire. I left for the road at 4:45 in the afternoon, when the sky had taken on the gray-green quality Claire had described, the precise, unapologetic color of this landscape in its last honest hour of light. I drove the now familiar highway south with both hands on the wheel and the radio off, watching the land lower itself toward the water on both sides, the houses on their pilings growing further apart, the marsh grass thickening at the road's shoulders until it pressed close enough that the car moved through a corridor of it, tall and pale gold in the late light, bending in the wind of the car's passage and straightening again behind. I parked and walked through the gate without hesitating. The road under the canopy was different at this hour than it had been in the middle of the day. The gray-green light came down through the cypress in long, separated columns, moving slightly as the high branches moved, and the effect was of walking through something that was neither indoors nor outdoors but occupied a third category for which I had no established word. The temperature drop was the same. The stillness of the air was the same. but the quality of the attention the place directed at my presence was different. Less the noticing of something new entering a space, and more the recognition of something expected finally arriving. I walked without stopping. The road curved and straightened, the cypress trunks standing their patient watch on both sides. The water channel to my left carrying its slow southward current. A great blue heron stood motionless in the shallows, 20 feet off the road's edge. Its absolute stillness so complete it looked less like an animal than like the idea of an animal, rendered in gray and blue against the pale water. It did not move as I passed. It did not acknowledge me. It simply held its position in the stillness, part of the same unhurried fabric as everything else in that corridor of trees. The road ended without ceremony. One step the crushed shell was firm and even beneath my feet, and the next step it was soft, and the step after that was water, shallow and dark and still, spreading out ahead into the open marsh without any defined edge. The cypress canopy ended here too, opening to the low gray-green sky, and the sudden spaciousness of it after the contained corridor of the road made the world feel briefly enormous in every direction. I stood at the margin where the land became water. There was no sound except the marsh, a low, continuous, composite sound made of wind and grass and water, and the movement of small, invisible things through both. Not silence, but something that functioned like silence. A space cleared of everything accidental, leaving only what was essential. I stood there for a long time before I spoke, not because I did not know what to say, but because I had been carrying it for 7 months and I wanted to feel the full weight of it in my hands one last time before I put it down. Then I said it, out loud, into the open air above the dark water and the grass and the enormous gray-green sky. I said all of it. The anger, the specific shape of it, the particular thing he had withheld, the years of not knowing what he had been building in that private interior room, the way his death had not only taken him, but had locked the door on a version of him I had never been given access to. I said it without softening it and without performing it. I said it the way you finally say the true thing after a long time of saying the almost true thing, plainly, steadily, with all the weight it actually had. And when I finished, the marsh received it, not metaphorically, not as a comforting narrative I constructed afterward to make the experience legible. The air changed quality in a way I cannot translate into language that will satisfy a skeptic, and do not intend to try. Something that had been present in the atmosphere of that place. A specific density, a particular quality of waiting, released, gently, without drama, the way a held breath releases, not an event, but a cessation. The thing that had been held was no longer held. The space it had occupied was now simply air and marsh, and the last gray-green light of an October evening in southern Louisiana, and a woman standing at the edge of the water with her hands open at her sides. I stood there until the light changed again, shifting from gray-green to the deep blue-gray of early dusk, and then I turned and walked back up the road under the cypress canopy, and the road behind me was simply a road, and the air was simply air, and I was simply a woman walking back to her car in the gathering dark, carrying considerably less than she had arrived with. The heron was gone from the shallows when I passed. The water where it had stood held only its own reflection, and the reflection was clear and still, and entirely undisturbed. When I got back to Claire's guest house, the binder on the desk upstairs was closed, and in the morning it would still be closed, and I understood without needing to examine it further that it was finished. Not because the research was complete, but because the thing the research had always actually been about had, at last, been completed. 3 months later, I drove back to Terrebonne Parish on a clear January morning with the windows up against the cold and Daniel's completed manuscript on the passenger seat beside me. Not his manuscript, mine now, or ours, though the boundary between those two words had become, in the interval since October, considerably less fixed than it had once seemed. I had finished writing it in the last week of December, sitting at the desk in our apartment in Baton Rouge, with the binder open beside me and Daniel's laptop and my own laptop, side by side, his words and my words moving toward each other across the months and miles and silences between them, until they found a way to occupy the same document without either one displacing the other. It was the most difficult writing I had ever done, and the most honest. And when I printed the final draft and held it in both hands on the last evening of the year, I stood at his desk for a long time without moving, the way you stand when something you have been carrying a great distance has finally been set in its correct place. I had called Claire in the second week of January and told her I was coming back. She had said, "I know," not with any mysticism in it. She said it the way a person says it when they have simply been expecting a call and it has arrived on schedule. She told me the fig trees had gone dormant for the winter, which she mentioned as information rather than as atmosphere, and that the coffee would be ready at 6:30. I told her I would arrive in the afternoon. She said the second chair would be on the porch. The drive south was different in January than it had been in October. The land on both sides of the interstate was winter pale. The marsh grass bleached to the color of old straw. The water in the channels carrying a flat, pewter coal light that had none of October's resonant depth. The live oaks along the highway had shed the heaviest of their moss, and their branches showed through clearly for the first time, articulate and bare against the white winter sky, the actual architecture of the trees visible, now that the summer's abundance had pulled back to reveal it. There was a clarity to the landscape that October's beauty had not offered, not lovelier. True. Homa in January was quieter than it had been in the fall. The streets near Clare's guest house had the specific stillness of a small southern city in deep winter, when the population that leaves for warmer latitudes has left, and the one that stays has pulled itself inward, and the sidewalks hold a patient, unhurried emptiness that feels less like absence and more like rest. I pulled into the drive at 2 in the afternoon, and sat for a moment looking at the guest house. The mustard-colored paint looked different in winter light, less warm, more honest. A color that had been earning its place on that wall through a great many seasons and did not need the flattery of October amber to justify it. Clare was on the porch. The ceiling fan was still. The second chair was there. I carried the manuscript under my arm and went through the gate and up the porch steps and sat beside her, and she looked at the bound pages in my hands with an expression that held, in equal and simultaneous measure, recognition and satisfaction. The expression of someone who has watched a long process reach its correct conclusion, and finds the conclusion neither surprising nor diminished by its lack of surprise. "You finished it," she said. "We finished it," I said. "His hath and mine. It reads as one thing now." She nodded once and we sat in the winter stillness for a moment, the bare oak branches overhead making a fine, precise pattern against the white sky, each branch in its exact and necessary position. "I'm going back to the road today," I told her. "Not to the end. I do not need the end again, just to the gate." "Yes," Clare said, in the tone of someone confirming a thing that was always going to happen exactly this way. "I want to leave the manuscript there," I said, "or a copy of it, at the stone arrangement, with the river stones at the base of the gate." I paused. "That is the right thing to do with it. I am certain of that, though I cannot explain the certainty to anyone who was not in that marsh in October." "You do not need to explain it," Clare said. "The certainty is the explanation." She went inside and came back with a length of waxed linen cloth, brown and dense, the kind used to wrap things meant to survive outdoor conditions for a long time. She wrapped the manuscript in it without ceremony, folding the edges with the same practiced precision she brought to everything her hands did, and tied it with a length of natural twine and 2 simple knots. She handed it back to me and it was heavier than it had been without the wrapping, or it felt heavier, which amounted to the same thing in the register this landscape operated in. "There is one more thing," Clare said. She went inside again and returned with something small held in her palm. A river stone, smooth and dark, identical in type to the ones arranged at the gatepost. "He left this with me," she said. "The morning he drove back to Baton Rouge. He said, 'Keep this until the right person comes for it.'" She extended her hand. "He knew it would not be him." I took the stone. It was cold from the winter air and heavier than its size suggested, the way river stones always are, dense with the specific gravity of water-worn rock, carrying in its smoothness the record of however many years the current had spent rounding it. I closed my hand around it and felt its weight settle into my palm and stay there. I drove to the road alone at 3 in the afternoon, in the low winter light that came in at a shallow angle and turned everything it touched the color of pale bone. The highway south was emptier than it had been in October, and the marsh grass on both sides was the bleached winter straw color I had seen from the interstate. bending in a thin, cold wind that moved continuously across the open ground. The drainage channels held the flat, pewter sky. The houses on their pilings had their shutters drawn against the January cold. The gravel shoulder at the turnoff looked smaller in winter, the undergrowth on both sides having thinned enough to reveal how narrow the cleared space actually was. The gate stood open in the same position it had occupied in Daniel's photographs. In my October visit, in every account of this place I had read, as if it had not been closed in years, or had simply forgotten the possibility of closing. I got out of the car and walked to the gate post. The stone arrangement was still there, and larger than I remembered from October. Additional stones had been placed since my last visit, perhaps 4 or 5 new ones, added to the outer ring of the arrangement by someone who had come here between October and January on their own errand, carrying their own river stones from their own distant stream bed, adding their own weight to the accumulation. I looked at the arrangement for a long time in the pale bone light. This was what Daniel had been trying to describe in his grief topography research, not as abstraction, not as academic framework, but as this, a physical record of every person who had brought something here that they could not carry alone, each stone a completed gesture, an individual act of saying the true thing in the one place that could receive it. 160 years of stones, 160 years of people arriving at this gate with the weight of what they could not resolve anywhere else, and leaving it here, and walking back to their ordinary American lives, carrying less than they had arrived with. I set the wrapped manuscript against the base of the gate post, where the ground was firm and slightly elevated, sheltered from direct rain by the overhang of the gate's crossbar. Then I took Daniel's stone from my coat pocket and placed it on top of the others, in the outer ring, beside the most recently added stone, in the space that seemed to have been left for it. I held my hand on it for a moment after placing it. The stone was no longer cold. I stood at the gate for a long time after that, not in the way I had stood in October, not with anything left to say, not with any unresolved thing pressing against the inside of its sealed room. I stood the way you stand at the end of a long walk, when you have arrived somewhere real. And the arriving is itself the thing, and there is nothing required of you now except to be present in the place you spent so long trying to reach. The cypress trees beyond the gate stood in their winter stillness, bare of most of their summer softness, showing their true structure the way the oaks along the highway had shown theirs. The actual architecture of the place, honest and permanent, and requiring no particular season to justify itself. The water in the channel beside the road held the pale sky without moving. The air was cold and clear, and carried no smell, but winter marsh and the faint mineral sharpness of the river stones. I did not go through the gate. I had said what needed to be said in October, at the end of the road where the land became water, and the road had received it, and the balance had been restored. His half and mine, finally occupying the same space, finally whole. What I was here to do today was different and smaller, and in its smallness more complete. To place the stone, to leave the record, to perform the final deliberate act of a process that had begun the moment I opened Daniel's laptop, 11 days after his funeral, and found 112 documents waiting in a folder, labeled, with his characteristic plainness, simply, Huma Research. The research was finished. The manuscript existed. The stone was placed. I walked back to the car in the pale January light and drove north toward Baton Rouge through the winter marsh, and the land on both sides of the highway was bare and clear and precisely itself, and the sky above it was wide and white, and full of a light that asked nothing of me except that I drive through it with my eyes open. I still have days when the sealed room makes itself known, a sudden interior pressure, a morning when the weight of March reassembles itself without warning and sits in the center of the day until I find a way to move around it. I expect I always will. That is not a failure of what happened in October. It is simply what loving someone for 22 years leaves behind in the body, and no road, however patient and however deep, was ever going to take that from me. Nor would I have wanted it to. What the road gave back was not Daniel. It was never going to be Daniel. What it gave back was the part of me that had locked itself in that sealed room in March and refused to come out. The part that had been too angry and too hurt and too thoroughly blindsided by the dimensions of his private life to find its way back to the surface on its own. It gave that part back to me, and it gave me his half of the unfinished sting. And it let me stand in the open air of a Louisiana marsh at dusk and say the true thing plainly, with no one to perform it for and nothing to protect. Driving north through the winter landscape, I noticed that the road back felt exactly the same length as the road down, That had not been true in October, when the return had always felt shorter than the arrival. The way new territory always compresses on the second pass, once its dimensions have been established. Today the distance was the same in both directions. The road north through the winter marsh was exactly as long as the road south had been, measured in time and attention and honest presence, and I drove every mile of it awake and unhurried, with the manuscript delivered and the stone placed, and the January light moving steadily across the pale grass on both sides of the highway, asking nothing, holding nothing, simply accompanying me home,